The dream of competing on the global stage never died. Now your chance to rise has returned. New beginning, new season. PMNC qualifiers, Nigeria. 4 paths, 1 road, 1 goal. This is 2026 PMGO Africa Season 2.
Showtime, as you all well know. Play, make you win. It is the PUBG Mobile National Championship. Welcome to the broadcast. It is still Priest on the mic, and I am joined by none other than young blood himself. PTK is in the building, ladies and gentlemen, and what a time to be alive. PUBG Mobile action. PTK, how are you feeling?
I am feeling nostalgic. Just that, nostalgic. I don't even have like some specific words that I can express what I'm feeling, but I think nostalgic might be a very diverse word. Yeah, that word is good.
Nostalgic is right. New set of well, I wouldn't say new set, but you know, this is day 2 of the group stages, and this is where it really boils down. Top 16 is the goal to get into the finals, to get one step closer to PMGO. The pressure is on now for majority of these teams who are still, especially those ones that are yet to find their footing, right? Those ones that have not performed up to par as opposed to anything else. But what are your expectations though going into today's matches? You know, we've seen the leaderboards, we see the teams that are sitting on the top. Do you think those teams are still going to stay there, or are you expecting, you know, some other teams to, you know, overtake them and snatch away that first position?
One thing I'm expecting a comeback. We have some PMGC worthy teams in these groups, but they're not performing. They didn't perform very well yesterday, as you can know. We have the teams like Pride. For Neon, I don't think 41 points or like 40 points is enough for them. I believe teams like Neon, Outlaws, we have teams like Tribe. They need to be getting 100 points. But those are not the teams that we will be looking at today, because one thing that I came to understand, even during the PMNC Kenya stages, the team that leads in the day number 1 might not be the same exact team that gets to dominate in the day number 2.
That's actually true. You're actually right, you know, but it gives us a little bit of an idea of what to expect, the unexpected. And that's the phrase I hear all the time, expect the unexpected. But if you expect the unexpected, doesn't that make the unexpected expected?
Wait, what are you expecting that is unexpected that the unexpected cannot expect?
Ooh, I see what you did there. But ladies and gentlemen, it has been a ride, and the full ride kicked off with 128 teams all anchoring through the group stages, and 64 teams advancing to the finals, and then 16 teams will head over to PMGO Africa Finals. That is what it is. That is what all the teams are going to be riding out for, that chance, that opportunity to get to the PMGO Africa Finals. But before they even get there, 31 teams, right, in the group stage for all of the regions. 31 for Kenya, 31 for Nigeria, 31 for South Africa, and 31 for Wildcard, with one special invite team across the board through the community match, the Africa community matches that take place every Friday and Saturday, hosted by PUBG Mobile Africa, and then we have a total of 32 teams. This structure though, PTK, it's giving us this structure has given us something special, right? With the community teams that were invited.
Yeah, I think that's great of PUBG Mobile Africa, because I didn't even expect like we'll have like teams being invited from the community. So at least these teams that keep on grinding, even though not in these like PMGO, maybe in the PMGO they were kicked out very, very early, but they've been performing very well in the community matches. At least they have a chance of coming back to the game. For the PMNC, already, the PMNC Kenya Finals already ended. We have the top 16 teams already decided. Now, this is PMNC Nigeria, and it's looking so amazing. But today we get to know who will be making it to the top 16 amongst all the 32 teams that are participating right now. Group stage is not that easy. It's so complicated, not in the first day, but the second day, because here is where the teams come in knowing the kind of points that they need, and they know what they got to do for them to be able to branch out, get to the top 16, not just the top 16, because I believe, Priest, most of these teams, they don't just want to get the top 16. They want to get to the recognition zone, the number 1, number 2, number 3.
You're absolutely right. Finishing or getting a slot in the finals is one thing, right? But getting a slot in the PMGO is something else entirely because of that prize money. Speaking of prize money, 24,000 USD. That is the total amount for this season's PUBG Mobile Global Open Road to Season 2. And that breakdown gives us a little bit of context, right, across all of the regions. 3,000 USD is up for grabs, with first place walking home with 800 on the bounce. 550 for second place, and third place will be enjoying a little bit of 350 USD, with fourth place with 250. And we go down all the way to 16th place, heading home with 20 USD, and that MVP, 200 USD PTK, 200 USD for MVP.
Yo, MVP position has to be one of the highly contested places, Priest. I saw that, and I saw that in the Wildcard. Yeah, most of these teams, most of these players are trying to chase the MVP even more than chasing the first place for the teams, because MVP is a solo's reward. For the team win, yeah, that's a team win. But for MVP, that is mostly what all these players keep on talking about. But when we look at the point structure, 1 elimination equals to 1 placement point. For those guys, no, 1 elimination is equals to 1 point. Sorry about that. For everyone that is watching, maybe they are new to the game, I hope I explain this to you in a language that you will be able to understand. So 1 elimination equals to 1 point. And if you survive in the game, let's say you get the chicken dinner, that is 10 points for you. Second place, 6 points. Third place, 5 points. Fourth place, 4 points, and so on it goes. But when you get to that 9th to 16th place, you are guaranteed a very big fat donut. But what is interesting about all these things is the tiebreaker rules, because that's got to be one of the harshest things that a team might get eliminated with, or might get to get the top 16 using. Just imagine, you are almost to the top 16, and the difference between the team that is at 16th place and the team that is at 17th place is only 1 point. That is where you get to understand the intensity of everything. And for the team that are playing in here today, we have, I think this is the 3 brothers, please, right?
Yes, sir.
These are the 3 brothers, but they play as 4. It's quite funny. But out of all these teams, which team do you think has to be the creme de la creme when it comes to Nigeria?
That's going to be a tough one, though. That's going to be a tough one. We have a lot of teams, a lot of major teams there, like Unsullied Army, like Team Cold, Vanguard, Supreme, Afro Esports. The list just keeps going on and on and on. And we saw performances from some of these teams yesterday to show their level, and now this is going to be their last chance to prove that they deserve to go to the final, that they deserve to be at the PMGO. This is going to be a very, very, very tough route for them going forward, but that's something we're looking out to see right now. But yesterday we did see a little bit of underdog performances from the likes of Oxygen, O2, the Mad Lads as well, securing a significant couple of points towards the later stages of match number 5 to 6. They got more confident. I hope they bring that confidence into today's matches as well. But right now, Neon Outlaws, Tribe Warriors, they're sitting comfortable. I wouldn't say comfortable, but they're sitting quite nicely on the top side of that leaderboard. But remember, it is still a numbers game. There is still a certain number of points you need to get so that you can at least secure that top 3 finish, PTK.
And when it comes to the maps, we have 6 maps in total being played in the final day. Already 6 games have already elapsed. Now we only have 6 games remaining. And we'll be starting off with a beautiful Erangel, then Miramar. It's going to be a double dose of Miramar. We have another Erangel game. We have another Miramar, then finally Erangel. So most of these being, all of them are triple dose. Triple dose Erangel, triple dose Miramar, not just in a, they're not arranged in a very, very clear row, but that is just by the thing. But most of the times when it comes to these maps, we have teams that dominate in Erangel don't tend to dominate in Miramar, and I never understand why, and I never understand how. Priest, okay, quick question. How can you be so good at one map and then be so bad at another?
That's interesting, to think about it. But I think it deals with the type of terrain that you like to play, right? Some of these maps offer certain things that give you a little bit more comfort than other maps, right? You always have to think through every single plan you make, right? And sometimes those plans don't work out in a specific map. Also, the rotational patterns will give you cause for concern where you want to make certain plays. It boils down to what you really want to do, right? But as we said, how can you be good in one map and be bad at the others? Because again, Tribe Warriors, Neon Outlaws, these are teams that performed significantly better in Erangel as opposed to, Miramar maps as well. So we're going to keep an eye out for them in Miramar today. K9 as well. KL Syndicate, top 4, 34 points. Supreme Esports, getting that chicken dinner in the last... getting one of those, trying to get one of those chicken dinners, but they had a consistent performance across the board. And then the guys from Soul Reaper X, who did get the chicken dinner in match number 6, catapulted themselves into a top 8 position. 24 points though, PTK. Still not, 24 points is not a sure thing. You need a whole lot more, to guarantee at least a top 16 finish. But right now, in this part of the leaderboard, this is where it gets really, really tough.
Yeah, this is where it gets really tough, and not just tough, tougher and more insane, because 24 points with one game, a pool can pull a very, very big comeback. But for one of the teams that have been really eyed out for is Fear Esports, being one of the only teams that has a chicken dinner, but is currently a position number 13. Now that begs the question: if they got a chicken dinner, they have 17 total points. That means that they performed very badly when it comes to 2 games, which I hope will not be happening today. But we also have some teams that are trying their best at least to get to that top 16. 3 Brothers being one of them, not forgetting Team Pride. These are 2 teams that are so well known when it comes to Nigeria PUBG mobile esports scene, but unfortunately they're not performing as expected. But today I'm hoping that 3 Brothers will show us that they actually will live up to the name. Yes, we know 3 Brothers, we know how dangerous they are. And also Team Pride, very, very good players. But when it comes to these games, they are kind of losing it. Maybe yesterday they started off with a bad foot, but today they are going to be on the limelight as they are chasing that top 16. Omega Esports, the Kings, I don't understand the Kings, what drone they have at the moment, because they are currently sitting at position number 29 with 2 points. And it's kind of wanting, Priest, because we have teams with 1 point, 2 points, 5 points, and we are chasing PMGO Global. This is the road. We are trying to get to the top, but we have teams at this stage getting 1 elimination, 1 placement point. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, interesting is the word. Because while all that is going on, there's also another battle going on. The MVP race, it continues as well. And Beekeeper is the one that's going to be leading the charge. 12 eliminations across the board between him and Blade, going band for band after day 1. CU also chased behind with 10 eliminations following through. He does have significantly more damage than Blade there, but even at that, there's still a chance for this particular table to switch relatively very, very quickly. AY though from SRX is also in the conversation. There were 8 eliminations, and Rin from Team Code with 7 eliminations. So these are the top 5 players in the MVP race. Remember, this MVP race, it also ties in to the finals. When we get to the finals, we're going to have a separate MVP race, and conversations, some serious conversations are going to be had between these players and their teammates that, okay, We may not win this. We may not win this tournament, but our
Mhm.
MVP, I won it, right? And the team has to like play. And again, you have to understand that some of these teams they want to play specific ways. Some of these players they want to play specific ways, but it doesn't look like that's just going to be the case for now.
Ooh, the MVP position. I think if I was a player, that would be one thing that I would be eyeing out for. Because $200, and you kind of have to do the maths. As a team, let's say you get the win, $800. Then the same team provides the MVP, $200. That is $1,000 during the first stages, PMNC. When it comes to the global, when it comes to that global stage, my camera at times it's kind of funny, but you know what? I am looking at you. Yeah, I am looking at you. Loves to zoom me so much. But guys, all these has been made possible by one insane thing. This is built for gamers who don't just want to play, but want to compete. Powered for serious performance with native 144 FPS gaming. By the way, PUBG Mobile has not even gotten to 144. It has 144 AMOLED display and the Dimensity 8400 chipset, bro. That is what keeps the phone running. And when the battle heats up, this is where the Infinix GT50 Pro is built to stay cool because of its hydro flow liquid cooling system, and its at the back helps deliver sustainable performance throughout these long intense gaming session. And they've got the GT triggers. Yes sir, the GT triggers built very well, pressure sense by the way. This time round you can press them lightly, you can let them slowly, and they still work as they intended, giving you faster, more precise control when every reaction counts, plus the N1 network chip to help keep your connection stable when you are in the middle of action. So whether you're chasing the next rank, preparing for your next tournament, or dreaming of going pro, GT50 Pro gives you the tools to level up. Infinix GT50 Pro. Stay cool, play pro, and priest. We are born to win.
Play, make you win. The Infinix GT50 Pro, liquid cooling, 144 Hz, N1 chip. It has it all. Arguably the best gaming phone in Africa right now. And you have to make sure that you get one for yourself if you don't have one. The road to becoming a professional athlete, that is where it kicks off from. But now, talking about professional athletes, we're having a conversation about the MVP race and what that could mean for certain players, certain teams. 200 USD on the line across all of the PMNCs, and that gives a little bit of more context, right? Because I think, if you do make it through the PMNC top 3 and then get into the PMGO Finals, I think there's going to be another MVP race there as well. That is going to be the MVP of MVPs. Now that one is going to be something to keep our eyes out for, because what a ride it is going to be to get into the PMGO. It's less than like 3 weeks away, for being honest. It's less than 3 weeks away. It's not too far away. The road to PMGO season 2, the Africa Finals, and from there the winner goes on to represent Africa again in Pakistan come October.
Oof. You just mentioned Pakistan, PMGO, and I thought about our last performance when it comes to the PMGO, where we had the Oh yeah, you can see it. Yeah, you can see it. As Africa, we are still not there yet. I don't want to say so much about that, but as you can look at Priest's face, you get to understand. Yes, we were not that happy when it comes to the PMGO season 1, but hopefully Nigeria might give us one of the top teams, one of the teams to represent Africa and finally make a name for ourselves. Yes, we have competed in the international scene, but we have not seen any Nigerian team making it to the podium finish of the PMGO. Hopefully today we get to have the champions, we get to have the stars being bred, being fed, and they are preparing for this. Guys, prepare. This is the first game as we head into the lashy pastures of Erangel.
Erangel, one for the books though. Always have to keep our eyes on this one because it always gives us something special, always gives us something unique. The trajectory of the Erangel map is also always going to be cause for concern for some of these teams here. Some of these teams don't like Erangel. Some of these teams don't know how to play it. Some of them don't even have strategies. But yesterday we had a lot of teams that ran into each other in unexpected scenarios because there was no
Mm-hmm.
intel, right? Because you don't know, you have a drop position, sure, but you don't know who else is going to be there, or you don't know who else is going to be around those areas as well. So those things are going to cause problems for you if you're not prepared for them today. Yesterday everyone gets off, everyone gets
Mm-hmm.
a little bit of a slap on the wrist. Yeah, you were not aware, you were not informed, you didn't know anybody was going to be there. That's perfectly understandable. But PTK today, if you
Mm-hmm.
make any mistakes, it's because you did not learn.
Yeah, you got to learn. You got to learn. Yesterday they played these games. They already understand. Okay, if we are going to Pochinki, we are expecting to find this team here. If we are going to Milta, we are expecting this team. Because I think for yesterday we might excuse them. Yesterday they were playing it as a 50-50. They didn't know the teams that were lined at those specific positions. But for today, already they have the intel. What they need to give us is results. And already we are watching the three brothers taking Pochinki, one of the best places. If you are a pro player, okay, I'm not going to mention Priest. Yeah, but if you're a pro player like someone who knows Priest, yeah,
What?
this is yes, someone that knows Priest. I've never seen Priest playing. Honestly, I've
Uh,
never seen him play.
I mean, I've not seen you play either.
Are you sure? I stream almost
Yeah.
daily.
Oh well, okay, that's true. You stream on YouTube. I don't be on YouTube that much, if I'm being honest. I see your stream, but most of the time when I see you on YouTube, you're doing a watch party or something. That you're not actually
Yeah.
playing. Most of the times when I see you on YouTube, you're actually doing watch parties or you're spectating something. But I've not
Yeah.
actually seen you play. But don't worry about that. I will be coming
Mhm.
out of retirement very soon, and I'm going. I have to get ready. I'm gonna go to PMGC with my squad.
I'm just trying to laugh, but maybe there might be the difference between Africa making it or not. So let me just not doubt him. Maybe he's one of the best players. It's just that he has not played the game so much. But we still have 50. We have 15 teams at the moment. I believe one team is not here, or maybe I don't know about that. It's just maybe a slight mistake, but that's just on them. But for now, we have 15 teams already in the lobby. Now, no player has been eliminated. Most of these players have been fancy in those places just along the areas of military base. We only have like two squads, but they didn't go to that same section. Most of them in towards the central parts of the map, in towards the areas of Pochinki. We have is it Milta? Yeah, Gatka, sorry. Yeah, Gatka. Those are some of the positions that most of these teams are holding. And at the moment, it's just about looting. Get enough loot and prepare for fights because we are expecting very, very hot fights. All these teams know what they need to do. And okay, Priest, when it comes to this kind of stage, yes, we are in the day number 2. A team like War Esports, they are currently at 1 point only. What do you think they need to do, or maybe they might be doing different when it comes to this day number 2?
Yeah, I would like to see a different type of strategy. Maybe get a little bit more aggressive. Again, after what we saw yesterday, how the teams played yesterday, I think it's a little bit more imperative that now they hit the ground running. If you didn't get anything out of these games that you played yesterday, you have an opportunity to take it upon yourself to make sure that you see something through this. And that again gives some of these teams maybe more confidence going into these games. But even at that, remember, it is still a numbers game. There's still a number of points you need to secure. I think I was doing the math yesterday, and I think 60 points gets you there. 60 points ideally is a no-brainer. It's that's done and dusted, right? 60 points.
Yeah.
But now we have teams with like 20, 16 points, 15. I don't see them getting 60 points, but at the very least, 50.
50. Yeah, that is possible. I've seen teams like getting chicken dinners back to back. For today, hopefully we can see a team pulling out a remontada. Teams like War Esports, we have UA and Solid Army. Sync Esports, why? Yeah, they're asking why them, but maybe today might be their day. They still have a chance of redemption with only 3 games in their group. I think today all the groups will be playing 3 games each to tally up to 6 games total. 3 for the day number 1 and then finally 3 for the day number 2. But the games are still not yet. They're just beginning. This is just the game number 1. We have a total of 6 games being played. And if you are watching the stream right now, don't forget that today we are having a conversation with everyone that is here. We're not having a conversation with the people that are in the game. We are having a conversation with you. So write in the comment section which team you think might be taking down and taking the win for the first game. Is it going to be us, SRX? Is it going to be Nova? Is it going to be the Tribe Warriors? Is it going to be CS? Which team do you think might be taking home the first chicken dinner of the evening? And I believe, Priest, when it comes to taking the chicken dinners, the team that takes the first chicken dinner might arguably be one of the teams that also takes the second chicken dinner. Maybe a back-to-back chicken dinner today.
Ooh, back-to-back chicken. That's a big ask, though, PTK. That's a very big ask because we didn't get that yesterday, and I don't think we're going to get that today. Because why that can't happen is the lobbies keep changing match after match, so it's going to be very difficult to pull something like that off. Because after this match, we get a different set of teams compete in the next game. Ooh. Right? Then we get a different set of teams again in a mixture in the next game after that, and we have back-to-back Miramars as well with different sets of teams playing in both games. So that is why it's very difficult to get a team that will get back-to-back chicken dinners, because the lobby is so complex. It changes a lot because this is the group stages and we've got 4 groups of 8 teams each, so it's very, very complex. And I think that's why it's very, very difficult for a team to do a back-to-back or do a double, because again, you play a certain way because of the type of teams you have in the lobby with you in your area, in your vicinity. Because you can go to maybe somewhere like Savani or Rozok or School, and play a certain way because that there are certain teams there, or certain teams will not be there in that area when you're playing at that time. And then you go into the next game. It's the same map, but it's a different set of teams now. You're playing against a different set of teams again. So will you go to Savani again and risk losing a player because you were not aware that there's another team in the lobby now that likes to play in that area? So that happened to the likes of O3, the 3 brothers. That happened to the likes of Team Pride yesterday. A lot of miscalculations. They found themselves making the same rotation time and time again, only to get blocked off, caught in transition so many different times. But I think today they would have learned, adapted a little bit better. So I'm hoping to see. What I'm looking out for today is teams that have learned, PTK. Teams that have learned from yesterday. That is what I'm looking out for today.
Yeah, I think I'm also looking out for that. But, we have to see that with the results, we need a chicken dinner. And already fights are brewing with quite a beautiful spray. And we have the first knock by the 3 brothers as they come in through. There are 2 players already down on their knees and dusted at this particular point. And the 3 brothers started the game very, very well. And that was quite a fantastic spray. Yeah, but I don't think they spot him there in the baggy. That was quite cheeky. I didn't expect them. I was expecting a knock because I think they saw him getting into that baggy, but unfortunately, fortunate enough that he was not spotted and he gets to get that revive. Now, Tribe Warriors already are having, not the Tribe Warriors, that is the 3 brothers with the 3 eliminations already, and they are cooking and it's looking better for them. And that means if the 3 brothers can be able to get at least 10 eliminations from this game and 10 placement points, that is the chicken dinner, they might be able to move from where they are at the moment to almost top 4.
Yeah. Top 4. A top 4 finish would be ideal, especially for those teams that it doesn't look very possible for them, where they are sitting on that leaderboard right now. Playzone is still on the move though for phase number 2, so we're about to head into phase 3. Most of the teams are settled in that central position: Shelter, Milta, Prison, Mansion, just south of Yasnaya, those areas. Everyone is trying to hold up and play a little bit closer there. Supernova with a sight line onto the guns from the O3 brothers, but it doesn't look like O3 want to commit to this. They have secured themselves, I believe, 4 eliminations, so it's a very good start for O3, and hopefully they will get more confident as the game goes by. But right now, Supernova, another team that started very well yesterday. They did get some good points in match number 1, where they eliminated the guys from Angels of Death in some interesting fashion that allowed Fear to get that chicken dinner that you talked about, right? That was how Fear got that chicken dinner, and then they bombed the rest of the games. And that was very dynamic what happened, because that was match 1. You know, and it's
That
so
was
interesting
much
the way
fun.
you read their points, the points they got. That was one match, the chicken dinner match. The rest of the games they got no points for the rest of the 2 games. So
Ooh.
yes, your analysis was very correct.
Yo, that is, but okay, that was quite a bomb because one game 17 points, then the rest of the games we are looking at big donuts. That's crazy. But at the moment we're looking at that play zone, moving in towards the areas of Milta, Shelter, with Mansion out of reach. We might be having quite a tussle when it comes to the teams that are holding that northern part. We have the SRX, we have the AE, 3 teams in total trying to enter the zone using one specific point, which is the northern area of that play zone. And these will be so hard for them, because at the moment teams are trying to clash for those positions, because they know while the zone is shrinking, hydrophobia turns into a reality for most of these teams, because all of them clamped up into one place, trying to find some good spots, trying to survive, trying to get those eliminations. It becomes very chaotic. But AE have been able to at least pick up 2 knocks for that. But I don't think this is a good idea, being in the blue zone for all this while, and the zone we are approaching the stage number 4.
Yeah, I mean, playing out in the zone this early, this deep, never the most ideal thing, because you tend to run out of utilities. But it always works out if you do secure eliminations earlier on, and you can pick up some loot from those eliminations that you've gotten. So it's a win-win, but only when you get those eliminations, because it's high risk, high reward. If you lose out at that stage of the game, it's very difficult to bounce back. Losing players very early, it does hurt morale most of the time. You don't usually get it's not often that a team that loses a player early goes on to win the game. They could have a pretty decent game, but to win the game when you lose a player early is always going to be very difficult. The mountain just gets a little bit higher for you to climb there, and we see that from Supreme Emperors, the guys from Supreme Esports. They get caught out against Afro Esports and a bunch of other teams as well. Terror is going to have to make a farther rotation over to the northeastern side. Rough play for him as well, but it looks like Soul Reapers would have a little bit of a sideline onto the guys from Afro Esports. Abubakar has done a little bit of scouting, and he has told his teammates there's enemies here and we're about to box them in. I think Afro Esports want to take this position, but we'll see if that's going to be the case for them.
Yeah, that might be the case because they don't got anywhere else to go. But Afro Esports trying to move around, they're trying to find some good spots. And a tussle might be happening at this particular point, because we've been expecting this fight, and already a fight is brewing. We have the 3 brothers are moving in towards the white team. Wild Leo with a very good shot, but where Lunatic was, and Lunatic, that was quite impressive with some high IQ, but unfortunately got eliminated by Suki. But that was quite amazing to watch and be part of, as the 3 brothers. They are having quite a very good game. Suki being the final player from the white team that is trying to survive, but the 3 brothers, they have a chance. It is a 1v1 for them, and whoever gets this knock save the whole squad.
Oh, it looks like O3, they might want to commit on this one, and that was the bad call. That was the wrong call. And again, you have to respect a team that has experience. Ikorodu Doc, experience. He knew that he was going for the re-up. He also knew that it was going to be him or them. You either get 4 points or you get no points. That was a high-risk play, but that was also experience coming through there for O3 brothers. Ikorodu Doc with the final hit to secure the extra points, and now that will give O3 brothers a breather and allow them to claim that position being held by Y Esports. But that was very close. 3 players knocked on both sides, and he didn't go. He tried to go for the press forward, tried to launch the grenade, but got caught with the grenade in hand. That is not the way you want to get caught. Unfortunate scenes for Y Esports there. They did go blow for blow with O3 brothers, but unfortunately they came up with the shorter end of the stick. PTK, unfortunate scenes for them, but I mean O3, they're starting to show their level.
That was amazing. That was amazing. I thought the fight was not even over. I was expecting both ends try and get the revive. Then, okay, let's go. All of us are back on our feet. Now, let's do the 4v4 once more. But the three brothers, no for them. He just respected. Okay, you have one player remaining, and I am a solo. Okay, let's just do this. And he timed his move. He just waited for that nade on the hand, then went in flashing in with the S12K, and that's how the three brothers got to survive, and they are having a perfect game. But on the other end, we have the Unsullied Army. We've not yet gotten to see how much they can bite, but they are still looking for quite some points in this game, and we have the push coming from Unsullied Army, but they gotta be careful. They have to make those nades count, cooking up that nade. They gotta be careful. As the nades come flowing, we have the TD, Yid, this is money. Abu trying to find a choke point. They are getting flashed, but the nades are coming in hot, but no knock being registered. And at this position, everything is dire. At this position, everything is so crucial. One wrong move, and knocks will be registered so much. But Unsullied Army getting knocks, and they are making the flashes happen. 2 knocks already registered, and they are rocking. They are cooking. Now with only one player remaining on the other end, and that is Money. Oh! And that knock, one nade, amazing! From a 3v1 to a 1v1. But unfortunately, that is the end of the road. He tried to make that push, but Unsullied Army MVP, showing us that he is truly that goddamn MVP.
MVP performance from Unsullied Army. Much better. Much better than what was expected. MVP held the off angle there. You could tell, you could see that was the pressure on his position, but he capitalized on that error there. He did know that he was going to press the moment he got those 2 knocks with the grenade, and he was ready to deal with him. It was just very unfortunate, to have a player at that stage able to get a grenade flying through. Unfortunately, those guys did not have all of their bases covered. Could have played a little bit of a closer split on the other side, but unfortunately it was not going to be the case for them. But on the other hand, play zone has shifted towards the south side. Milta still a little bit in play there, but we have 3 teams in that western side: Nova, Chaos Syndicate, and the guys from Fear playing in over to the western side. War trying to set through and make something happen here. Unsullied Army have them in their sight lines. Again, another team that has adapted, another team that has gotten significantly better, and it looks like they're going to be running into the guys from Tribe Warriors. What a surprise. Top C getting called out there. 10C trades off. Itachi does get knocked away in that sequence as well. Now this is one I was not expecting to see. J48 not trying to hold it on. His vehicle going up in smoke. It might go up in flames as well. 10C has to be very careful here though. Does he want to press forward? That would not be smart, and I think he is going to reposition himself. But Tribe Warriors could be in a world of hurt here. And on the other side, O3 continue to lay waste to the guys from Supernova. KC has to press forward as well. He had to hold the line there, and Sin of Pride is trying to make sure that there is no breaks in space as Conquest goes down. Also gets flushed. Unsullied Army, unfortunately, on the receiving end now of the wrath from Tribe Warriors. Grenades flying through. KC could be in a world of trouble here, and the guys from Three Brothers are pressing forward slowly but surely. Grenade after grenade, and another one bites through. Sin of Pride goes down. KC gonna be the last one left, and he's on his belly before he can pull his weapon out. Surely he's gonna get knocked away here. And again, Supernova, this one is just a little bit too much for them to handle. The guys from O3, just a little bit too much for them. He tries to go for the flush. Oh, that's 2 bodies now. And somehow O3 were not aware. Surely he has to get up on his feet right now and wrap this one up. Can he go for the 3rd? No, he cannot. Pressure as he falls through. 3 players from O3 knocked away, but Supernova just could not handle the pressure.
Yo, Supernova with some super nicks. Three Brothers almost got flashed with one guy. Those were almost, that was almost as close. So I was almost as close because he got 3 knocks. 1 knock, 2nd knock. But unfortunately, I think that knock came from a different squad. But that was amazing. Supernova, super things, a superhuman himself. And on the other end, we have the Tribe Warriors. Yes, they are the ring leaders, but only 2 guys remaining, 2 players remaining. Three Brothers thought they were safe, but unfortunately, that Chaos Syndicate do get the better people, do get the better version of the Three Brothers, and they're out of the race. Unfortunately, 0 placement points for them, but they got some good eliminations, and that will be cushioning this game for them. We have fights brewing each and every place with the 60 XLD trying their best from this end, and they do get a couple of knocks. 3 eliminations already registered, and right now is when the fights are brewing. We have been waiting to see this, Priest, and finally it is starting to happen.
The action has been fruitful, and Team Cold, and it's their turn to get a little bit more feisty, trying to take the temperature out of the game for the opposition. Their Rin did get knocked away. The man who has been leading the MVP charge for Team Cold. And now, Tribe Warriors, looks like they want a piece of the action here. Again, doesn't look like it's going to be a smart play, though. Trying to run all the way through, but he can't see through the smoke, unfortunately. It's a good idea to use the hovercraft to gather a little bit more of intel, a little bit more information right now. As right on the set side there for 10C, trying to make sure that the pressure is going to be lifted on the rest of the opposition teams there to fool that one through. But Tribe Warriors are confident in the way they are rotating around. Mithra has spotted around the corner. CU, I believe, going to be the last one left for Afro Esports here. Grenade is in hand. He's trying to launch that one to the corner. Jump shot from 10C pops into the right hand side as well, but no chance for CU as he immediately gets blown away. 8 eliminations though for Afro Esports as they find their way out of the lobby. It's not a bad performance either way. They have secured some much needed points, and they will continue their push to finish inside of the top draw.
Yeah, that top draw is what we are looking at the moment, because the Tribe Warriors, even though they joined as a trio, the trio is doing a squad game. They are doing the Lord's work already at 5 eliminations. Tribe Warriors, they have one player, Mitara, with 4 eliminations already. So that team, even though they might be a trio or a duo, they just doing some very, very big things. And 17 players remaining, and we have 8 teams in total getting eliminated right now. That guarantees you 1 placement point only, and these teams are chasing that chicken. They smell it, they feel it, and they know that the time has come, and the zone shrinking. We are in the stage number 7, and this is where butter becomes something that these players are used to, being buttered like bread, being sandwiched. That is the whole point about this third party. But I don't understand. Teams at the moment, they're just holding. No team is going for a push. They're just waiting for the play zone to shrink in. They're just waiting for the opportune moment. But I don't know if this is going to work out for most of these teams. With the Tribe Warriors trying to make a reconnaissance, almost got knocked. Mithra, only one of the final players remain, and they do get one final chicken dinner. Not one final chicken, one good elimination from that point. I believe at the moment, teams just have to be feisty. They just have to go for the full send. They want the eliminations, go for the full send. Try to use something that you didn't do yesterday. Try to have players on off angles, and try something new.
I mean, I'm not sure Fear are trying anything new, because I'm pretty sure I just saw their whole entire squad go down to the blue zone. It's not at this stage of the game, and that is just an unfortunate sight for eyes right there. But SRX still has their MVP AY leading the charge in the 1v1 against the last player, I believe, from Vanguard. And now it's going to be eyes on the prize for either of these two players. One of them is going to take placement points away from the other, trying to play into that corner. Pichu now trying to pop through with the UMP. He tries to get an angle on this one, and he immediately goes for his stem. AY on the ground floor trying to press forward now. Vanguard, the 1v1. Beautiful phase from AY as he wraps that one through. You know a player that is good in his 1v1s with the way he sways left to right, and he immediately draws the fire into the off angles there, and immediately wraps that one through. And SRX will add a little bit more going forward. Now Chaos Syndicate, slowly but surely, they are occupying more and more spaces inside of that zone, and they're suffocating teams, especially in that northern corner. But while all this is going on, while all this is going down, Tribe Warriors are also within the mix, and it is a real battle between these two sides, Cold and Chaos Syndicate. If Cold can somehow find a way to wrap around and get a very, very useful off angle there, but Nova is exposed. He pops through. He's been spotted at that angle that he decides to take is not the best one because of the terrain. It will not allow him to be offensive or proactive in that final phase of play. But we're going to see, because Nova, like I said, the angle is not too favorable. He does take a couple of shots. He will fall him all the way down, though, give him a little bit of a context. But here comes Tribe Warriors. They want a piece of the action as well, but they were not aware that Nova was lying in the background and immediately gets a knock. And now Tribe Warriors in trouble as Tensi gets swept away by Izanagi. And AY goes down as well. Terror is going to be the one that wraps him through. Rin goes down. Pressure now. Chaos Syndicate taking 1 for 2 and 3 go down. Team Cold burned away there by Chaos Syndicate, and they will add another. And that will be a job well done. Tribe Warriors down to their last man.
Yo, how the Tribe Warriors are still surviving, that is a question that I need an answer to right now. But the Tribe Warriors, with a one-man army, Midra being the final player, he has 5 eliminations already, and the eliminations still counting for the Tribe Warriors. Chaos Syndicate, they have been giving us the chaos. This is basically a 4v1 situation, and Tribe Warriors, they are out of the race, and this is looking good for the Chaos Syndicate, because they just need one more elimination for them to close that chicken dinner. 8 eliminations already in the back pocket. Now, one player stands between them and the chicken. Yes, they do smell it. I can also smell it. Chaos Syndicate, they are looking for the first chicken dinner of the day number 2, looking for intel, trying to provide the reconnaissance, and that is the point. They spot the enemy, and this might be it. Terror, terrified, and that is a chicken dinner, and they have just done it. Supremes, Chaos Syndicate, chicken dinner, sweet stuff, and that is what they are all about.
What a performance. Chaos Syndicate showing their level again. And I think with that performance they should be in first place. Now this is a team again that has learned, has improved, has a bit. And I could tell with the way they were holding that entire northwestern side uncontested, playing a 2-2 split, very comfortable position that they had as well. Did not allow their focus to shift, because they did take on the guys from Team Cold in a complete 4v4, but they did not allow Team Pride, the Tribe Warriors rather, to draw their attention away from that fight. The moment it was wrapped up, they knew exactly what they had to do to wrap the game through, and that is a solid performance nonetheless. Beautiful work from Chaos Syndicate, playing as a unit, playing as a team, getting the job done, and you have to respect it for a team of that level. It is absolutely incredible. They kept their cool, they stuck with the program, they stuck with the plan, finished strongly, and that's how you get yourself a chicken dinner to continue your ascent to the top.
Yeah, and it's not looking good at the top. Tribe Warriors, yes, they did have a good game, but you know who had a better game? That is the Chaos Syndicate. That was amazing from them. I think one of the biggest flex was eliminating the Cold team, because Cold was the only team coming into the top 5 teams that was surviving. Cold was the only team that had the numbers. They had a full man army. It was them and the Chaos Syndicate. But for Chaos Syndicate, they were able to alleviate that pressure and take Cold team out with shields. And right now they are chilling back in the lobby, wondering what is happening. But you know what? Chaos Syndicate, that was an amazing chicken dinner. GG's to them. And guys, if you're watching the stream and you said Chaos Syndicate, I think you need to be here. Yeah, we need to start a company with you.
Yeah, I mean, why not? Why not? But yeah, like we said, Chaos Syndicate, I mean, one thing about them is they kept their numbers up, right? Towards the end of the game, towards the final third, towards the closing phases, they made sure that they had the numbers, and that is usually what guarantees teams wins. Numbers, overwhelming the opposition every single time, having all of your players up, 3 players, 4 players, making sure that you keep all of your players up, because again, they go into a lot of altercations midway before even getting into the final third, but they made sure not to lose anyone, right? And they made sure that Peter and Skoda were playing exactly what they needed to do, causing problems, causing damage, you know, just wriggling around Not the craziest number of eliminations, but not the worst either, right? 9 eliminations is not a bad shout. That's roughly 19 points. It gives them a very, very good breather between themselves and those bottom teams, just outside of the top 8. I think this gives them a little bit of a breather to move forward. CU was also putting in an amazing performance for Afro Esports. Once again, 5 eliminations on the board for him. Peter, on the other hand, was tossing out grenades left, right, and center. I believe I saw one of those grenades bounce off the walls and hit someone and blow them back into the lobby. And that's what you love to see, right? But CU, it's all about CU, man.
Yeah, I think we see him right now. Yeah, CU, I think we see you. From Afro Esports, amazing stuff. But out of the 5 for that game, that man got 4 out of 5. That is crazy. And CU, I think that was a very, very good and fantastic game for him. But for that game, it has been insane. And one of the few things that I actually look out for is the vehicle eliminations. 3 vehicle eliminations registered in the game number 1. That shows you the kind of intensity that is here, and that means that we have a lot of clamping when it comes to the final zone fights, because we had more than 9 teams almost stage number 7, 8 of the play zone. That was insane. And 49 eliminations, 49 knocks. That was brilliant. 244 meters for the farthest elimination, but for the man that we have been hoping to see, and I think we see him from Afro Esports. CU, the MVP of the game number 1, totally deserved. 5 eliminations, more than 1,000 damage, close to 1,200, 5 total knocks. So that means that every knock that this man got, it was a dust, and it was an elimination registered and a point for his team. 172 heals. That means that this player has not been healing so much. He has been the one that has been inflicting the damage and survived, unfortunately, for 22 minutes. They didn't get to see Cannon, but they did lead their team up that table. We have a hard shift, and I can't wait to see how that overall table will be looking like. But for the head-to-head, I think Simi deserved to be here, but I think he's not here because of one thing. He didn't survive that much. We had a CS Peter. I had Prince of the one who was mentioning. He got the 2 grenade eliminations, but from the 3 brothers, 0-3 Arewa. I believe 3 brothers, if they got a chicken dinner for them, would be an icing to the cake, Priest.
Absolutely. I mean, looking at this performance that they had, right, it gives them confidence. Like Korodudok, Arewa, these guys were putting in work. Peter as well, very, very confident, pressing forward. But again, CU was the main character for Afro Esports, and you can see it there. Lunatic as well was also putting in work for the guys from 03 Brothers. Tribe Warriors did have a little bit of a stalemate in their performance, but 10C was the one that was showing the levels. And even the guys from Unsolid Army, they just had their best performance all through this tournament today. They had a very, very rough day yesterday, and they've come through. They're getting confident. I believe they've picked up a couple of things from yesterday's games and have started to apply it. And those are the kind of teams I'm looking out for. Teams that have adapted, teams that have gotten significantly better. 19 points for Chaos Syndicate. Tribe Warriors walk away with 12, and 3 Brothers with 11. Team Code with 8, also tied with Afro Esports with 8 as well. But again, the points that are being gathered here are not insurmountable, right, PTK? These points do not necessarily push the needle beyond reach for some of those teams who are still trying to break into the top 16.
Yeah, that is true, because the 3 brothers, they got 11 points, but all of them are from the eliminations. 3 brothers did not even survive. Eliminated a position 10. That was so nasty when it comes to their survival rating. I think they need to check on that, and they need to survive more when it comes to those final 2 games that they are remaining with. For Y Esports, still asking themselves why, because they lost one crazy fight against the 3 brothers where we thought that the 3 brothers were done, they are going to get the revive, but unfortunately shotgun switch and he got that elimination. But out of the teams that played, we had 2 teams that were quite exceptional. One, we had the 3 brothers in terms of the eliminations. Then we have the Chaos Syndicate in terms of that chicken dinner and ultimate domination of the game. Now, Chaos Syndicate, they got 9 eliminations. Three Brothers, yes, they dominated because they were the team that were chasing the numbers in terms of the eliminations. But in terms of placement, they got position 10. But the chicken dinner coming from the Chaos Syndicate. And I believe Chaos was just patient enough more than the Three Brothers. And that is why they are there. And, all these teams, all these players, they are chasing one rank. And that is that overall MVP position, because that means if you get to that MVP position, you are looking at some insane amounts of money. Talking about 200 USDs and none other than CU. Priest, are you surprised to see you?
Not surprised at all. I mean, the MVP conversations are going to be tight to see for sure. 15 eliminations, 3,000 in damage points. So he's clear above the next player. So Beekeeper is probably going to have to catch up. He's going to probably need 2 matches to catch up to CU at this stage, and that is just one for the books. He has to secure a major amount of eliminations if he's trying to catch up to him. Remember, the MVP race is not a top 3 thing. It's just one person. It's a one-man army thing. So if you're gonna go for it, you have to go for it with everything you've got. And I think right now CU is doing everything he's got to make sure that he sees that job done. So even at that, we're going to take a look at the leaderboard to get a little bit more of a clear idea of how it's looking right now and what to expect. 53 points for Chaos Syndicate and 53 as well for Tribe Warriors. Again, Tribe will not allow you to get over on them on points. They were tied with Neon Outlaws starting this game, and now they're tied with Chaos Syndicate as well going into this game. 2, K9 also drop a couple of steps beyond. They are now sitting in 4th place. 5th place is the guys from Supreme who haven't moved a muscle. Same goes for Afro Esports. Did get some points on the board, but they didn't move up and they didn't go down. So Reapers and Team Code advanced their positions. These teams have now started to get closer and closer to 30 points PK.
Ooh, I think for the teams that are quite lucky right now is Neon Outlaws and Kennen, because they are still sitting in the top 5 and they have not played one game. So for them, they have quite an advantage. Any team that is sitting in the top 16 at the moment, but they have played 3 games, that means they have 1 game to be able to get more points and up their numbers in that final table, because the overall table is what we're looking at the moment. And for some of these teams is looking very, very nicely, but Andromeda gotta be careful because they are losing it. They are currently sitting at that thin line where you either go out of the tournament or you go into that PMGO. And the Saints not feeling that lucky. They told me take me to church, but they are taking us back, not to the lobby, but back to the grassroots, because they might not be making it if they continue that kind of performance. But they still have one more game and they still have an advantage to pull off. The overall standings for the BND group looking amazing. And I don't know the teams that we were mentioned. We had mentioned a couple of teams, Priest. We had Team Pride and Solid Army. Even with that performance, they're at position 20.
Yeah, I mean that tells you what you need to know, right? 4 games in, 11 points secured, and you still have teams who are yet to play that are still topping them on that leaderboard. And again, it's affects them a little bit more mentally, but they did have a very good performance in this game as opposed to what they played yesterday, right? How they played yesterday was going to be very, very how they played yesterday actually leads into what we saw today, right? Even a couple of teams here like War Esports, the only team here that has played 4 games, but they're currently still sitting in 29th place with 3 points on the board. It has been a very rough start for them. Hopefully they find a rhythm. Hopefully they get something on the board, but it's looking very unlikely that that's going to be the case for them. Same thing applies to Omega, the Kings, even the Argents. Team Prime, I still believe they have something. Vexra and Nothing But Trouble as well. I think those teams in 26 to 27 place, I think there's still a chance for them to turn this thing around going into the next game, because we're about to have back-to-back Miramars. We didn't have back-to-back Miramars yesterday. It was always a split between both maps across the board, but now we're going to have back-to-back Miramars. So I personally want to see, we're about to have a brand new set of teams again, right? The likes of Team Pride. We're going to have I think the guys from Sync, a couple of other teams again in the new group setup. So we'll see if there's going to be more, if there's going to be a change, if there's something that all of these teams are going to be putting together. But it's still on the line. But ladies and gentlemen, you are watching the PUBG Mobile National Championship. We are locked in, 1 match down, 5 more to go. Do not touch that down. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe. It's Priest and PTK bringing you the action live. We'll be right back after the break to bring you Miramar.
The dream of competing on the global stage never died. Now your chance to rise has returned. New beginning, new season. PMNC qualifiers, Nigeria. 4 paths, 1 road, 1 goal. This is 2026 PMGO Africa Season 2.
Showtime, showtime, showtime. We are back, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching the PUBG Mobile National Championship. It is the group stages. It is Nigeria's turn to provide 16 finalists and provide the potential top 3 teams that will go on to the PMGO Africa Finals. It's still Priest on the mic, and I'm joined here by PTK. We just saw our first game. You know, we saw some interesting performances, brand new teams set up quite nicely and comfortably as well. And it has been a very, very interesting dynamic, you know, looking at all of these teams, looking at how confident they have been so far. And we saw a couple of teams, you know, step up to the plate. On Solid Army doing a little bit better. Even the guys from Supreme doing a little bit better as well. SRX also putting some points on the board. And again, it tends to show, right, how every single time you play a match, your results, you have to go back, look, what did I do wrong that didn't give me the results I wanted? You know, how do I advance better, right? These are the questions you have to ask every single time. And then you think about it, okay, we did this right, we did this wrong, but unfortunately, it didn't go this way. But in the next game, we advance, and then you see it, the results show in that setup. But again, and if you talk about every single match in the PMNC, every single match is a big match, right? And big matches, they come down to information, and most of the information comes through your ears, what you're listening to, right? And that's when these things on my ear, they come in. Ladies and gentlemen, what I have on my ear are the Boom Power Pros. From big shout out to Oraimo, the official audio partner for the PMNC Nigeria low latency game mode. It keeps the audio locked in to the action. So every shot you hear in the game, you know, because I heard the grenade pin get pulled in that game when O3 and Y Esports were going back and forth. I heard the grenade pin, and I think that is what allowed the Krodu Dog to press forward, because he heard the grenade pin, and I heard the grenade pin, and I'm not even there. I'm not even in the game. That is how insane it is. No lag, no second guessing, instant audio video VSync, man. It's absolutely incredible. What your eyes see, your ears confirm, and that's what we love to see. So get yours. Head over to ng.oraimo.com with the code 2026 PMNC 2026 PMNC, and you get 5% off. And if you don't want to go off the site, walk into any Oraimo store, try them out, see for yourself, connect those things, see how that works out for you.
Crazy. Yeah, that is the Oraimo Boom Pop series. And I think the player from Tribe Warriors also has them, because if you guys both had that pin from the grenade, I think he also got them. And mine would just be here in just a few seconds. You guys will see, you will see mine. Yes, I'm having those Oraimo Boom Pop, but they are not that good. And I'm looking at Chris, can we exchange? Let's give you these Oraimo so that you may give
and they're comfortable as well. They're so comfortable in my ear. That's like
they look amazing.
Yeah, that's like the first thing that I noticed when I put them on yesterday. They're so comfortable. Like I see myself switching to these permanently, if I'm being honest. They're way too comfortable for me to ignore. You know, I thought I was gonna have like a long time to worry about it, but they're comfortable. After like an hour, my ears don't start feeling weird or heavy or anything like that. So yeah, something to look out for.
Crazy. Yeah, something to definitely look out for. But guys, you know, I told you by the start of the stream, this is a conversation that we are having with everyone that is watching the stream. And if you see my camera zoom, you just know that we mean business. These are the people that are in the comment section that are making this PMNC Nigeria become what it is, because we are doing this for you guys that are at home. Yeah, we have Peachy Pie, Merrick, we have the BMG Goat, Icy Boo, Jahad, who else? I'm trying to look at a couple of names. You have the Soul 20 FPS. If you are watching the stream, don't forget to tap in and lock in that comment section, because you are the ones that are making everything become this amazing, and you are the ones making and propelling this PUBG Mobile African scene to where we need to go. But guys, lock in, lock up, get your popcorns, get ready, because we are heading to the game number 2 of the PMNC Nigeria Day number 2, and this is the land of the dust. This is the land of the tribals. This is the land where camels are not a surprise. This is the land where water is a scarce amenity. But what is not scarce are the fights that do get to happen when it comes to Miramar.
Yes, sir. Couldn't have said it better myself. And all of the pressure now is going to be very clear on some of these teams who are still yet to find their footing. Because if you're not, if you had a terrible day one, you cannot afford to have a terrible day two. You need at least 2 games where you put your foot on the gas and secure as many points as possible. Because right now, I mean, PTK, if you're one of those teams that are sitting on like the 3rd page, are you going aggressive off your first game, or are you still gonna play slow, read, try to still understand with yesterday's knowledge, of course, but still, will you go a little bit more aggressive, secure early eliminations, you know, get those points early on the board? Is that the strategy you would go for, or do you still think you'd rather just use the information you've gotten from, you know, yesterday's games and play a little bit more careful to avoid the mistakes that you made, you know, in the first day?
Yo, that is a very, very valid question. But this is what I would do. With the information that I got yesterday, I would play like 3 brothers that played the first game. Yes, they did get those eliminations, but I would not cap my eliminations to 11. I would cap my eliminations to 5 or 4. Then I'll play like the Chaos Syndicate that went for that chicken. So I am aggressive, yes, but I am not too aggressive, because that is what the 3 brothers did, and that was a very, very big mistake. Yes, they did get those eliminations. I think they should have capped those eliminations to maybe 5 or 6, then play it a little bit patient. Try to go like the Chaos Syndicate at the last spot, at the last one. Try to win the game, because for 3 brothers, they can't convince me that they were going for the win. They were just going for those early eliminations, and that does not work. For me, play it safe after we get the eliminations, but still be aggressive, because you said that high risk, high reward, and that is the thing that I would actually go for.
Spoken right. Thoughts on having to press forward now? Neon Outlaws have started the game with a bang already, and it is going to be, I believe, Crazy Weathers that have been caught in their sights. We're about to see if there's something that they want to do about this one or drop into the corner there. I'm not sure if these guys are aware that Crazy Weathers have a man here in the corner. Does he give away his position? Does he peek? Oh, he immediately gets spotted by Babies in, and he gets knocked away quickly as well. Denies the elimination, but the job is done. Crazy Weathers will be the first ones to go out, and Neon Outlaws have started, and they've picked up where they left off yesterday.
Yeah, Neon Outlaws have the capacity of Imagine number 1 getting that top spot in this PMNC Nigeria, but don't worry, these are just by the group stages, but you need to secure those top 16, and by the end of the 6th game, we shall have that information on which team would have made it to that final. And don't forget that the finals will be a LAN. I know Nigeria, I know Prince has gone to a lot of LANs in Nigeria, but he has never gone to a PMNC Nigeria LAN. Prove me wrong.
Yeah, you're right, actually. You know, it's not something I've been a part of. This is going to be the first PMNC, so I'm excited. You know, the last LAN I went to, the last official one, was the PMCC 2024. It was in Lagos, Nigeria, so it was fun. It was very fun. But now we want to see if there's going to be more of that same action. It was very, very incredible. It was a very incredible experience, you know, seeing it all the way through. But now we're going to keep our eyes on to see if that will be the case this time around. But the pressure is going to be on once again on these teams who are yet to keep things running. It is going to be a very difficult game, though, for some of these teams who are yet to secure points. You can see the guys from Argent and the Kings going head to head here. Potential 3 versus 2, Ida and Mike. This might be a job for them to close out with. But we're about to see how possible that can be right here, because the Kings are in a full squad and they are pushing building by building, staircase by staircase, to see if they can get something out of this one. Sprays are trying to absolutely burr through the corner. Eden moving through and he immediately gets the first drop. Beautiful angle there. Goes for the second. And potentially might go for the third, but no dice. And immediately the numbers will always overwhelm. Argents get eliminated. Again, gotta respect what they tried to do there, but unfortunately the numbers just did not favor them.
Yeah, it's always a numbers game, and you got to have the numbers, and that is just the terrible ending of the TA. And the TKs, they get to dominate, and in a very, very good fashion, and TA still hold that last place when it comes to these combination of groups. And it's not looking good at that bottom side, but it's looking pretty tasty at the top with the Neon Outlaws currently with 45 total points. K9 still biting up a chunk of this lobby, but they are still yet to get into a very, very heated confrontation. Currently sitting at that 6 points, we have Mad 23, Art coming to draw some conclusions, because nothing has been drawn on their end. No guns have been drawn, but they are still holding and waiting patiently to get into that circle. At the moment, all these teams, they're just looking to see where is this circle going to and how are we going to make that approach. And as we look at that circle, you know, we have a couple of teams in towards the Los Leones area with the Prime team, one to be watching out for. In the end, we have, which other team? We have VXR, but most of these teams, they're outside the play zone. They are very, very outside. Like teams like TK, teams like Pride, teams like AOD, teams like Neon Outlaws, teams like AA. I don't know why, but at this stage, I believe most of these teams should be trying to eye out for that play zone. Get the best spots at that particular moment, because this happened in the previous game. The three brothers, they got too late in the play zone, and that is why they were eliminated quite fast. They made a push, tried to make a rush, and it never ends up. So I believe in these kind of games, try to secure the play zone as fast as you can. Otherwise, I believe Priest is just going to be chaos after chaos after chaos.
Speaking of chaos, we saw Chaos Syndicate get that chicken dinner in match number 1, but they're not in this match. And that's what I told you, that it's always going to be difficult to get back-to-back chicken dinner because of how the lobbies keep interchanging. But now, you can see that play zone sitting up quite nicely in a central area, keeping a lot of cities within touching distance, within playing distance as well. Much more comfortable angle though. You can see the guys from Nothing But Trouble holding that southern side. Team Pride also making their own rotation from the northern position just outside of San Martin. What a bad area to be out of as well. And even the guys from Oxygen, a similar rotational pattern over to the northwestern side. And they have Arab T sitting quite nicely in the center position as well. And this is going to be a very interesting final circle, because we've got a lot of cities in the conversation here, PTK. We've got Power Plant, we've got Monte Nuevo, we've got Chumacera, I believe. And then even got Minas de Valle, Los Leones, and La Bendita. And the play zone has shifted towards the western side. So it's Monte Nuevo and Ladriela and a little bit of Chumacera. Now, PTK, if you're in the map right now, if you're in the game right now, where are you going at this stage?
Honestly, I would go for the areas just northern of Minas del Valle. Try to take the hilly top areas. That is the only way you can survive. In Miramar, I found out one thing. If you are holding the higher ground, you get to have the advantage, because most of the shots coming from lower grounds are coming from valleys. They don't actually hit straight when it comes to the long range shots at someone that is on a higher platform. So most of the time, the advantage will always go to the person that is holding the highest ground. So Minas del Valle, go to that hilly area. Chumacera is also a very, very good spot. But I mean, that southern approach, that would be the ideal spot, because it becomes easier for you to push inside the play zone. If the zone shifts to the areas of Ladriela, it becomes easier for you. But if you are a team that is holding maybe areas of Ladriela, just southern Pecado, trying to go to a higher ground, it becomes very, very hard for you to make that kind of approach because they see you miles away. You can't do anything. You just get clapped and clapped and clapped, and you are gone and you are out.
And you're absolutely right. You always have to put yourself in the right positions to either defend yourself properly or also inflict the most amount of damage. And right now, Saints are trying to inflict damage, but the play zone is not too close enough to them. They're traveling meters from that eastern side. They do have guys from Neon Outlaws right behind them. They've also got Andromeda making a rotation a little bit closer to that eastern side as well. And Chief Lala from O2 has also had a very interesting start to the game right now. See if there's a little bit more that they can do. Arab T playing as a 3-man, unfortunately losing, I believe, Ninja, of their players not available to join. And Angels of Death, no vehicle for these guys. Only Nezo and Jay have vehicles. Again, at this stage of the game though, PTK, everyone is supposed to have their own vehicles.
Yeah, true. You need to have like your own vehicles, and maybe 3 per team if you're looking to dominate. Because most of the times I don't see the strategy where a team has like 4 vehicles working. I think 3 vehicles is just fine. One of the vehicles for scouting, the second vehicle, the one that has that extra player. In terms of conflict, they can be able to at least defend. Then that final player that has maybe a buggy or maybe a coupe to get an off angle. If the first player that had the buggy, maybe his buggy got popped out, or maybe the second vehicle is in quite a very, very bad situation. So I think most of the times teams take this for granted, but I would prefer 3 vehicles for a team than 4 vehicles. I don't know about
3
you.
vehicles over 4. I mean, I can understand that. So to avoid getting isolated, I can understand that. But for the scouring phase, I think that's more towards the later phases of the game. But at this phase, stage 3, stage 4, I think everyone should have their vehicle. Then when we get to like stage 5, stage 6, and I think 1 or 2 vehicles would be fine for a team, because you don't want to be isolated, you don't want to be singled out. And I think that gives them a little bit of context clues as to what they have to do and how they have to play going forward. But we will see right now. Mad Lads, they had a fantastic Miramar in the closing stages of yesterday's matches. Match number 6, they finished out, I believe, in second place in the last game, but they did secure some major eliminations. Good rotational patterns from them as well. And now all they have to do is replicate that performance, and they are closer to the guys from Team Pride and Omega and Arab T and even the guys from VXR. K9 also on the eastern side. There's a whole lot of teams inside of this area who are all trying to make their way inside. And there's a whole lot of teams who are already inside trying to make sure that nobody else can get inside as well. So it is going to be a very interesting one to see how this plays out going forward.
Yeah, it sounds so funny when Chris says like that. But that's just got to be it with the Saints trying to enter the play zone. It's no team is letting the others have it easy. They're just waiting for the opportune moment, but they don't want anyone bossing them around. But Ice Frag's gotta be careful, because a Mini 14 is being brewed, and that is one of the most dangerous weapons in the recent days when it comes to big maps like this one. But a nade is being thrown by Frag. Still able. Oh, what a nade! What was that? I didn't know it's going to hit anything, but that was amazing. Fragged down by Phoenix, and you gotta love how he did it. That was amazing. But the team is pushing. One of the players is down, but they know the fight is imminent, and Frag's calling out to his teammates with Phoenix waiting with the Mini 14. The nade was beautiful, but this spray might be even more beautiful. Yafia players that wield those Mini 14, but this was the nade. A nade to watch out for, and that kind of guy is someone that you never need to joke around with. They are comrades, but they are never shy of throwing something. Prime team making the push, but they gotta be careful. VXR gets a knock. Viper gets Viper. He's down, and then we try to escape. but they are not getting off him. Get off me, trying to get Temu, but Temu able to escape and is able to give his team Prime a breather. But Priest, did you see that nade?
Special. It was absolutely special. That was a fantastic grenade to open up the game there. You saw how he laid that one up. Unfortunately, Prime had no idea that he was that close to cause that amount of chaos for them. But now Neon Outlaws are going to have to try their own grenade as well. As Starlight is going to launch one over to the left-hand side there, tries to hold on through. More pressure now being mounted onto the guys from TK and a bunch of other teams. Similar context for them. Kraton has to pop through immediately, falls out of his vehicle. Maddie is going to take a couple shots on him from the UMP as he packs him down and immediately revocates that position. And now Andromeda immediately capitalizing. This is another one of those teams that loves Miramar. Andromeda, I saw their Miramar performances yesterday. They were very consistent across the board. They may not get the eliminations all the time, but they know the terrain, they know the map, they know how to get something out of the game every single time. But right now it is off to K9 as well to do the same, and these guys are significantly better at Erangel, because that is where I believe they got their chicken dinner in yesterday's game. Hopefully they will be able to step up to the plate in today's game and do something special.
Yeah, but for them to step up to the plate, they gotta have to give us something special in these early stages. But we have the Neon Beekeeper, one of the players that is eyeing out for that MVP position. Neon Outlaws, they have not yet been outlawed. They are giving the fight with Starlight, leading that front end, and he wants that elimination S12K in hand for Daleks. But Starlight backtrack, he knows that he doesn't have the numbers and waiting for his team, waiting for backup. But I think that was one of the best decisions in his life. Don't go for the fight straight in, because already he's gotten the warning shots. Why would you go for the fight? Yes, he is good, but you know, with numbers, he can be a little bit better.
Absolutely. So much better. And Neon Outlaws, again, fighting on two fronts. I think that is why they're rotating round and round, because they can't seem to find the spaces to cause problems for either of those two teams. Nobody's giving them a breather. They're all trying to get forced out in that south side where all of the commotion has been brewing for the past couple of minutes. VXR have been quite consistent. It looks like Skinny is going to catch the last player from Prime, and that will be the end of the road. Neon Outlaws will secure some more points as well and extend the gap even further. Abdul was spotted there. A couple of shots flying through from the Mini 14 as he can hear the 5.56 whiz past his ears. As he dodges and bobs through. Abdul could be in a world of trouble here, almost getting pulled out of his vehicle there, but he does manage to get over to Agent. And that will be a chance for him to pick up his falling comrade, give the guys from NBT a little bit of a breather there. Small chance for them to recuperate, reconfigure. But they are not in the play zone, and at this stage you have to be at the zone. You just absolutely have to be in the zone at this stage of the game, PTK. You just have to be.
Yeah, you have to be, because we are approaching stage number 6, and you being out of the play zone, that is a very, very big disadvantage. I've seen players getting eliminated by the blue, and that is one of the most painful ways to go out, going out by this blue zone. So you got to be careful. Get to the play zone. Try to secure those points a little bit too early. Otherwise, you might be cooked. But I'm seeing the Neon Outlaws. One of the players is down. But the fight still imminent for Abdul. Yes, he was wielding that Mini 14. But he's still down on his knees at the moment. They are losing numbers as the K9 with only a duo left. They don't need any do-over. They need to prove to us that they are the Canines. And they got the jaws of steel. Andromeda, yes, Priest mentioned about this team on how consistent they are when it comes to these Miramar games, and they are trying to inflict damage, and damage has been inflicted. K9 but able to survive at that particular point. I thought that it was over for the K9s with 2 players remaining. Dawn is out of the race, and K9 is still packing up a fight, but Black able to survive at that particular point. But that is no man's land. He needs to leave that place because Art is trying to get a third party. K9 final player was also trying to get a couple of knocks. So at times I feel as if this is just a hell of a prison, but you are still in the game. He does not have any smoke. He's just drawing the medkits. I'm wondering, how is drawing the medkits down able to help a player?
I was thinking about that as well, but under this scenario, under the pressure right now, you always have to think about it. What can I do at this stage that can't that can't be called out, that can't be retried, or at this stage, or something, Hail Marys, something along those lines. But right now, nothing but trouble. I found himself in a lot of trouble there. Bandit immediately getting swept away there by Bandits, and Vextra slowly but surely climbing up the boards, getting points that they need. And on the northern side, a whole lot of teams, they're not going to find themselves there. We do have more teams towards the south side, Neon Outlaws being one of them, trying to hold the entirety of the south by themselves. They are playing out a little bit of a 3-1 split, trying to hold the width, and Vextra also having to make that rotation. Arab T with the same idea, but they're not in the zone right now. This is a team that needs to reposition themselves and hold the entirety of that east side. There's a big chance they might be able to hold it through, but NBT will turn around and get a knock onto one of the players from Vextra. And now that is a major trouble position, as Mad Lads do get eliminated and get swept back into the lobby. Not the best start for Mad Lads today.
Yeah, not the best start for them. But a team that has been cooking not in a very good way, in the opposite way. That is the NBTs. They only have 2 players and 1 elimination already registered. But teams are looking very consistent. VXR, that is Vextra, with some extra elims, 5 eliminations to be specific. Pride team, right now we are seeing them back in the game. Yes, we know that they are a good team, but they have not been like that today, getting a couple of eliminations because they want to close that gap. They want to secure a top 16 finish in today's games. Otherwise, for them, it's going to be hard. But Yen, they get a couple of eliminations, and Andromeda is out of the race in Kenya. Amanda means that he has gone. And Andromeda, that is the last stretch for them in the game number 2, Miramar. And the fights are breaking loose, and third parties are becoming so common at this particular stage. Teams, they gotta be careful about how they approach fights, and they got to be careful on every single angle, because I believe at the moment we have teams holding every position.
Every position being held at the throat by all of these teams with similar ideas and similar ideals, but it takes a lot for them to hold. It looks like Neon Outlaws now have turned their attention towards Arab T, who have somehow found themselves in a little bit of a rock and a very hard place. Grenades getting launched over the top side there, trying to dislodge the Neon Outlaws from this high ground position, and more grenades flying through, but one will surely connect if they're not careful enough. Arab T need to get out of that position. It is not favorable for them. It requires a little bit too much from that position to cause some commotion. Nothing but trouble now have used the opportunity to climb up the hillside and force them into a potential sandwich. And Arab T have turned from the hunter to the hunted, because the guys from Nothing But Trouble tried to turn this one around, but Abdul has been compromised as well. I believe Baby spots him and gives the intel a little bit closer on the other side. And now Atarudo has a little bit of time to reposition, but Creed is not going to be so lucky as he goes down. A trade-off is good. Another grenade flies over the top side, though he has to be careful. What a grenade that was! And Starlight will see stars. He's dropped away, and now Beekeeper has to fall back. Pressure now from Arab T. You can see them pressing forward. They know that they have the space. They know they have the angle. Big sprays from Skinny. Immediately getting pulled off. Abdul goes down, but the trade-off from Beekeeper again sweeps through. Beautiful shots. And the MVP shows why he is the MVP. And Reckless goes down. And Neon Outlaws will show Arab T why they are always going to come out on top.
And the Outlaws just made some new lows. Outlawed the Arab T Esports. They don't know what happened. They had the advantage, yes, but they did not have the Neon Beekeeper. On the other hand, we have Luffy getting a knock on the Pride team. And the Vextra team has been quite instrumental, very detrimental, getting knocks all over. DXR Pride team, one of the players is down. Starlight not seeing stars at the moment, just waiting for his opportune moment to strike. They have the numbers and they know it. Avexa have the position and they know it. They have the motivation and they know it. They have those eliminations and they know it. But numbers are coming. Bodies are getting laid down to rest. But Pride team, with the Pride, are getting eliminations all over. But they are also suffering casualties. At this stage, that would be so detrimental for them. Are still looking for a good position. Pride Wickman out of the race by the Neon Outlaws, and the Neon Outlaws currently 12 eliminations already. They are solidifying that number 1 lead, and I believe by the end of this game, even when the game looks like that, they are already at first place when it comes to that overall ranking. Now all they need is to seal it. All they need is that sweet chicken dinner that they might be getting, but I'm not sure about that. Only time will tell.
Only time will really tell, because Neon Outlaws, they are not holding back. They're putting everyone to the sword at this stage. Eyes on the prize still for them, trying to make sure that this chicken dinner is going to be the icing on the cake. Right now, Starlight is the only player in the team that's yet to secure any points, and right now they continue to hold the pressure. The guys from the Kings almost having to hold out there. Eric immediately tries to dodge through, escapes the grenade by the skin of his teeth, but another grenade is going to follow suit, and that one will bomb the walls there. Neon Outlaws trying to make their way inside, and that would be the wiser call to make sure that there is a little bit of space for them to make those rotations. And Rage goes down. We're down to 6 teams now. Tolazan trying to pop over to that little corner he's found for himself. Playzone is already hard on his heels there, trying for them to make the advance and move forward. And it is going to be very provocative there from Neon Outlaws. You can see them trying to box the Kings in. Skinny has made a dash for it over to that southern side, trying to force them into that little tight pocket of space. Beekeeper has been peeked out again, but a fantastic grenade from Baby as he launches one over the right-hand side. Immediately gets a drop on the Kings, and that will give them a little bit of a chance to advance their position. Playzone will send Eric back into the lobby, but that will be an elimination that counts towards Neon Outlaws. Yesterday, they did 18 eliminations. There is a chance that they might be able to do this one again. They've spotted that last player from Team Pride, and they have given the intel that they have to make sure that he does not come up for air.
Yeah, they have to make sure that he does not come back for air. And the Kings getting dethroned, and the Kings, they are looking at an asylum instead of a throne. And the Team Pride, they have been quite very good with 7 eliminations already registered. Mojo, Jojo, Omega. Gotta be careful, the sprays are coming from all over, all angles taken into account. And Starlight, Neon Outlaws, 14 eliminations already. Now we are down to 5 teams. That is the Neon Outlaws, Saint Pride, Vexra. And finally that team with that big ooh, waiting to see if they will be giving us a chicken dinner and make us say ooh, ooh wee. The fights coming, ooh wee. The shots coming, ooh wee. These teams are trying to hold those positions because we are approaching that last stage with the stage number 9. After the stage number 9, we don't have any other stage. We just have the stage of death, where these teams will have to fight. Well, they'll have to make a blunt end. They'll have to ensure that they have that advantage, because the circle will be closing in just a few seconds. Now, this is where it gets interesting. This is where the teams know it is a do or die situation. It is do or maybe I die. It is that point. Priest, this is the moment. This is the chance. Who will take that juicy, sweet chicken dinner?
Quick calls for Neon Outlaws as they add another one to the notch on their belt. 15, the numbers. They've done 15, but finally Skinny is going to be fed bullets here as he goes down, but unfortunately teammate is right there to the rescue. Starlight will dabble into the action, drops one to follow suit, and now VXR will use the opportunity to get a little bit closer to the action. But now take a look at that. The dash from Omega have pulled up a little bit closer. Sinestro tries to pop through. Ban Nuts spotted immediately there as well by Starlight. Immediately gets flushed and sent back into the lobby. And now pressure is on. Neon Outlaws, 4 players alive. Yesterday they did 18 eliminations. There's a big chance that he will repeat that performance here, if not even exceed it. This is the opportunity for them to wrap this one down. 6 eliminations though for VXR. Arguably one of their better performances. But Neon Outlaws have the high ground position. They are overlooking the rest of the opposition, overlooking the rest of the lobby. All they have to do is close the ranks, reduce the distance between themselves and these teams, and make sure that there is no space for them to advance their position. Take a look at that. Yen does take a couple of shots through forward as well, but he rotates perfectly, gets inside of the smoke, and he launches a grenade over to the right side. Beautiful shots following through, but unfortunately he's too far out to cause any problems for the guys from Omega, but he does have a little bit of protective cover for himself at this stage. popping all the utilities, letting everything fly, popping again, trying to find the sequence. But do they know that he's a solo? Beekeeper gets knocked away by Phoenix, but immediately gets traded off by Skinny. And Sinestro and the rest of his teammates are trying to hold something around here as well, trying to close through the right-hand side. But surely now, Yen getting forced out on so many different areas. More pressure, pressing forward, and here comes Baby Zen. He has his sightline now onto the guys from Omega. A little bit of a beautiful spray from Skinny. Beekeeper did get lost in that exchange, but it will not stop the onslaught as Neon Outlaws continue to put all of the opposition to the sword. But unfortunately, Baby's caught. He got a little bit too greedy, gets dropped away, and now Neon Outlaws might be in trouble. They're only down to 2, and somehow, some way, Starlight gets caught out. Beautiful spray to follow through for Neon Outlaws. 17 on the bounce, 17 eliminations. Yen is going to have to trade one off. Mojo Jojo goes down, 1v1. Pride Yen goes down, but immediately gets jumped off by Skinny, and that's going to be a wrap. Neon Outlaws are trying to have to press forward. 7 eliminations for Team Pride, but they do get eliminated. More sprays following through. Skinny tries to pop off, and that will be a wrap. Neon Outlaws, my word, dunking on everyone.
Yo, that is how you do it. Neon Outlaws. A chicken dinner worth watching. A chicken dinner worth those champions. They get the chicken, and not just the chicken. They are able to secure that top place, because that was amazing, brilliant, and that is the stuff of stellar champions. Outlawed? No. They just outlawed their whole lobby. That's how you do it. It's never easy. And for that final stretch, I thought that they were out. I thought that they were out of this, but the Neon Outlaws king just skinned out that whole lobby. That's how you do it. There is no better way to do it. Neon Outlaws, amazing. GG's for that smelly, tasty, sweet chicken dinner.
Well deserved. Absolutely well deserved. Neon Outlaws, I mean, it doesn't get any better than that. We saw a similar performance like this yesterday as well. They got 18 eliminations and the chicken dinner to boot, and now they have replicated that performance. Now that is what I'm talking about. That is what I mean by showing levels, and Neon Outlaws have shown absolute levels, and it's their first match of the night as well, to pick up where they left off yesterday. 2 different maps, you know, and this is the question that you asked earlier. How can you be bad in one map and good in the other? Well, Neon Outlaws, that does not apply to them. They're great in all the maps. Yesterday, 18 eliminations, Erangel. Today, I believe 19 or so, 20 eliminations, and then they secure the chicken dinner as well. I mean, it doesn't get any better than that. What a solid performance from Neon Outlaws. I mean, take a look at that. 14. This is roughly what, 20 eliminations, a 20 bomb from Neon Outlaws. It doesn't get any better than this, PTK.
Yo, 30 points in a single game. I think these guys are trying to set records. Yeah, we know EA set the record for the most points, but these guys, they are eyeing closer to that with 30 total points in one game. It never gets better than that, with Neon Skin already 8 eliminations, looking for the MVP position. Other guy, Baby, 6 eliminations, but one person that has been in that MVP position, that is the Neon Beekeeper. So he will be solidifying that MVP position in just a few. We'll see if he would have made it to that top 1 or maybe not. But for Starlight, that was the final player that made it happen. They almost lost it. Quite a good nade coming from the RFT esports. They were able to maintain their cool and patient enough to take on the fight, aggressive enough to win that fight. For that game, it has been insane. I think this is the first game this is the first game today that we are seeing these kind of eliminations. 8 eliminations for the Neon Skinny. Amazing stuff. Damage 1000. I think the previous game we had some more damage, but you know what? This is the Neon Skinny with 1000 damage, close to 1100. We have Neon Baby. So out of this game, out of all those exceptional players and exceptional plays, Neon Outlaws have been able to secure 4 out of 5 positions, with the top traveler not coming from the Neon Outlaws, but rather from the NBT Abdul. Yes, we saw Abdul wielding that Mini 14. Yes, it is very, very dangerous, but it was not enough. And for the match summary, this time round, Priest, 0 vehicle eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, for a Miramar game, you would expect a lot. Teams were making a whole lot more rotations than necessary. A whole lot of vehicular movements in this particular map, a couple of eliminations here and there, but again, didn't necessarily tally too much. Neon Outlaws were doing most of the heavy lifting, and we saw that happen time and time again. More pressure on the other side for some of these teams who are yet to find, their rhythm and show their level. It was very, very interesting though to see how these teams, played, and how Skinny was the one that dragged the Neon Outlaws across the line. 8 eliminations, over 1,000 damage points, 30 minutes on the clock. This guy found his motion and stayed with it. What a player he has been so far, PTK. What a player he has been so far.
Yeah, what a player. Skinny, he deserved that. Well deserved with 8 eliminations. But for this player, I think it was just pick-up duty because he only got 4 knocks. That means for the 4 eliminations that he got, this guy was just doing clean up. Okay, yes, that is a knock. Okay, that is mine. Yeah, don't bother. Yes, you got the knock, but don't bother, guys. I am here. Let me just do the Lord's work and take that guy's soul out of this realm. That was what the guy was doing. And for the head-to-head, we had the good player, Neon Skinny. Okay, that was amazing from him. 8 eliminations, but we had an exceptional player called the Pride Yen. 3 eliminations, right? But in terms of damage, close to 800. This is what we call some solo duty work. Amazing stuff. The only damage separating them, just a few damage. But I feel as if with that kind of damage, at this particular stage in the PMNC Nigeria, that player deserves close to 7 eliminations. But unfortunately, maybe his eliminations were the ones that Skinny got. We don't have any evidence, but maybe. With 3 total assists equaling out all of them at par. But in terms of knockouts for Yenu, 3 eliminations and 3 knockouts, this guy was absolutely malicious. Every knock that he got ensured that it was an elimination that was lasted a point for his team. But for Skinny, I don't even think I have to say much about that player because the stats, they say it all. They say it all. That guy was exceptional, brilliant, and that is how you get to do it. That was just by the second game. We've watched Erangel. Now we are Miramar. Next, we might be having that Miramar game, but I can't guarantee Neon Outlaws might be dominating. I can't guarantee that the teams that dominated in that second game will be doing the same exact thing in the coming game. Because that game here is where you get pressure the most, because all of these teams, now they know. With all of us played 4 games. Now, we sit at position number 17. We know how many points do we need? Yes, we need 10 points. So that means if we are to fight against a team, if we are to get a knock, and then figure out that the knock is from a tribe warrior, we have to go for the full thing. If we get a knock and figure out that the knock is from the Neon Outlaws, we have to go for a full set because they know. For them to be able to maintain that top 16, they have to get the teams that are dominating at the top. Otherwise, the gap might increase, and them getting a chance of getting to the top 16 might be a dream, not even a dream, a terrible dream. We call it a nightmare.
A nightmare. Absolutely right. Absolutely right. Again, but we've seen this, right? Neon Outlaws showing their level again and again. And now, arguably the best team in the lobby. I would even say arguably they are the best team in this lobby right now. And it's not even close. What a performance. What a team this has been. And it's been an absolute joy to watch. And I'm looking forward to seeing them perform exactly like this in the finals, putting in that work, dominating, taking home that money, securing a slot to PMGO Africa. This is what I'm talking about. This is the performance that that we are going to have serious conversations about going into the next game. But speaking about that, ladies and gentlemen, 2 games down, 4 more to go. Miramar, we have a double back-to-back dose today, so stay locked in. We'll be right back to bring you Miramar for the second time in a row for match 3.
The dream of competing on the global stage never died. Now your chance to rise has returned. New beginning, new season. PMNC qualifiers, Nigeria. 4 paths, 1 road, 1 goal. This is 2026 PMGO Africa Season 2.
Showtime, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. You are watching the PUBG Mobile National Championship Nigeria group stages. We just had our second game wrap up, and what an amazing performance from Leon Outlaws. 20 elimination chicken dinner. PTK, I'm pretty sure, I don't think we've seen that throughout this entire PMNC. I don't think I've seen any 20 elimination chicken dinner in all of the PMNCs I've watched. I don't think did we have anyone during the group stages with 20 eliminations? Did we have something like that?
I'm trying to think about it, because most of these times, which teams have been dominating so much? In PMNC Wildcard, I don't think we saw any team getting such kind of points. They were close. Most of the teams are getting like some close to 27,
okay, I
28,
think I have some technicals here, because I can't hear PTK, I can't hear you though. So I'm not sure if, I think you might be...
Yeah, but that is just it. You know, most of these teams like 27, 28 points. Yeah, most of the times that is what is there. So I don't quite understand how everything is, but I think we don't have any team that have been able to get 30 points. Most of them are getting 27, 28 at most. No team has been able to get that.
Okay, interesting. Well, maybe there's more to be seen, but 30 points from Neon Outlaws. 30 points. I mean, it doesn't get any bigger than this. The next team after them is going to be Team Pride, arguably, and this has been Team Pride's best performance all through. 8 eliminations and finishing, I believe, in 3rd place. They can do so much better than this, though. This is what I know. 13 points off the bounce is their best performance so far, but again, could be so much better. But eyes will be on them going into these next couple of games as we wrap things up. Omega, Vextra, finally also getting, onto the board. Better performance from either of these sides. But on this side of the leaderboard now, Mad Lads, I didn't like what I saw from them. This is a team that had a fantastic Miramar just yesterday as well, though.
Oh, but today with 0 points, maybe yesterday they were just lucky. Today they were very, very unlucky. Yes, you just add the U and the N and you get the Mad Lads. Very, very unlucky. Team Prime also, you mentioned them, a very, very good team, but the force is not being felt. And Romenda, very good at when it comes to Miramar, but it's not looking very, very nicely. And yes, all these teams have been performing very well, but we only have a couple that have been very, very exceptional. And with just one game, Neon Outlaws provide one of the biggest gaps that I've seen in the PMNC Nigeria. I don't know if yesterday this was the case, but for today, that is quite massive. Almost a 20-point gap. I think that is it 18? I think Priest knows math very well. I think that is 18 total points. That's the difference between the team number 1 and the team number 2. Yes, Chaos Syndicate are perfect, but Neon Outlaws, they've been insane. Afro Esports, we didn't feel their wrath. RFT Esports, at least they have finally gotten to that top 7 position. They've been eyeing out for that. And the table is changing each and every time. You see, the teams that played the first game, the Erangel game, currently all of them are just dropping points. Teams like Three Brothers, Fear Esports, even though Fear Esports has a chicken dinner sitting at position number 16. And remember, yes, they did play a very good game, but with that game, they got to 17th place. So I don't know, are they going down? Well, they should be moving up. This is crazy standings in PMNC, Priest.
I know, right? Again, it also begs the question of what is the strategy going forward, right? These teams, again, 4 matches played, post 4 matches played. Some teams have still not gotten up to 10 points. Uncomfortable conversations are being had in the back rooms, and you always have to think about it like, what is the strategy here that we have to apply, right? What do we have to do to, to have a better performance? What do we have to change? Because you don't have that much time anymore. 2 matches are down, 4 matches left. Some teams have already played, most of the teams have already played, their first match of the day. So technically, they only have 2 matches left to play going forward. How many points can you possibly get, at this stage? How many points can you possibly get?
Oof, you just need as much points as possible, but you know what? I have something that is built for gamers. Gamers who just don't want to play the game, but gamers who compete. And as you have seen, most of these players, they are competing, and for this device is powered for serious performance and for serious players because it has the 144 FPS. What better FPS do you need than these? And also has the 144 AMOLED display and the Dimensity 8400 Ultimate chipset, one of the best processors in the game. And when the battle heats up, as it has been heating up with the Neon Outlaws Triborias, the GT50 Pro is built to stay cool because it has the hydrofoil liquid cooling system that helps deliver sustainable performance throughout these long, intense gaming sessions. Then you've got the GT triggers. This is not the GT50 Pro. This is the Infinix GT30. It had the GT triggers, but you know what? For these Infinix GT50 Pro, the GT triggers, they are pressurized in such a way you can be able to either light touch or heavy touch, giving you precise, faster control when every reaction counts. Plus the N1 network chipset helps you control the connection. It helps make the connection more stable because at times you might have like some very, very laggy Wi-Fi, but with this chip, it boosts your Wi-Fi, it boosts your connection, and your game does not lag. So whether you're chasing the next rank, preparing for your next tournament, or dreaming of going pro like me in a couple of years, yes, it gives you the tools to level up. Infinix GT50 Pro. Stay cool and play pro.
You heard it here first. If you want to stay pro, if you want to play pro, if you want to be like the professional players, the GT50 is right there for you. Africa's #1 gaming device with that liquid cooling, 144 FPS, 144 Hz display. Infinix.
Yo.
you guys have my address. You have my address. You guys have my address.
Wait, Priest, have you played with 144 FPS in PUBG Mobile?
I have actually. I've gotten hands on. I have. It was on a special PUBG Mobile, built for me, just specifically for me.
I knew it. Yeah, guys, Priest plays with 144 FPS in PUBG Mobile. Yes, how insane is Priest? We talked about pro players. This is not a pro player. This is the guy that makes tournaments. This is the whole idea of tournaments came because of this guy. Bro, he's playing with 144 FPS and we are in 120 FPS. So this guy, he's definitely got the Infinix GT50 Pro because it's the only one of the few devices. This is the best device when it comes to gaming PUBG Mobile at the moment, and we are cooking and we are going into the hot terrain, barren land. But you know what? Barren fights? No. Intense fight, intense action. We are heading straight into Miramar, the land where they say it has a lot of dust, but these days I don't know. Did they remove the sandstorm, or I've not seen any sandstorms these days?
Yeah, I think they did. I think they did take out the sandstorms. I think it was a little bit of a tricky one for PUBG Mobile. I think it gets a little bit more complex to manage. But I think I do see it. The playing path though, not too favorable. Especially for teams that like to play out on the south side. This is going to be a very difficult rotation for them to make if the zone finds itself in the northern side. But now this is going to be something for the Bugs. Eyes are going to be all over the place here. and again puts things into a very interesting perspective, pressing on and on and on. But now, El Pozo is in the conversation here. We've got San Martin, Hacienda as well, Graveyard, Minas Generales, El Azahar, Cruz de Valle, Water Treatment. Anyone can pick anywhere. Some teams already heading towards Chumacera. But now the play zone has delivered itself, and now you have to think about where you want to play in the zone and decide on. But a quick question though I would have, PZK, when you want to pick a landing position, right? If you want to pick a landing spot, a place to play out of, what are the characteristics you look out for? What does your landing spots have to have?
One of them is ample loot, and it should be an area that does not have a lot of teams landing, and most of these teams should not be like well familiar with these places. Places like Impala, we have Puerto Paraíso. Those are some of the most ideal positions that I would go for, because they have very, very good loot, and most of the time they are out of reach for many players. So many players tend to take and pick these points of Los Leones, we have Chumacera, but they never go for Puerto Paraíso and Impala. So if I was an esports player, those would be my two landing locations that I would actually fancy, because why not? Great position, great loot, and that is all that I need to get into a fight. What about you? What about you? No, what about you? Because I really need to know.
Well, for me, it would be more about how close to vehicles are you, right? Like the place I would like to be, the rotations I would like to make out of there. So it's now, for me, the first thing would be vehicles, right? How many vehicles can I get in the area? The next thing would be how many areas can I play offensively from there? Does it have high grounds? Can I take over the high ground and maybe have one point of entry or exit? Is there a place there where I can play from one area where I can't get ambushed, if the zone shifts against me? So those are the factors I tend to look out for. Those are the things I tend to, keep an eye on. Because right now, we do have teams in Toya Humada and the northern side, the likes of Vanguard and Argents. There's a chance that those teams are going to lock ahead, before we get into zone 3, zone 4, once the zone just shrinks over to maybe somewhere around Water Treatment, Hacienda, because I think Water Treatment and Hacienda will be in the final acts of the zone. I think La Bendita gets moved away, and that is going to cause some problems for those teams that are already in the south, like VXR, Saint, Prime. I think it's going to be very difficult for them to make those rotations if they don't make them early, but it will give them cause for concern. But right now, Neon Outlaws sitting quite nicely in the eastern side of El Azahar. I don't think they're going to have to move. I think that's going to give them some time to get a little bit of a breather, seeing the performance that they had in the previous game. And something that, now this will be an opportunity, right, for you to see that back-to-back chicken dinner. This is the only opportunity, because Neon Outlaws are now in back-to-back matches.
Ooh, for them, I think if they maintain that consistency, because they played Miramar already, they are familiar with the terrain, they are familiar with every single fight, because they've moved around almost the whole game. In the previous Miramar, that is them. They've moved out of every fight. Fought with the RFT Esports. They fought against everyone, even against the Pride Esports. It's been crazy, a hell of a ride for them. So they have the information. They have the consistency. Now they need to get that chicken dinner. And we were talking about strategies, and I remember this strategy. It was being used by RJC in the PMGO Season 1. And these guys were landing at places where they know they can be able to spot a loot truck. I don't know why this strategy is so much underrated by most of these teams, but I think if teams tend to use that strategy, they can be able to get level 3 gear in quite early in the games, and that will give them a lot of advantage coming into these kind of fights. Because most of the times, mind you, when it comes to these kind of fights, these early fights, teams fight with the level 1 gear, because level 2 is very, very minute. Level 3, it's can I say, is like impossible to find. So I don't know why teams never go for that level 3 gear for that loot track. But before we can even talk about that, we have a fight happening. And that is the Chaos Syndicate. After getting the chicken dinner, they get the first elimination in the game number 3, which is the 9 out of 12 with only a couple of few games remaining. They're trying to get into a very heated encounter with Abu. Yeah, but we were talking about that strategy. I don't know why, Priest, but I feel as if teams need to start thinking out of the box. The same way the RJC thought out of the box, we need to see teams coming up with their own strategies, not strategies that have been used so much by teams just before them.
You're absolutely right. I mean, teams need to, develop identities, different styles of play. Ooh, money. I guess a nice shot there. Not something that he was expecting to experience there. Almost getting pulled out to the side there. Tries to take the 1v1. Tries to pop into the corner as well. Chaos Syndicate trying to hold on through. As Peter has gotten knocked away. Does he press? This angle doesn't look like he does. You might be getting overwhelmed here. If you can get the angles from this, you might be able to make something happen. But unfortunately, he has allowed for the pickup. And now they are going to press him in that 1v1 scenario. Had no idea to pop through. A couple more shots there again. Immediately gets dropped by someone with 1 HP. And Peter sends him down. Sad goes down. Skoda is immediately right there to trade one back. And Chaos Syndicate, surely now the job is done for them. They're about to wrap this one up. And Nova is already pressing forward. He knows what he has to do to see this one through, and immediately goes for the second knock. Well, he was not expecting that one to happen, but that's 2 bodies now getting caught into the corner, and that will be the end of the road. But that was dangerously close, though. Chaos Syndicate having 3 players knocked away, and that could have gone very, very badly for them.
That is one of the biggest bad lucks ever. Do you know that player single tapped?
Oh,
yes, he single tapped with the M249. He tried to shoot for the first time. Single tap, second time. I don't know why he didn't switch to the auto mode, but the M249 was on single tap. That's why he didn't get a lot of shots. Yes, he did get 1 shot in, but unfortunately, the shots didn't go consistently because it was not on auto mode. That is crazy. I think when it comes to like those kind of fights, it was a 1v1. The player was very, very low. You tend to press a lot of buttons, and yes, buttons were pressed. And lobby, they went flying in. And with that play zone shrinking and shifting into the positions, the locations where Junket is, Minas Generalis, those will be the points to fancy it out. But looking at that southern stretch, we have Saint going straight into that. I think that is Sync team. They might be having an encounter because that would be a very, very good heated 4v4 because all of them are in the blue zone and all of them are trying to get that southern point to themselves.
exactly. That south area, just a little bit closer to Minas Generales. A little bit of La Bendita in there as well. And that terrain, that entire area is going to ask a lot of questions, though. It's going to be very, very rough. The rotations going in, the likes of Tribe Warriors have already made a quick mad dash into that central position. And like I said, those areas were going to get forced out. And if you're not in the corners there, it would have been very difficult for you to get those rotations earlier on. And Neon Outlaws and Tribe Warriors on the other side, trying to squeeze teams that are making those later rotations into the center. Sync still yet to find their rhythm. Our team so far have secured roughly only 9 points post all of these matches. Hopefully this might be the one to get the job done in. Saint, on the other hand, currently sitting there with I believe 23 points. Not a bad shout, but they need a whole lot more if they want to confirm that top 16 finish. And no other time but now. The Rise is going to be on nonetheless. Right now, O2 on the receiving end of some chaos. I think it's Mavo Swago that got knocked away. Oxygen, again, very inconsistent performance from them. They've had ups and downs. It's not been a very good start for them so far.
It has not been a very, very good start for them. At the moment, all these teams are just playing it slow. We've not had a lot of fights coming into this stage number 2 of the play zone. But I believe stage number 3, with the zone shrinking and clustering all these players, we might have some players getting that claustrophobia, and fights might be breaking loose. And in the meantime, as we keep on rocking, don't forget that this is PMNC Nigeria final day for the group stages, and the teams that will be making it to the top 16 will get a chance of participating in the LAN tournament that will be happening in just a couple of few weeks. And some crazy sprays are just getting encountered with the Angels of Death, breathing dead. They won the Souls, almost got the elimination. Yes, an elimination has been encountered, and Jay asking the question, they won those elimination, and they know that this team is wounded but not down. This team is wounded but not bruised. But Angels of Jade, they are getting them knocks and guard off guard, and they are getting caught one by one. They are breathing fire, not them, only the Angels of Jade. And that fight looking pretty fruitful for the Angels of Death, as they have been looking for that ultimate domination now with only 2 eliminations remaining, and they just have the job done. Vanguard off guard, and they are out of the race.
Vanguard had no idea what just hit them. It looks like Neon Outlaws are about to continue where they picked off. Solid drop off there from the guys from Angels of Death, but unfortunately here getting overwhelmed quickly by Neon Outlaws. Positional awareness, unforeseen circumstances there for AOD. Had no idea that Neon Outlaws had pulled up into the stop, and Mara gets knocked away. Starlight will go for the flush. And unfortunate for Angels of Death though, arguably the first time they're getting they're getting 4 eliminations out of an exchange with a team. This is the first time it's happening for them. It's just unfortunate that Neon Outlaws, happen to be in the neighborhood and get the third party on them. They were absolutely not prepared to take those engagements, and unfortunately for them, they get dropped away. But 4 eliminations is a very good start for them. They get some points on the board, and that will give them a little bit of a breather, and will give them some time to reposition themselves going forward. And right now it is left to the guys from Tribe Warriors. Can they take Prime out of here? Beautiful angle there from top C, gets the knock on Timu. This immediately goes for the flush, and that will be their first elimination on the bounce. Unfortunately for them, they're playing without Blade here, so the playstyle is just a little bit more different from them, but still consistently putting themselves in very good positions.
Yeah, I wonder where Blade is, because I believe if he was here, the team would have been having some great power-packed excess power, even though they are not the excess power. But Tribe Warriors, they have the potential. Already 2 eliminations registered, no losing players. But they have that trio. And Topic, trying to be the Topic at the moment. Almost got that elimination. Quite a beautiful spray, a godlike spray to be specific and cold. They are feeling the chills in this Miramar game. Yes, it is hot, but the heat not being felt by cold. But at the moment, they are shaking. They are weeping. They are crying. They just want to get the hell out of there. Because, we talked about Miramar with the teams that take these positions, the high ground positions. They have that advantage. And as you can see, Cold does not have any say. All the questions asked by the Tribe Warriors, and Cold don't have the answers.
Rough one for Team Cold, because they had a little bit of a trade-off on the other side. But slowly but surely, they're starting to get into their rhythm, something that we've seen before. We saw how they battled it out in Erangel before. They fell a little bit short towards the end there against Chaos Syndicate, but it looks like they've learned their lesson and they will try to go again. On the other side of things, they are also trying to put themselves in the right spot, currently sitting in 5th place, 27 points to the good. And they have secured roughly about 8 points out of placements. Again, it puts them clear out, but somehow, some way, Chaos Syndicate are taking blue zone damage at this stage. They played a little bit too close to the zone there, and I think that is what is going to hurt them in the process. Not something that they would have liked to see, but it is something that they will have to endure going forward. But we will see if Cold have what it takes to reposition themselves quite nicely, because VXR is going to be right up their alley, and Chaos Syndicate will lose 3 out of 4 players to the blue zone. I mean, imagine that, PTK. Imagine losing 3 out of 4 players to the blue zone.
Yeah, that has to be very unlucky for them. After getting a chicken dinner, then the second game that you are playing today, you're not even eliminated by enemies. You're just eliminated by yourself. Because I can't say you've been eliminated by someone. That is just self-destruction. And Nez still falling in towards the area of Vextra. They are trying to find a leeway. They are trying to find a very, very good vantage point, but the choke point being created by Cold Team. And they are trying to be the dominant team. They are trying to be the dominant foes. Already they have the position, but that position is not that it's not that good, because holding a position that is lower than what you got to be, that is always a very, very big disadvantage. Yes, that position will be able to give them quite some good visual perspective of how Vextra is playing, because they have that extra ground cover at that great position that they are holding, but that will set them up into a very nasty third party. And the prime team, the team that has been looking to make a comeback, almost taken back to the lobby with Prime Assad being the final player, but that is the pin that puts the coffin in play, buried in broad daylight, and they are out of the race. Prime team not in their prime, but right now we have 10 teams remaining. Neon Outlaws still dominating. We have the CS, Tribe Warriors, K9, Cole, Saint, 2, Vexer, Angels of Death, and finally we have Sync that has been trying to find that rhythm, but will they find it right now? It is just a matter of time, and TikTok, the time is ticking.
The time is absolutely ticking. The clock goes tick-tock, tick-tock. You have to make the right calls, unless you will regret if you don't get the job done in the right time. Sync are going to be under siege there by the Saints. Roman getting an angle and knocking one of them clean off. Not the exact start he was looking for. That is the one he is going to find. And now things are going to be very, very pressured to lock in for. But again, it has been a very interesting trade-off for the guys from Tribe Warriors. They're still stacking up the numbers. 5 eliminations so far for them, and they're not stopping anytime soon. Sync will be getting dropped off there courtesy of Saint. VXR now in trouble. Here comes Cold. Phoenix going to be dropped away there, immediately getting knocked off. There's a chance he gets swept in that sequence as well. Luffy has to play behind him though. VXR is getting tougher and tougher for them to hold the line here. The last player alive. And again, you would think they would have gotten a little bit more confident, seeing how they finished in the previous Miramar game, but it looks like they just can't have a similar performance in back-to-back fashion. Can Luffy turn this around? Can he do something? Oh, he has moved an inch. He's been heard, and a couple of shots rain out into the right-hand side. He peeks into the corner. Surely the job is done now, and Betrayer does a little bit more damage on him, and that will be the end of the road. 3 eliminations secured for Team Cold. And that is how you make the cookie crumble. They secure some more points, but the play zone is hot on their heels, and they have to make a dash for it, and they have to move right now.
Yes, they have to move definitely right now, but the Angels of Death, they're trying to secure the placement. They're trying to secure. That's a good. What was that? A knock? Was that a double headshot, or did I just see my own things? That was a beautiful spray from Neon Baby, bro. The Neon Outlaws are cooking. Beekeeper looking for the MVP with 3 eliminations already for his stash, and they are looking to dominate. And at the moment, the zone is shrinking. We have Saint Team into the southern part of Junkyard. Tribe Warriors with that 2-man army trying to approach the zone using that western region. Cold Team was exceptional. They made the push on Vexer. Yes, they did get those eliminations, but the team that we need to be watching out for is the Neon Outlaws. Are coming in through dashing from the northern part, and the Angels of Death. Yes, the death is being felt, but not inflicted by them. Welcome to hell. No, welcome to Miramar. Angels of Death, angels of no resurrection. When they come to your place, you just know that a soul will be ripped. And at the moment, their soul is being ripped. They only have a 2-man army. AOGJ is down, but they are able to make some counter-strike happen. And that is a very, very good and fantastic exchange. But with nowhere to run, shots being exchanged, every single angle taken into account of, but not by the Angels of Death, by the Cold Team, by the Neon Outlaws. And now it's becoming very, very hard. That parties after that parties, every single angle. Tribe Warriors, yes, they are getting those eliminations, but they are not packing up those shots inside, bro. They're not getting those eliminations. That's it. Yes, they're getting knocks, but no eliminations are counting. And this was the major difference. Yes, we saw Skinny getting a lot of eliminations. Yes, but he was relying more on those knocks, and that's a beautiful nade. And the nades are being turned into charm, and that is the cold team. Shiro's gotta be careful. The nades are flying, and that might be a possible knock. And he's going for the spray down. Shiro's gotta be careful, very, very low. And all the cold team, they are feeling the shivers. But this is not RJC, but Shiva is being suspected to be here. And the knocks keep on counting. And the Tribe Warriors, even though they don't have the numbers, that is a two-man army, that is a two-man job. Cold, almost getting dusted. A very, very fantastic nade. But the shots, Tribe Warriors not dying down. They are not letting go. They are seizing the moment, and they want those eliminations to come to them because they know how much important the points are at this stage and at this game.
The job is done. Surely now, for Tribe Warriors, they felt the pressure, but they have not allowed the pressure to get to them. Not even at this stage of the game. They are outside of the zone, though. The rotations will have to come quick, and they have to be effective going forward. But right now, surely, Neon Outlaws are about to do a back-to-back with the way they've set themselves up inside of that zone, trying to stretch the play, especially from that central position. This is why it's about to go a very, very different way for K9 right now, who are playing as a trio. They seem to find their way around. Hopefully they can flip the vehicles and get on the move, but in a good spot, in a good angle, a good area as well. And it gets easier with each rotation. Topsy has been spotted out there. I'm not sure Roma wants to go for the drop, but instead he does lay a couple of shots through forward as well. Topsy gets pulled out of his vehicle immediately, and that will be the end of the road. But Tribe Warriors will not walk away empty-handed. They will leave the stage with 8 eliminations in their pockets, and that is a good way to leave the game with as well, with those placement points that they did manage to secure. But right now, Team Cold, off the back end of their performances in the previous couple of games, they're still stacking up quite nicely. It is K9's turn to feel the heat now, but K9 solid in defense, even more solid in compound defense. This is exactly their ballpark. It is going to be very difficult for Izanagi and Rain to break this defensive hold that K9 have in this area. If they can make something happen, though, it would be special for them. But again, K9 know exactly what they have to do. All they have to do is keep Cold at bay. Will not allow them to get a little bit closer to get any more intel. While all this is going on, Neon Outlaws get a little bit closer as well and feed the information to the rest of the team to know that, yes, there is opposition in this area and there's a chance that we can take this area away from them. Grenades and Molotov cocktails, all the utilities flying through the windows, but they can't seem to find anything. No bite, no dice either way, but Code will manage to hold on just a little bit longer. And Izanagi and Rin, they don't want to break inside. They just want to be in the zone for the time being. But right now, K9 want to eliminate them. K9 want to wrap this one through. That's a fantastic grenade. Rin does take a little bit more of the damage. He is going to be forced out wide again. But Kraton and K9, they don't want to commit. Nezo is still in the mix though for AOD. He hasn't gotten as confident as he would like to be. But this has been a very, very interesting back and forth happening between these two teams in this area. K9 and Code continue to battle it out. None of them wants to commit just yet, but unfortunately Nezo does get discovered, and that will be the end of the road for AOD.
Oof, and it's becoming so hot, and the zone closing in. We have 5 teams remaining, and the heat is being felt. K9s, they know that's why they're not making that push, because they want a very, very good game, and they made the push, and unfortunately one of the players has been eliminated now. It is a do or die situation. Don, yes, got that elimination now. It is a 1v2 situation. Yes, they have the advantage, and they need to use it right now. But the Neon Outlaws, they are trying to make that party work. K9 Devil feeling the blunt of the Neon Outlaws. That's a perfect nade, but unfortunately able to shift around, and the Cold team saved by the Neon Outlaws. Now we are down to 5 teams, 12 players in total. Neon Outlaws, they are packing a full squad. K9 Esports, a 2-man army. We have Cold with one saying taken to charge. Neon Beekeeper almost out of the race. They almost hived him down. They almost took him out, but Neon Beekeeper able to survive it out. And he is a 1-man army at that particular point, and the Saints are making that push, but they need to be careful because this man never walks alone. They always have an off angle. Neon Outlaws, they might look as if they don't have a strategy, but let me tell you one thing. Just as the Saint Cloud war he just saw, in just a few seconds because he was eliminated. Didn't see that coming. And Saint have just been reduced into a 3-man army. Cold team on the other end able to get a knock against the K9. And the shots are coming. Neon Outlaws are relentless. They are just packing those eliminations now with 8-man army. 8 people remaining. 3 teams in total. Neon Outlaws with the most numbers. They have to take down the Saint team if they are to win this out. 5 eliminations already for them. Saint team with only a duo. And Roman waiting, Roman taking baby down, and oh baby, down on his knees. That player is not begging for mercy. That player is just asking, where are my teammates? Come shouting. But the Saint Roman not giving them a chance to breathe. Trying to revive his health. Trying to come back into this. With the M416 trying to give us a beautiful spray, and that is quite some good shots, but unfortunately no knock registered. Now we are down to a 4v2. V1 for the Neon Outlaws. They have the biggest advantage. They need to make use of that advantage. Even though baby is down, they can still win this. They can still go for that extra stretch because they might be going for a back-to-back chicken dinner, and a push might be seen as the nades keep on falling. Baby is out of the race, and Roman still packing those grenades. 1 nade, 2 nades. This man is a whole backpack of nades. How many nades does that guy have? I just don't know, but maybe we might be seeing that as he let baby out of this race. Saint taking them back to church, and he is down, he is low, sleeping down. But you know what? You want to sleep? Go back to the lobby. That is just the language of the game. Now we down to a 3, sorry. V1. Neon Outlaws, they have a chance to put this in their back pocket. They have a chance to make this second chicken dinner work. Now they have to go for that push, and they are going. These are players with the biggest balls of steel, and Saints are let down. Now this is the point. They are chasing the second chicken dinner in a row. No team has been able to do this in the PMNC Nigeria. Now the time is imminent, and the time is now. They know that they've got it, and they need to make sure that they already got it. Team Oxygen, they are trying to beat, but with no space. Claustrophobia being felt. Switches to the Tommy shotgun. Unfortunately gets the knock, but fortunately Nab is able to survive out of that shot. He's going for the dart, but unfortunately not able to get it. He's trying to go back to the shot. Switches to Thompson, tries to get the elimination, but that is it! Neon Outlaws second chicken dinner, and these players, they are smiling. This team, and Matt, this team, very awesome, epic, and that is a glorious winner chicken dinner for the Neon Outlaws.
Wow. Talk about back-to-back performance. Neon Outlaws showing the levels again, putting it clear and in broad daylight that they are the best in the game. And they wrap it up in perfect fashion, fresh off a chicken dinner, 1 for the bounce. They get another one in the mix. They wrap the job through. They wrap the game up, and they pack it all through. Neon Outlaws, what a performance it has been. Back-to-back chicken dinners, and that is how you do something absolutely special. What a performance from Neon Outlaws. They see it all the way through, and that is exactly what we love to see.
Bro, I do want to show my excitement. I was trying to hide myself. Because these guys, they did something that we've not seen any other team doing. Get back-to-back chicken dinners in PMNC Nigeria. I think that has been the hardest thing to get. We've not seen any team that has been able to pull this down. And these guys, they just need the 2 Miramar games. You know what? We are just going to give you guys a 30-point game, then make you think that we are weak, then surprise you guys. We are going to take another chicken dinner. And that is what they did. And that was absolutely bogus, insane. And I believe at this point, Neon Outlaws, let the underdogs come up. Honestly, let them come up. It's enough.
And to think they still have like one more match. I think they have one more match in them somewhere along those lines. So I think they still have one more match to play tonight, their last match, seeing as they've played two already. So we'll see when that match is going to be. I think it's going to be one of those errand girls that we have back to back at the end of the sequence. But again, it gives us a very, very clear idea, clear identity, right, of Neon Outlaws, how incredible of a team this is. And I can't wait to see how they play in the final, because the job is already done. They have qualified to the final already. They've wrapped it up. This time around, 8 eliminations, not the same as they did in the previous game, but it doesn't matter. This one was just to cement it. This one was just to clear the haters, to clear the unbelievers that don't worry, we got it. We are the best. We are number one. And they show it in clear fashion.
Woof. You know, if you're not a believer, I think at the moment you have something to believe in. Neon Outlaws and the Saints. I think we need to change that name to Neon Outlaws, and the Neon Outlaws to have the name Saints, because that was something out of this world. Take me to church? No, take me to the Neon Outlaws. And for that game, it has been amazing with Toxic getting the 5 elimination for the Tribe Warriors. Tribe Warriors have been exceptional. One player taking the most elimination, the highest damage, and for the grenade elimination. For the longest elimination, I believe 288 is not that much, but for Saint, they backed that and they put it in there inside that back pocket for the K9 Dawn top traveler. Yes, for the K9, they've been moving so much. In most of that game, they've been on the move, either fighting, either running, or either holding. That has been the trend for the K9 esports. And the fight between them and Cold was what made them lose their consistency, because they lost 2 players from the end. Neon Outlaws came for the third party. Then Cold player, the final player, was able to get yet another K9 player. And that is what made the game go very much off for the K9 team. And for that game, it has been amazing. And you all know what I tend to look at: vehicle eliminations, because this is one of the most rarest things to do. And for this game, we have 1 vehicle elimination. At least that is a plus. But in terms of headshots, we have like reduced headshots. Yes, we had like 15 headshots. Our previous game was double digits, but at the moment we have 5 headshots being registered. And for the MVP, Priest, are you surprised?
Not surprised. Not surprised, really, because Neon Outlaws didn't do that many eliminations in this particular game, so it's not too lost on me. Tribe did have, I think they had about 7 or 8 eliminations, so for him to get 5 out of those, that is an MVP level performance. He did also have 22 minutes on the clock. This is one of those players as well we're going to have to keep our eyes on to show us the level at which the guys from Tribe Warriors are operating on. And again, we'll see how possible that can be right now to make sure that they continue to perform at this level. Because taking a look at these 2 players, similar play styles, similar finishes as well. But Tox, I don't know what you've actually started making me call this guy Toxic, but his name is actually 10C. But again, it looks
10C?
like Toxic. Yeah, it actually looks like Toxic. I think that's like a creative way of writing Toxic. You know what? I'll actually start calling him Toxic. So Toxic, he was a solid performance again. To see how Tribe Warriors played in this game, even playing as a trio, so you have to respect their abilities, is very consequential, and you can see why. The graph shows you that. Even Beekeeper, once again, Beekeeper, who has been a breakthrough performer this year, this has been his year so far. What a player he has turned out to be. Saint also did have Roman, who has also been arguably also been their best player so far, to show exactly what the level is at Saint right now.
That game was insane, but what has been insane is the Neon Outlaws getting an 18-point chicken dinner. These guys are insane. Neon Outlaws, Neon Rising, 18 total points. One game they get 30, the next game they get 18. That is a total of 48 points in 2 games. 48 points. There's a team that has not even gotten to 48. If my math is wrong, kindly correct me, but I feel as if it is right. The Saints taking in second place with 12 total points. We have Cold. They were quite exceptional in the fight between them and the K9, but they were able to hold them off. But the Tribe Warriors, even though they are playing as a trio, this trio should be investigated, because I believe they are playing as if they have an extra man, not even a lesser man, an extra man, because they've been quite instrumental when it comes to those eliminations. 8 eliminations already, and they have 1 placement points, but it is not looking good for a couple of teams. Yes, I'm talking about the teams that got, I believe, 0 points. From the team number 11, Abu, Sync Esports, Agents, Vanguard, Vexra, all of them getting 0. At this stage, Priest, teams getting 0 in a whole game. And that is more than that is 5 teams to be specific, getting 0. Team Prime with 1. I don't know what is really happening, but I feel as if these teams, judging by yesterday, they're not improving.
Yeah, I mean, if you do look at yesterday's games and how things have panned out over the board, you would understand that some teams, again, the game just keeps getting away from them. But 2 of the big dogs still come out to perform. They come out to play again in this particular match, going band for band, even all the way down to damage. Tribe Warriors even securing the same amount of eliminations, but it did get eliminated significantly earlier, playing out with 3. It cost them a little bit of the extra man that they didn't have, cost them a little bit there. They couldn't finish out all of their games, and again, it still boils down to the individual brilliance and individual performances from what we've seen so far, and it's something that we have to look at. All of these players, how they fared, what they've needed. But Beekeeper, my goodness, 3,200 on the board with 20 eliminations with 1 game still to go, so he can still extend this further. But CU will continue to give chase. Peter as well for Chaos Syndicate, and Baby Zen has now entered the chat, and these are the performances that we absolutely love to see, with Mithra from Tribe Warriors also in the conversations. Now we are going to see if these guys will continue to hold up, or if this MVP race is still going to change barring these next couple of games.
For Beekeeper is looking pretty amazing, because that guy has been consistent in terms of eliminations in every single game that man has been playing. He has been playing it to the fullest, and for the overall standings, I believe this is not something new, but for the Neon Outlaws, the games are looking so easy, because just think about this. Out of 5 games that this team has played, they've gotten 3 chicken dinners. Out of 5 games. So that takes their chicken dinner rate to more than 50%. So it's almost guaranteed for every game that Neon Outlaws are playing, either they get a chicken dinner, or maybe they get too close to the chicken dinner. No, I think too far from the chicken dinner. It's either for them a chicken dinner or too far from the chicken dinner, because the 3 chicken dinners, 30 total points. That means that is 10, 10, 10. If they don't get the chicken dinner, that means they've gotten eliminated quite early. But with the 2 games that they have been able to play today, they've been able to secure that top spot. Not just secure it, solidify it, because there is no way on earth we are going to be seeing a team coming back and getting such kind of points as the Neon Outlaws are getting, unless they pull up a miracle, maybe like the E Arena did by getting 30, I think it was a 38 point chicken dinner. But I'll have to confirm that. Chaos Syndicate were pretty efficient when it came to the first game. Currently they have 59 total points. Tribe Warriors, a trio, but the trio is looking pretty amazing. K9 Esports, I believe what they need to be working on at the moment is their confidence, because yes, I'm just going to reference the fight they did. They went like face to face with the Cold Esports, but unfortunately K9, yes, they had the numbers, but they're not making any push. And for the time they made a push, they didn't push as a whole squad. They didn't push as that whole trio. Only one player made the push. He got knocked. The other K9 player got the knock, but unfortunately they are not working as a team that much. For the 3 brothers, they still have a couple of few games remaining. 2 games in total. Vanguard have not, they just have been letting their guard off, and it's not looking good for them. Now, this is the time where we need Fear Esports and Romenda to start giving us something spectacular. Yes, Andromeda is good at Miramar, but they perform terribly. Yes, for me, I don't love to sugarcoat things. I just need to say things as they are, because I don't fear. You guys are asking yourselves why. Yes, why esports are currently at position 24. And for the teams that are holding that tail, War Esports, Argents, Team Prime, Abu, nothing but trouble. It smells everything is trouble for all these teams because they are on the chopping board, Priest.
Yeah, I mean, talk about chopping board, right? Teams are about to get chopped off. I mean, some teams are about to play their last game right now, their last match of the night. This is about to be where it wraps up. We're about to go into the last, set of 3 games. Again, it is going to be very, very tough for these teams to, get any more points after this. It gets, with each game that you don't get any points, it gets tougher and tougher and tougher, and that is where it is going to be so difficult to keep the pressure off. But even at that, it takes a little bit more. It takes a little bit more to get a little bit. It takes a little bit more to get a little bit more out of the game, at this stage. But even at that, Tribe Warriors, Neon Outlaws, they have done the job. They have done everything right in these past couple of games with a game to spare. That is how you show levels. That is how you show domination. That is how you put pressure on the rest of the lobby to catch up to your level. But with that being said, right, 3 games down, 3 more to go. We're at the halfway point. More action coming your way. Stay tuned. Do not touch that dial. We'll be right back to bring you more PMNC Nigeria action.
This camera will kill me one.
The dream of competing on the global stage never died. Now your chance to rise has returned. New beginning, new season. PMNC qualifiers, Nigeria. 4 paths, 1 road, 1 goal. This is 2026 PMGO Africa Season 2.
Hello and welcome back. This is PMNC Nigeria. Yo, it's been hot, honestly speaking. Yes, I'm not in that region at the moment. From our region, Kenya, at the moment is crazy because you guys saw the finals. But what I'm actually waiting for is the finals of this PMNC Nigeria, because the Neon Outlaws are definitely tearing up their whole lobby from some crazy finishes. 3 chicken dinners out of the 5 games they've played. These guys are coming all in. And to the guys that are watching the stream right now, don't forget, my name is PK Youngblood, but don't be fooled by the name. I am not the young, but I am the man himself, the man Youngblood. Today we have been cooking, but Neon Outlaws have been cooking pretty hard. And I'm trying to think about the teams that are in the lower bracket, because they have a lot to do, they have a lot of things to prove, but they still are packing potential. I'm not 100% sure if they will be able to pull a remontada, but as we have seen, Neon Outlaws have been able to get a game where they've gotten 30 points, so it's not over yet. So for the team that are currently placed at that lower ranked position, maybe they are in that stretch between 17 and 32, they still have a chance to come back. So hope is still there. Nothing is lost. They just have to lock in. They just have to come in strong, and they need to give us something special. I know we have a lot of pressure when it comes to these kind of games, because right now we are looking for that top 16. I know the pressure is there, but I feel as if these teams are experiencing so much pressure. We have teams like Pride, teams like Prime. These teams have a lot of potential, but the potential is not being felt. That is why most of the times I will not shy away from attacking them, because if you don't attack them, if you just glaze them, they will never improve. Honestly speaking, at times you just have to pinch them a little to wake up. But I'm hoping to see them maybe do something special. Pride team, we have the Prime Esports. These are the teams that I've been looking forward to see making something amazing. Also teams like Vanguard. Yes, they have a lot of potential, but I don't know why most of the times they are being caught quite off guard. But yeah, we need something amazing. And if you're watching the stream right now, don't forget that this is PMNC Nigeria. Yes, the road to PMGO Season 2. And I'm hoping to see RJC feeling the competition, because the Neon Outlaws, they are really coming in. And this time round, RJCs, if you guys are watching, just know that Neon Outlaws are coming for that opportunity of representing Africa in the global stage in Pakistan. Yes, guys, you need to remember that this is the road to PMGO, and every single time you watch the stream, always have that info in your head. And if you're watching the stream right now, like the stream, subscribe to the PUBG Mobile Africa, both on TikTok, Instagram, and I've just got information that we are live on Facebook. For all those Facebook fellas, I think our time has come. Yes, we've been on Facebook for like as much years as possible, and more than 10 years, by the way. Not even more than 10 years, since we were in high school. Not even high school, since we were in primary. So Facebook, for all of us that used to call it home, PUBG Mobile Africa is streaming there. So always make sure that you are in the know. You're following all the social media platforms, because Africa at the moment, PUBG Mobile and esports is becoming something pretty amazing. And as you guys have seen, after the PMNC Kenya, let me give you something very, very brief. After the PMNC Kenya, this is where, as a Kenya, they go to recognize that esports is a thing. Because most of the times, playing games has been something very tedious. If you play, like your parents sees you playing, is like, okay, well, what are you doing? You need to go back to school. You need to do this and that. Yes, it's not a bad thing to go back to school. In fact, I have a degree in university in biochemistry, but we are here, and I want to prove to you guys that this is becoming a career, and this is the way forward. So let's keep pushing PUBG Mobile in Africa, and let's get to show them that this is also a career opportunity. So lock in onto those screens, and if you have those popcorns, be ready because it is about to go down, and we are heading back into that lashy pasture called Erangel. We keep on pushing, we keep on rocking, and these might be a very, very good playing path coming in towards the areas of Georgia Pool Hospital, in towards that hilly Mount Everest. One of the worst places to be at, by the way. I would never want to go to that hilly part, man. Hospital is good, but that hilly part, that is what sets everything up. And most teams, they tend to look for that position, maybe try and hold it out, maybe try and dominate from that region. But I'm looking at the playing path right now, and that is not a beautiful playing path because it's cutting mostly through the northern part, western to the northeastern part, and I think most of the teams who fancy the landing position in towards the areas of Savannah, shooting range, you have Georgia Pool Hospital all the way to Gatka, but Yasnaya Poliana being a very, very key spot, but I don't see a lot of teams fancying Yasnaya Poliana. I believe it's one of the biggest places that has a lot of locations to hide through because it has a lot of buildings, has ample loot, and if a team can be able to hold that position, get the necessary loot, and we also have vehicles at that position. But we don't have a lot of teams heading straight into that position, and only the AE will be holding that point. But most of these teams taking in the areas near Lipovka, and the fight might be brewing in towards that end. The eastern part of the map are quite flocked with a lot of teams. To be specific, more than 4 teams are holding that area. And finally, Priest, we are having a fight and confrontation in towards Pochinki.
Yeah, Pochinki looking really, really packed up here. We've got 03 brothers and War actually fighting out a war there. And that is going to cause a little bit of drama, but I think it's going to be resolved sooner rather than later. 03, though, do lose a man in that exchange. And that will give them a little bit of a cause for concern as they hold out and roll out a little bit more. But even at that, War right now have secured the first elimination. They got the surprise on 03, and it looks like they want to take Pochinki for themselves. And again, not the worst dramatic change we've seen so far, but as it stands right now, there is a lot of work to be done right now, PTK, because 03 this is still their landing position. They have a better understanding of Pochinki, even though they're a man down, they've lost Rumsey. I still think War have to do a whole lot more if they want to wipe the entirety of the 03 brothers right now.
Yeah, 3 brothers have been very, very instrumental. You know, we saw the first Erangel game where they were able to get 11 eliminations, but this time round, they are just finding themselves behind that barrel, losing one player. A Lunatic has to feel the psychotic urge of making the push on Galaxy, and the War team are bringing war to the people that have been calling these home. And that is the hard part and the beauty about these group stages. You know, we have 4 groups. You play one group, no team landing to that position that you had locked into. But then the next game, you find a team that fancies that area. Maybe they also had a game where you were not there, and they thought that they were the only people landing at that position. Then boom, same game, and all of you guys same landing position, and you only feel the intensity. It's no longer lonely. You are no longer alone. You are not fear esports, but you don't have anything to fear, but you have to fear because you are losing numbers. But 3 brothers living up to the name, and only 3 brothers left. Rewa, Ikorodu, and Lunatic. Those are the final 3 brothers remaining. And I think they did that intentionally. Yeah, they just wanted 03 Ramsey to just get eliminated so that at least the name will start making sense.
Well, never thought about it that way, but I see where you're coming from. You may have just cooked something there, PTK. You may have just cooked something there, but even at that, right now, 03 brothers need to really, really step up to the plate. They did have one decent game, but this has not been a convincing performance for me from them as well. But you know, it's all about making it to the final at the very least. So you know that there's more to be done when they do make it to the final, when all of these players will play face to face on that Infinix device. The extra liquid cooling, they're gonna have to show their level, but still a whole long way to go there for some of these teams, though. Again, they have not been consistently performing to the level that I expect, seeing how they've set themselves up, especially in this game. And Andromeda, I'm not sure. I do like that vehicle. My only problem is it is so loud, so you can't even use it practically. If it wasn't so loud, I would definitely, utilize a vehicle like that, especially into the final zones. I would use that vehicle, but it's just so loud. You cannot do any recon with it. That's my only problem.
I think the best weapon to do a reconnaissance with, I think, is just the buggy. No other vehicle can do what the buggy does, and I think that's why most of the players actually go for it. For that vehicle, I don't even remember the name. What was the name of that vehicle? Yes. Because it's new in the game, it's very, very hard to get the name. But that is one vehicle that I honestly avoid. If you don't have a skin, I feel as if it is very unstable. Oh! And something more unstable is that spray. But Lunatic 03 brothers, they are getting bantered, eliminated. But now they only have like 2 players remaining. It is a knock for a knock, a very, very beautiful exchange, and War felt the wrath. A revive for a revive, and Lunatic are trying to make the approach. He knows that he has the upper hand with the S12K in hand. He knows that Pochinki is their place, goes for the push. War Galaxy's gotta be careful, because Lunatic is moving like a man that is possessed, like a man that is looking to prove a point. A very, very good smoke. Unfortunately, not anything possible from that smoke. Now it's Galaxy versus the 3 brothers. 1v1, S12K in hand, and they are going for the push. They are going for the full send. Galaxy almost eliminated. A couple of shots being registered, and is going for that run. At times you run not just to escape, you run to hit something, and that is what he is doing, and that is a good spray. But unfortunately, Galaxy is out of these, and that is out of the star. He goes into a different century, into a different galaxy he entered. That is not the Nebula, but that is the lobby. GG's, but unfortunately, more GG's to the 3 brothers.
Yeah, very unfortunate roll up, from what we've seen from 03. But they come out on top. Like I said, the guys from War had a lot of work to do if they wanted to, eliminate the guys from 03 inside of Pochinki. It's one thing to do it. It's one thing to do it anywhere else, but inside Pochinki, where they know, every nook and cranny, nah, not too convinced about that one, not even in the slightest. And I think that's where the, cause for concern really is. But on the other side, Mad Lads also looking for a way to get more points on the board. Not the shabbiest start for them. They've lost Sean X in an earlier exchange that they did not like. On the other side, again, more concern coming their way. And they are very confident in what they've been able to achieve so far, putting in a little bit of pressure, though. But the play zone is going to be closing out. Some teams, though, sitting up quite nicely in the northern part of the hemisphere. And Arab T sitting a little bit closer towards the center. Again, switching things up a little bit there from Arab T. I like that. Getting more confident in the way they have played so far. It has been very productive. But right now, there is more where that came from. Supernova on the front lines and looking for a way to press forward. That was ready for some action here.
Ooh, that is a beautiful spray. I thought the knockdown is gonna come by the vehicle, but the Afro Esports are going for that full send. They are fighting their best, but unfortunately they are just receiving knocks. They are just getting a very perfect exchange, and they get to win it. I thought that they were out of the race, but Afro Esports, that was amazing. I think they just lived up to the name, Nigeria known for the Afro, and they brought the beat in the Afro beat. NBT is on the other end trying to hold the areas of Mansion. They know that the fight is imminent. They know that they've already been pushed. The only thing that they need to is maintain, defend, and actually try to win this fight. NBT Agent, a one-man army getting pushed from all the different angles. They know that this is where they have to go for the send. They have to go for the fight. Unfortunately for them, they just want to play it safe. But where is safe? Everything is nothing but trouble. And Agent finding a way to survive it all. But the spray is coming from Art, and they show us the art of spraying. NBT is Abdul in the open, and the sprays are just raining on those vehicles. One shot, one knock, and they are just doing the Lord's work. This is a good position for them, and that is why they are making these kind of shots and sprays happen.
Wow. I mean, talk about mounting pressure, talk about consistent sprays, and it has been pressure after pressure after pressure. But right now, Andromeda have been forced into a very, very uncomfortable position. But I'm not sure why they're leaving the angles there. Ooh, that's a nasty shot with the M249. Casey gets bombed away there immediately by Reckless. Not the endangerment he was looking for, but unfortunately he does get found out, and not what he was expecting. But it does look like there's a little bit more where that came from, and that is going to put things into a very interesting perspective. But even at that, more pressure continues to mount. Supernova, that drive-by cost them 2 players. I'm not sure they want to do that one again. But right now, everyone is sitting quite nicely in that central area of shelter. This is where all of the action is brewing through, and looks like Arab T want to hold this area for themselves right now.
They're giving us some beautiful control of this area, but it's so rare to find players utilizing the M249, because most of the times the M249 is very, very good, but unfortunately when it comes to sprays, one of the worst weapons ever, unless you are a good player that knows his sensitivity controls very well, that knows how to use that gyro and use it to the fullest. But the art team, ARTs, they have been doing the Lord's work. See you taking down his own player as the Unsullied Army. Finally, we are seeing them again. You know, we saw them in the first Erangel. Yes, they did get some good eliminations, 11 points for that game. And finally, they are in a fight. They are still in the race for the top 16. And as it stands, Unsullied Army currently at 12 points. 12 points is not looking good. They just need a chicken dinner for them to at least secure a point and a place in that top 16, because at the moment any few points are needed. Pride team currently sitting at position number 4 out of all these groups that are playing right now. Most of these teams at the moment, they just need to chase the chicken. You know, get the chicken and you get to balance the scales.
Absolutely. If you get the chicken, that is all that really matters. And right now, Team Pride are putting in the work and eliminating one after the other. The guys from, I believe, Omega, as Black goes down as well. And now Unsullied Army looking to breach inside SRX. One of you tries to pop through, hose off the high ground just a little bit of the corner there. Conquest pushing to the right hand side, but he's spotted. He really gets the knock, and Unsullied Army will get another elimination. And they get more and more confident with each elimination right now. As O3 now pull up into the scene, they want a piece of Crazy Weirdos, and they want to wrap this one up. Ikorodu Dog tries to pop through, and now here comes the press forward into that angle. King immediately gets Arrow knocked away. That's a fantastic grenade on a trade-off. King tries to do 2 bodies getting dropped away by King, and that is a wrap and a half. Crazy Weirdos will put O3 Brothers to the sword, as they will not be able to breach them. Talk about defensive masterclass. What a performance from Crazy Weirdos there.
Yo, for 3 brothers, I think that was just a blind push. I think that was overconfidence talking, because how do you make a push? You don't even have intel of where these players are. You don't even have intel. You don't even have that opening knock, because I believe an opening knock is all that you need to make a push. But for the 3 brothers, no opening knock, no nothing. They just got abolished. They just got eliminated. One by one, they didn't see anything coming. That was a whole annihilation of a gameplay. That was an assassination. They didn't know what hit them. They thought they had the advantage, but what they didn't know is the kind of defensive power that was coming from the KZ Miados. Someone here from the 3 brothers is feeling crazy, because some crazy moments were felt And the zone might be shrinking in just a few seconds with the stage 5 closely approaching. Yeah, team that has been most dominant. You have the teams like the AE. They are still trying to find their footing, but they are still at number 1 when it comes to these two groups. We have the ART Pride team still not able to get their footing. They need to get the sub 16 because it is now or never. With only 2 games remaining, a team that does not secure it right now, they will not secure it again. Because with those 2 games, that means that all these teams might only have 1 game remaining. Most of them. It's only a few that will only have 2 games remaining, but most of them will have 1 game remaining after this game number 10. But the fights, they are still eminent. Team Pride finally making a strike, confident enough to make a push. But we need some knocks. We need some need eliminations. We need them to show us that they show pride when it comes to these kinds of fights. They are trying to find those eliminations with nades flowing, with nades flying. Wymie still finding a threshold, still trying to survive this. Oh, but Pride team, they are being taken down as if this is a fun room. And bodies lying everywhere. And those are being stolen. Why Leo with a great position. And Pride team losing fights. How are they losing this easily? I believe, they have the likes of Quilla. Quilla is a very good player. They have the likes of Yen. But they are losing these fights that they should not be losing at this particular juncture.
Yeah, I mean, you would think they had everything under control there, but unfortunately, they just didn't have the plans to close out the game there. Unfortunately, they did get caught out, and that's going to be a wrap for them. They did secure some eliminations so far, so hopefully that will yield something for them, but this performance has been quite unfortunate on the other hand. But it looks like that will be the end of the road for Omega as well. They will be getting swept out there in 12th place, and an unfortunate turn of events with what they've seen so far. Again, it changes the dynamic of what we've seen from majority of these teams. The rotations, a little bit of a slower one on the resolve, but right now the northern side of the zone is heavily contested by Afro Esports, and this with every single swipe that goes on, it gets closer and closer to show that this might be their game. Mad Lads as well, who have had a pretty quiet start. There's a chance that they might be able to also do something different as well and turn the heat on and turn off the pressure, but we'll see how they manage this game going forward.
Yeah, let's just wait and see how they will do that. But with nades falling, they gotta be careful. Yeah, one successful grenade at that particular point, that tunnel will be so hot for the ART team. Yes, they have been dominating that point, but at the moment, it's not looking good for them. The Solid Army just trying to get some approach, but that's a very good and fantastic knock. And the ART are able to dominate, and they are trying to get those eliminations in towards their end. And the Pride Wickham able to steal an elimination, almost got the ART player, but unfortunately does not have the numbers. He does not have the loot. He does not have the ammo. He just needs to play it safe, but Wickham is not that weak. Wickham, unfortunately, taken down. What are you saying? You're saying that you're not that weak? Guess what? Yes, I am coming for you. Creed just did the Lord's work, and Pride team is out of the race. For Pride is not looking amazing. Currently sitting with 30 total points. This is not where we were expecting Pride to be. But I believe they've actually played a couple of good games. Yes, they've actually played a couple of good games. They're just having a very terrible day. Maybe PMGO Season 2 is not theirs.
Yeah. Again, I think the game has just not been going their way these past couple of days. It's been a very rough draft. I think they're trying different things. They're trying different strategies for this particular lobby. I think that is where they just keep getting caught in transition every single time. I'm so surprised they fall to why esports. But again, it's bad positioning. That's what happens to them. They do secure some eliminations though. But again, similar to the first game, they secure some eliminations, but they get dropped out. And I think there's only one more game left for them to play now to see if they can still get some points on the board. But again, it boils down to the numbers. It's always going to be a numbers game. How many points can they actually get out there? But a fantastic grenade over the top there from Threesome. And Crazy Weirdos will bank on this one. They drop another one off the dome. 24 points on the bounce. And that is how you show levels. Another one will take a hit there. Now, Crazy Weirdos will be in a world of trouble. See you. We're starting to see them off back into the lobby. Beautiful sprays following suit. But the grenades and the Molotovs and the smokes will all come out in fruition. Does Afro Esports want to press this? Do they want to take the risk? Playzone is going to force them out as well. Arab T also getting locked out of the game there, forced back into the lobby. And now an opportunity for Mad Lads to press forward. That Barani almost taking a hit, almost getting swept off. Treesome goes down, courtesy of the Blue Zone. He succumbs to his injuries. Afro Esports capitalize. They add another one to their tally. They're dropping every single body inside of this space. 10 eliminations right now, and they're cruising through. Mad Lads getting absolutely bombarded on all sides, bullets every single where they look, and all they have to protect themselves now is smoke and mirrors, and hopefully the bullets will trail through. And the guys from Fear have not moved the muscle too much. They're sitting quite nicely just over to that south eastern side. It's going to be a very interesting rotation because they are already on the move. Order continues to spray down. Unfortunately, not enough to get the job done, but they will find King and will send him back as well, getting knocked away. Beautiful trade-off as well from Abubakar. More sprays following suit. Sergey's in trouble. Another grenade. More grenades from Afro Esports. They're not backing down, and another hit to follow through. 12 eliminations now, and Mad Lads will get eliminated. They go out with 4 bodies, and it's still not a good performance from them.
Yeah, that is still not a good performance. But AE Esports, it is looking crazy. 12 eliminations already. See you, a one-man army, 6 eliminations already, and we are in the last stages of the game. This is just by the stage number 6, approaching stage number 7. With only 3 teams remaining, this is looking to be one of the hottest games that we are currently in. And AE Afro Esports, they have a full-man army. They have been dominating. 13 eliminations already done and dusted for them. We have the AA with a 3-man army. Then finally we have Fear Esports with a 4-man army. Now the question is, who will be the first team to be able to make that push? And I think the fights are still on. AE has been most confident when it comes to these kind of fights, and if they can be able to shake off Fear, they can be able to avert death. But when are they going to do that? They keep on spraying from long distance. Now see you try to cook up a good name because he has a very, very good position, out of range, out of reach, and Just King taken down, knocked, and they might just have won. They might just have taken Fear down. Fear Wakaendi is the only player surviving, but they have to be watchful. They have to be watching out for the AE. They are fighting on all different angles, on all different fronts. They are watching their right, they are watching their left, and they are leaving the lobby. And Stone, they are leaving every stone turned. They are cooking. They are the chief chefs, and they just need to put that final pin on the coffin for them to actually get a chicken dinner. This will be a game changer. AA down on their knees with only 1 player remaining, and that is the opposite. But they gotta be careful. They still have the game. They still have to get those eliminations to their end. They need to win this, and they need to win this right now. Fear, all of their players revive, but they have a 3-man army, and that is a perfect nade, a perfectly timed one. AA Angelo taken down as AA taken down flying. Andromeda out of the race. Now they know this is the moment, this is the opportunity. A 4v3 situation for them. They have the angle, they have the numbers, they have the operation, they have the consistency. Now they need that chicken dinner. That is it. That is how you do it. Winner chicken dinner for none other than the Afro Esports.
Afro Esports on the double, and they get the job done with an astounding performance. Actually, the second best performance that we've seen after Neon Outlaws. This is the second best one I've seen as well. Total domination, total clear-cut chances, no mistakes, no errors, clear, no mistakes. They understood the assignment. They did everything right. They finished the game strongly. And this is how you show your absolute level. Afro Esports putting Fear Esports back into the lobby. Not what they were expecting. Not even the slightest, right? Afro Esports. This one was pretty straightforward for Afro Esports. If I'm being honest, it was pretty straightforward. I think Fear had a chance to wrap this game up earlier, but again, Fear. They were afraid. I don't know why. This is a team that's won a chicken dinner in Erangel on day one, match 1. This is the team that won a chicken dinner, and you know, Ever
Mm-hmm.
since they won match one, they have not had a top three finish since then. Only to now get another opportunity like this, and they don't do the exact same thing they did in that game one, that match one, when they won the chicken dinner. And how they won the chicken dinner was they waited, right, and then they got involved in a third party between the last two teams, and I was expecting them to do that again when the guys from Afro were faced off with Mad Lads and a bunch of other teams when they were trying to pick apart players, and even Andromeda as well towards that final third. I was expecting them to now decide, okay, let's start seeing if we can pick them off, one elimination here, one here, make it difficult for Afro Esports to play as a unit going into the final sequence, right? Because one thing you can do is, for a team that's on high morale like Afro Esports is there, for a team that's on that high morale, the best you can actually do at that level is find and it's one of them, eliminate them, try to isolate one and reduce their numbers. That's the best chance you get. But allowing them to play as a unit, consistently bullying everybody else, is never going to be a good sign. Because take a look at that. They finished with I believe this is 19 eliminations that they finished with, roughly just one behind the performance that we saw from Neon Outlaws just a couple of matches ago. That is to show you that Afro Esports did not come here to play around.
They didn't come to play around because of those eliminations are insane. Almost two players getting eight eliminations. Basiu was the one that got the most eliminations in the game. 8 eliminations. Now again, CU still in the MVP, but at the moment still in that most eliminations, because he has been chasing the MVP position for as long as I can remember, because he needs to get the $200. As you can see, CU with the highest damage with 8 eliminations, 975 damage, close to 1,000. Why me with the most grenade eliminations, which is one. We have the King Shot with the longest elimination, 324. And at least we are seeing the numbers moving further when it comes to the longest elimination. But for the Top Traveler, again, CU. How do you have the most eliminations and you are still the Top Traveler? CU, you have to teach us your ways, because that was a CU moment. I don't believe, because I was expecting a player that was not in the MVP position to be the most, to have the most distance travel when it comes to the Erangel map, but no, CU was the man. And for the match summary, one of the things that I tend to look at, yes sir, vehicle elimination. So 2 vehicle eliminations at par with the grenade eliminations. That was a very, very good game. We almost saw a bad vehicle eliminations, but the Afro Esports were able to prevent that. That was a very, very fantastic game for them. And finally, we are seeing the airdrops getting looted. But, that game was amazing. But we had one player standing out of the 64 that played that game. And that is none other than CU. I'm not surprised. I don't think Priest is surprised, because that guy, he deserved it. Second time today that we are seeing CU. I think he might have made it. He might have gotten enough eliminations to put him in a contendant position for the MVP, please.
Absolutely. I mean, again, this is one of those players, right? He has shown time and time again that he is one of the best, and it is undeniable. His character, his ability, we've seen that, in all of the matches for Afro Esports. He has been the standout player, and we're going to see if that will be the case going forward, for the teams. But right now, King, we saw his performance as well for Crazy Weirdos. He was absolutely incredible in that standoff against the guys from O3 Brothers. Again, he put them, he made them stressed out because they didn't think he was able. They didn't think they were gonna be able to hold him off. And I think that is where the mistakes from O3 started coming in, because of that defensive position that he just couldn't hold out. And you could see that, between them. But even at that, to keep his calm, to make sure that he gets the job done in that sequence, he puts it all together. 29 points to the good though for Afro Esports, and Crazy Weirdos in the closest sequence get 10 points following. I mean, all of the points basically stashed away there by Afro Esports. 29 to the good, 19 eliminations. Closest to them is Crazy Weirdos with 8. That's almost 3 times the number. Andromeda, Fear Esports, and the rest all tied at 8 on the other side. Arab T with 6. On Solid Army, Y Esports, and I think Team Pride in 9th place with 5 apiece. With no placements to show for it, and this shows you, PTK, how tough it is. The points are not spreading around.
Yeah, true. I feel as if we have a very, very big skill gap. When it comes to these teams, you are either too good or too shady, because it is okay. I have a lot of questions because team number 1 getting 29 total points, then team number 2 getting 10 points, a difference of 19 points between teams. That is absolute raging. Honestly speaking, I think the 3 brothers, they need to be screaming right now. They need to be screaming, because how do you have 4 points and we have a team that has 29? They almost got to the 30-point mark where we saw Neon Outlaws hitting, but it has been amazing. In that game, we've had some teams that have been very, very top, and none other than Afro Esports, no doubt in that. But also the Crazy Weirdos performed very, very nicely. If you watch the fight between Crazy Weirdos versus that was 03 Brothers. Yes, 03 Brothers made a wrong call. They made a push, and Crazy Weirdos, they made sure that the 03 Brothers felt the wrath of a wrong push. They made sure that they will never do that again. For Crazy Weirdos, they had a very fantastic game when it came to how they defended. But the team that got the most exceptional game is Afro Esports with 19 eliminations. That was amazing. More than 10 points separating the two teams. In terms of damage, close to 3,000 damage. Afro Esports, that was absolutely diabolical. That was insane. High IQ, high octane game. And that is how they are higher the table for the overall top MVP. Priest, it's no surprise. See you today. Just one day, he's be getting numbers. 8 eliminations, 7 eliminations. No wonder that guy has just dethroned the person that has been dominating so much in that overall top MVP, who was the Neon Beekeeper.
Yeah, Beekeeper has been moved to the side. And I was quite surprised. I was thinking it was going to be very close at some point, but unfortunately it was not going to be the case. Neon, Beekeeper gets shifted to the side there. And the MVP race, it looks like it's all but one for Afro Esports, because I think there's still, one match left on both sides. So it's anyone's game going into these last 2 sequences. But take a look at that. Neon Outlaws 89 on the bounce, and they might clock that 100 you were talking about, PTK. It's not too far out. And Afro Esports are going to try to give chase, but I don't think they're going to make it. They're roughly 25 points behind. It's going to be a major leap if they do manage it. And Tribe Warriors have given way to the 3rd place drop. Chaos Syndicate as well drop even further into 4th place. And Team Code also managing to still stay within the confines of the top 8 in that position and in that regard as well. It is going to be a very interesting game to see how these teams will manage to close out these last 2 games. The Saints still sitting quite nicely in 8th position. 35 points though. Ooh, that is going to be a very, very interesting one to hold on to. But taking a look at where things are sitting right now, this is where the bubble lies, PTK. Arab T with 35. Again, not too safe. Team Pride with 30, 31 for Mad Lads. Soul Reapers with 28. Beer with 26. Andromeda also with 26. 26, 14th, 13th to 16th are all 26 points. Anyone outside of here right now, can dislodge any of these teams from 13th place to 16th place. So if you move over to the next stage, to the next page of the leaderboard, this is where it gets crazy, PTK, because now the points are very interesting. 03, Oxygen, Vanguard, 21 on the bounce. They are 5 points away from greatness. 5 points is all they need. 1 game is all that's left. This is the pressure, PTK. This is the pressure.
Ooh la la, Mamma Mia, one game remaining. Hey. You guys think that we have been shouting? Now we are not shouting, we shall be screaming. Because what is about to be done with one game, but we have a team like Abu has 4 games. I think they might have missed a game. That is just on them. But that is going to prove to be a pinch for them. It's gonna be crazy. For now, we are just talking about those 2 games that are remaining. And out of these 2 games, we have a Miramar game, and then we have an Erangel game. The teams that fancy Erangel, this is your chance to shine. For the teams that fancy Miramar, this is your moment, this is your opportunity, but they don't get to choose the maps because the maps have already been set in stone. For the top 16, right now, I just want to tell you congratulations. Even though I don't know who it is, congratulations, and we will be getting our answer. We know we have a lot of questions, but don't forget, guys, like the stream, log in, get some good popcorns. Yes, get some good popcorns, the big bucket, because this game is one for the record book. See you in just a few. Don't change the dial. See you in a few seconds. Now the last 2.
The dream of competing on the global stage never died. Now your chance to rise has returned. New beginning, new season. PMNC qualifiers, Nigeria. 4 paths, 1 road, 1 goal. This is 2026 PMGO Africa Season 2.
Doom, 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 doom. Those are sounds of war, because we have the 2 final games that we have been hoping to see the whole day. A total of 10 games have been played. Now we are in the game number 11, and here everyone is game and everyone can be turned into shame. It is that moment, it is that opportunity for teams to start rising or for teams to start fumbling. There is no any other chance. They have to make it happen, and they have to make it right now. With 1 game remaining amongst all the 31 teams that are participating today, this is the moment where they get to prove that it is not by luck that they are here, but it is by skills. Skills are there. Every single player here possesses skills, but who has the better skills? Who will be getting that highly contested top 16? Now, let me break it down for you guys. I want to be as lenient, as slow as I can, and I hope you all will be getting all this information in the right manner. But don't forget, have your popcorns. Don't forget, be ready for action, because this is going to be a hell of a game. 2 games, Miramar and Erangel, for these teams is going to be catastrophic. It is going to be eminent. And let me talk about this. You know, Neon Outlaws, they are in to set records, because with only 6 games, they might be hitting the 100-point mark. For the Tribe Warriors, they are following in suit, but we are not concentrating so much on the teams that are at the top. We will be putting our concentration on the teams that are in to get to that top 16, because the gap is not that big. But they have shown us, Neon Outlaws, the likes of which team got a chicken dinner? Yeah, the team that has CU, Afro Esports. They have shown us that with just 1 chicken dinner, you can be able to turn everything all around. Now we are looking to see remontadas happen. Is Pride out of the game? Is Prime out of their prime? Who will be getting that highly contested top 16? Because the teams that actually make it to the top 16, they have a chance to go to the PMNC Nigerian Finals, which will be a land, by the way. For those guys that don't know about this, if you are in Nigeria, this is your opportunity to get and meet the players that are making Nigeria's name shout. Not just shout high. For Neon Outlaws, I think they know that they have already made it. The only thing they need is to, I don't know, win it. They have it all. But I smell a chicken dinner coming, but I don't think it's from the Neon Outlaws. Maybe some underdogs might be coming up. I want to have a conversation with the chat. Now, this is the moment where we get to have that conversation. And I need you guys to lock in. Nigeria, which team do you think will be winning a chicken dinner in these 2 games? Because we have the Erangel game and then we have the Miramar game. So lock in your prediction, because I will be using that against you. Peachy Pie, if you're watching, yes, I know you are. Lock in the predictions, because I need to attack you guys. Yes, today I need to attack you guys based on what you choose. But lock in the predictions. Let's get to see which team you are supporting and you think might get that chicken dinner, and which team you think might be getting that remontada. You never know. Maybe we are giving away something that I don't really want to say, but I can't mention it at the moment. But look in the comment section. Let's get to see which team you're supporting. And if you think they're getting the chicken dinner, are we going to see the Afro Esports taking another chicken dinner? Are we going to see Neon Outlaws making it 4 chicken dinners? And that will be 3 chicken dinners in a row out of all the games that they have been able to play today. Are we going to see Afro Esports pulling up a second chicken dinner. I'm not 100% sure, but I think these guys have the ability to do that. But I believe the skill gap is a little too big. When these teams play, when Afro Esports play, when Neon Outlaws play, I feel as if the games are becoming so one-sided. For the underdogs that are in these games, they need to start waking up. The games are not over. They need to start showing out because this is their moment. This is their opportunity. And if you're watching, don't forget, give the streamers like, subscribe, because this is where PUBG Mobile keeps on pushing. PMGO. And this is the season 2. Not forgetting 24,000 USDs on the prize pool. MVP position being highly contested, $200. And this is the road to the globals. This is the road where we want them to know that Africa, we are coming for the title. As Africa, we are chasing, not just chasing. We are going for that top spot. Because I would actually really want to see if Africa makes it to PMGO. I want Africa to get to the finals, because most of the times as Africa, yes, we get to these international stage, but one thing that happens is Africa, we don't get the recognition because we get eliminated quite early. Yes, I'm not attacking anyone, but we get eliminated quite early. You know, let me just put all the goods in the same table. Let me just spell it out, because I never shy away from banters. As Africa, man, we've not been performing very well. And I believe after this PMGO, because we've seen teams like the Neon Outlaws quite terrific, they've shown us that they are PMGO worthy. Yes, they are good in Nigeria, and I believe they might be better when it comes to the African PMGO. But first, they have to shake off. They have to win the PMNCs. Yes, they will have dominated the group stages, but it is not over. They have to dominate when it comes to the PMNC first, get the win, secure the position, then go to PMGO Africa, get the number 1. For you to represent Africa, you have to be the best. For you to be the best, you have to take on the best. I'm talking about the X-Force Rejects. This time around, I think, and I feel as if they are going to be having one very, very big run for their money. Or what do you think, chat? Do you think that the X-Force Rejects will still represent Africa, or are we going to see a new team imagine an underdog in this international scene, imagine and actually representing Africa? So that's right in the comment section, those two things. I've told you, write the prediction of the team that you think will win the game number 5 and the game number 6, which is eminently the game number 11 and game number 12, to wrap everything up for the PMNC Nigeria group stages. And also lock in the comment section, do you believe that the X-Force Rejects might get knocked out, eliminated, might not retain the title for being the best team in Africa? Do you think we are going to see a brand new team, either from Nigeria, from Kenya, from the Wildcard, from South Africa? So make sure that you lock in the comment section. And I want to give a big shout out to all the guys that have been in the comment section, because we are here because of you guys. I'm talking about the Madman, I'm talking about Slime Wizard as we prepare for that game, Ghost Boy Tribe, we have Valley, Peachy Pie, Merix, Keyboard Warrior. I've seen you guys in the comment section, and I see you are living the dream, and this is it. This is the final game for some of the teams. This is Miramar. It has been a land that has been quite dry. It has been a land that has given us exceptional gameplay. It has been a land where the Neon Outlaws have been able to get back-to-back chicken dinners. But the question is, are we going to see the underdogs rising? Are we going to see a remontada happening in this last game of Miramar? Priest, I hope you are here. Priest, hello, welcome back.
What a ride it has been. What a ride it has been. Some teams, this is the last opportunity they are going to get to do something different, to do something special. Eyes will be on them going into this next game. And the goal here, if you're not getting 10 points minimum, your fate is in the air. And the air is not the place you want to have your fate. That is one thing I can tell you for sure. You have to take your fate into your own hands. You have to take your fate into your own hands. You have to do the job. You have to get into the nitty-gritty and take it on, because this is where it's going to be very, 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 very difficult for some of these teams, because now you cannot make mistakes. You have all of the opportunities to make all the mistakes you could up until this game. It boils down to this last match. Miramar, some people, they've played all of their errand girls in this team, in this lobby. They've played all of their errand girls. This is the last Miramar. This is the last game for them. This is the most important game at this stage. You cannot be caught wanting. You have to take the bull by the horns and make sure that the job is done here, because you cannot get caught slacking.
Yes, if you get caught lacking, guess what? You'll be lacking the top 16. At the moment, you just have to keep pushing. You just have to keep raining. And the zone already identified moving in towards the southern parts of Miramar. And I'm talking the areas in towards Los Higos. I honestly speaking, I've never seen this name. In all the games that I've played, in all the games that I've commentated, I have never seen Los... Is it Vigos or what? Honestly, I've never mentioned that name in all these games. But, you know, right now, yeah, I just did that. So my dry spell is done, is over. But for Afro Esports, yes, they did get a good chicken dinner. Maybe, hopefully, they might be getting a chicken dinner right now. But you know what, Priest? Look at this. We have two of the best teams in the same lobby. Neon Outlaws, Afro Esports. All of them have gotten more than 25 point games. But are they really going to dominate if both of them are in the same lobby? This is why we love the last games.
Exactly. This is why we love the last games, right? It gives us a sense of urgency. It adds a little bit of spice to the games. We're taking a look at the points as they stand right now. If you look at that little box there, from SRX all the way down, to Oxygen, 23 points to 28 points, 5 points between them. 5 points between them. This is where it gets very, very spicy, because we still have the likes of Unsullied Army and VXR and Angels of Death, who we can't rule them out just yet. But anything for these guys outside of 10 points is bye. It's goodbye. Your journey, you know, your road to PMGO ends here. Anything outside of 10 points. So they have to do it. But then these are teams that haven't even gotten 10 points at all through the games, all through all of the matches they've played. 5 matches before here, they've not secured 10 points in any single game. So now they will need to secure 10 points in this game to even get a chance. Not that it guarantees them qualifying, but it gives them a chance. And speaking of chances now, AOD in trouble. Ferran getting knocked away. SRX is another one of those teams. They are in a good spot, but they can be in a much better spot right now to improve their position. This is the team that won a chicken dinner, mind you. They're still not safe.
Yeah, no one is safe at the moment. Even though you got a chicken dinner, no one is safe. At the moment, it's all about the team that is dominating at that particular point. It's all about yesterday. Yes, you did get a chicken dinner. Maybe that was just gifted to you. But we know nothing is gifted. For these lobbies, you have to fight for your keep. But it's not looking very, very bad for most of them, because only 3 players have been eliminated. And one from the Angels of Death, being amongst the first teams to whisper death in their own ears. And the only thing that they can hear is carnage. We also have another player from Unsullied Army taken down, and Fear Esports. They gotta fear these kind of lobbies. And we have someone in the chat saying that Hillary is saying that AOD is winning these. Okay, that is a good one. Peachy Pie is saying, I'm rooting for Neon. Yeah, hopefully they are able to ensure that you don't get disappointed. Now it's just a line in wait for the zone to close, because we are still at the stage number 1. And for most of these teams, I believe they'll just try to play it safe. But I feel as if, Priest, you know, for the teams that are lying very, very low in that table, they need to get their confidence, approach these fights confidently, because that is what they're lacking. At the moment, they don't got anything to lose while making a push. They only have something to lose if they don't make the push. Because a team like TA, a team like War Esports, if they don't go for a push right now, even though they get a chicken dinner, that will not be enough.
Exactly. If they don't get a chicken dinner, it's not a good result, right? It's not a good result. Anything outside of a chicken dinner is not a good result. That's why I was hammering on 10 points, because that is a chicken dinner, right? A chicken dinner with no eliminations is 10 points, but of course, that's unlikely. You don't see stuff like that every other time. But I think for the likes of team like Prime, I think this one is just a little bit too much for them. Abubakar, somehow he makes the run across the street and doesn't get dropped by MJ. So that's to tell you that, okay, this one's just a little bit too much for him. I mean, take a look at that. Grenades following suit. He doesn't even move. One grenade hits. Surely the next grenade is going to knock him, and he does. Oda launches that one again, packs him in. This is what we're talking about, right? The guys from Afro Esports, they can already smell the fear in Prime right now, and they're going to have to press them forward and eliminate them. And again, the points are going to tally up. Now, I think it's more for the guys from Afro Esports. I think more for them, it's towards finishing on top of the lobby. I think that's what that's what matters to Afro Esports, because this is going to be their last opportunity again. Oh, that's a nice shot from Wildcard, and Assad goes down. See you guys popping through. And Viper has been compromised. I'm pretty sure they know where he is. MJ still knocked away while all this is going on. Trying to pop through again. And Abubakar goes down. Oh, does he go for the flush? Does he go for the flush? He does. And he lost his 1v1, but he does get knocked away. And again, Order is there to pick him up.
Oh, how many DPS did that guy just eat and still didn't get knocked?
He was missing his shots. He was missing his shots. Yeah, he was missing. Fear. He was afraid. He was afraid.
I think he needs to join Fear Esports. He definitely has to join Fear Esports, because how they lost the fight, it was insane. But even that thing becomes an issue. Now you get to understand the kind of intensity that the AE are bringing to the game. These guys are not afraid. They just go all in. Whether you are a top team, whether you are a low-ranked team in that table, they do not care. The fight is still the same. The intensity is still the same. They are not holding back. For Abubakar, that was a good teamwork, because Abubakar was almost eliminated. But how they came in clutch, I believe Abubakar was shouting. He was shouting on top of his lungs, "Don't let that guy finish me!" And yeah, it worked. It got to work.
Absolutely. It worked. It worked the way they wanted it to work. But right now, the likes of, we're going to have to keep a very, very close eye on O3 Brothers right now, because I think one of their players is knocked away, was taking a lot of damage. O3 cannot afford to get eliminated now, because if they do, that is the end of the road. They will not be in the PMNC Nigeria Finals. They cannot afford to lose that right now. K9 under siege as well, but I think K9 have done just well enough to stay in the conversation with the 43 points. I think they're going to be fine. But even at that, the way it has set up right now, the likes of Vextra, they need a whole lot more. They need a lot of points. They need a lot of performances. AOD, Vextra, Unsullied Army, Oxygen, O3. These teams need those points, BTK.
Yeah, we have O3 and then we have O2. I don't know which is the better one. Yeah, 3 brothers need O2, but for the O2 they don't need O3. And for those guys that know what I'm talking about, yeah, just tap the like and just say something in the comment section. But anyway, we have the team Oxygen. Yeah, they're still trying to find those eliminations, but they gotta be careful, because yes, just standing and stopping in the open, that is quite detrimental, and the agents are there. And all the players is sent down packing. This is not the Lion King, but Leo. He just felt that push as they are trying to find the zone. The terrain on Miramar is quite confusing. You might think that the terrain is very, very tough, but unfortunately we have those hurdles. We have like the hilly, lumpy areas. So you have to make sure that you are moving in the right path. Otherwise, stopping too far in the open might be a game over for you. For most of these teams at the moment, They're just trying to enter the play zone, because entering the play zone might give you that needed advantage. And you see the shots. Yeah, he's trying to be Federalis. We've seen those flicks coming into play, and they are going for that shotgun push, but unfortunately not enough DBS in hand. But unfortunately, AE Abubakar sent down, but they still have a chance. The teamwork has been in order, as Order is back on his feet. Afro Esports have just been so instrumental. 7 eliminations already. See you up in the MVP position, because 4 eliminations he's continuing like solidifying his lead. I don't believe anyone at this specific time might be able to dethrone CU from that MVP position. Quite solid and quite insane. That is a dangerous player. Each and every game, this guy is securing points after points after points. You know, Priest, looking at the first game, 7 eliminations. Looking at the second game, 8 eliminations. Now for the third game, already he has 4 eliminations. How much can this guy bring?
That's a real question, you know. And again, repeated offenses will cause a lot of drama going into the final phases of this particular game, because Afro Esports, the way they're playing, they're so difficult to beat. You can see the guys from SRX struggling. They get a knock, but another one is right there to knock another one. Anubis now trading off. It's so easy for 7. It's so easy for 7 getting knocked away. But again, they don't allow you to go for the flush. They're so dangerous. They're so persistent. You get one of them knocked away, but you can't do anything. You can't flush because there's another one on your shoulder causing problems, relieving it, making it difficult for you to press forward. And I'm loving this from Afro Esports, but can they keep it up in the final? Because that is where it really matters. But now Neon Outlaws, it is all up to them now, trying to deal with the guys from War. Grenade over the top side there. Werewolf trying to make something happen, but unfortunately there's going to be no dice, as Lonely Wolf will be sent back into the lobby. War, they've been losing a whole lot of battles here. And Neon are going to be the next ones to cause problems for them. They had a very interesting turnout, the way things have been set in position. But right now, SRX have been eliminated with 29 points on the bounce. So they can, their path to the final is not sealed yet. They do have 1 foot in the final, but it is not done yet. SRX now, PTK, they're praying. They're praying that all of the other teams that are beneath them on the leaderboard do not get any more points.
I think their prayer is going to be a long one. Might be up until next year, because these points are still surviving. These teams are still surviving, and they are still packing up those shots. But St. Cloud is trying to get a good knock, but the knock not being registered. Cloud with a push. Yeah, in his hand, he has that shotgun, S12K, one of the most lethal shotguns ever, with the nades getting cooked each and every place. But unfortunately, that was very good. And Nova losing a player. Nova, this might be over. Chips getting chipped out. They need that elimination. Nova, as Pseudo is down on his knees, they know that this player might be the final player surviving, and that is a good push, and that is a good knock, and they keep on dominating. But Supernova, and it is game over for them. Never expected that push, but the push just came. On the other end, we have the Afro Esports still packing up those eliminations with TA, losing players. TA, they are receiving that T. Just put the E in TA, and you will know what these guys are experiencing. Bring that T to AE, and they will get refreshed, take you back to the lobby in a very unfamiliar pattern, but they still are packing them short. AE is unstoppable at the moment. Yes, we've been talking about Neon Outlaws, but have you seen the AE? Currently 13 eliminations, and they are still going in strong. See you, 5 eliminations. There is no stopping him now. MVP position, just give this guy.
Those MVP conversations are going to keep Beekeeper alive, or rather keep him up all night, because it's going to be a long day for him, because he's also in this lobby, right? Beekeeper is in the lobby right now, and he's still falling behind to see you even further. And that's what makes this even much more difficult. It has been a very tumultuous game for Afro Esports here. They are not taking their foot off the gas, not even the slightest. And then they talk about them having to get, roughly 15 points, I believe, behind. And I think they had about a 25-point gap between themselves and Neon Outlaws. It looks like that gap is going to be closing any moment from now. VXR are going to have to press forward now. Shots flying through from YE Sports. They could be, in a word of hurt. Leo gets knocked away. Luffy not going to let this one slide on. Phoenix has to press forward now. Santa, Ansel, and Suki also playing it a little bit closer now. But Afro Esports, here they come. They're bleeding out the entire lobby. These guys are not backing down. And they're looking for more options, looking for more open spaces. CU pulls up immediately. Phoenix goes down. And Afro Esports now. DXR are probably happy about this, but are not going to be, because Wire is also going to take a hit. Afro Esports, they're shooting anywhere. Anywhere Beleface, they will drop anybody. They don't care at this point. Anyone that peeks out can get it. And Afro Esports are about to show them. They're about to dunk on them. Talk about pressure. An insurmountable amount of pressure coming through all the way around. And YE Sports trying their absolute best to stay alive. But with each second that passes by, it gets more and more difficult. With Afro Esports breathing down their necks. At this point, it's just uncanny because you don't see stuff like this every other day. You don't see teams play like this. When you see teams play like this, you have expectations of them going forward. And right now, Afro Esports, the handbrakes, they've taken everything off. They finally lost Abubakar, but I don't think that stopped them. Easy for 7 did get knocked away there. I'm not sure if he's gotten picked up, but it looks like Unsullied Army won a piece of the action as well. Shots flying through. Easy for 7 does go down to K9, so Afro Esports will lose another, and now they will lose order courtesy of MVP. And it looks like it is going to be K9 and Unsullied Army that will work hand in hand to close this down and get rid of the tyrant that is Afro Esports.
Afro Esports, yeah, they need to be taken out. If you find a place where all these teams are trying to take you down to the lobby, but they are also still failing, you never joke about a team like that. See you, 6 eliminations, you see him? No, you do not. K9 Devil trying to find a very, very good angle, but see you already knows that his position is compromised, and that is why he's trying to change the angle. He's trying to change the approach into that fight. But these players, they have been instrumental. Currently 15 eliminations and they are not backing down. They still want more. Feed me more is the motto, and they are being fed more. They went for the third party. Yes, they did get a couple of knocks. Why Esports? They were quite lucky because AE was there, provided the cover fire, and they had a very, very good lead, peaceful approach, because AE just fought against the enemies. On the other end, we have the Neon Babies sent down by Saint, and they are also losing numbers. In this game, the big teams, the big guns, they are getting sent back to the lobby in a manner that they never expected. AE, though they are going to dominate the whole game, we have the Neon Outlaws. They thought that they are going to dominate the whole game, but they just lost numbers, and the numbers keep on clanking. 0-3 Lamsi, one of the few players to get eliminated in the first game by the 3 brothers, but that's a good knock. And Solid Army says goodbye, waves a very, very big hand and goes back to the lobby. For Unsolid Army, I think this might be the end of the race, Priest.
Yeah, Unsolid Army will have to wave goodbye to any PMNC Finals hopes and dreams, as they have been swept out of the lobby. Unfortunately, they don't get the job done. They do not get the points, and they do get racked away there. And right now, Afro Esports, with all of their might, they're still down to CU, the last one left. And again, he has been spotted. I believe he's taking some damage on that other side. It looks like it might be GG's for him very soon if he's not careful enough to make a quick dash for it on the other side. Fear Esports also under siege here. If they can make something happen, now would be the time. The guys from Y Esports, this is another team, 16 points to the good. All they have to do is hang on. A chicken dinner will do the job for them, at least to some regard. But Fear Esports, also another team that cannot afford to make any mistakes. They cannot afford to lose out here. Beekeeper on the MVP charge continues, but he's yet to secure any eliminations in this game so far. It has been a very, very difficult transition for him in this last game, but he has had a magnificent performance in these group stages. But we're going to see now why esports, they have to do something. They have to take the bull by the horns right now. And there is a big chance that they might be able to rack up the guys from VXR. But the VXR, they want this more. They need this more. Way more. Way more. VXR cannot make any mistakes. Sprays come through. 8 knees. Immediately picked up. He's going to be dropped away by Luffy. And VXR, they smell it now. They know that they are in a world of trouble. But Y will not allow them to back on. Because K9 will pull up into the mix. Business. Can he turn this around? No. VXR will also get swept away. And now big trouble. Because VXR are also out. No chance for them to go to the PMNC Finals. Another team bites the dust, PTK.
Woo, 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 woo. I don't like it, but you know what? I'm enjoying it. Yes, they're asking why. Vexa, don't worry. Yes, it's the Y esports that took you back to the lobby. Yeah, and the last letters that you will be getting are not X, just the Y. You gotta love their ambition, you gotta love their power, you gotta love their commitment. On the other end, we have K9 pulling and giving us a very, very good game, already at 5 eliminations, but they are lacking the numbers. But what they're lacking in the numbers, they just gave us in terms of those eliminations. Why esports Santa, this ain't Christmas, but this is a ceremony, but not for you. Why esports a very, very good game, but they don't see you, but we see you just trying to hold it out. Gonna maintain his composure. See you, very instrumental. This player does not miss. Currently 7 eliminations, and they are still striking. They don't have the numbers, but they are still striking. They are still causing carnage. They are still causing trouble, and that is why you gotta love the beauty. AE is one of the best teams. Afro Esports, no wonder they are holding that position. Currently at 80 points, just 13 points shy from getting to the Neon Outlaws. But for them to get to Neon Outlaws, they have to do a lot. This one player needs to give us a chicken dinner, of which it is one thing to dream, but another to believe. But at the moment, they still are cooking. Neon Outlaws still at number 1. We have the K9, a good game for them. And if they get some good placement, I believe they are going to be solidifying their top 16 position. For teams like Three Brothers, they need a chicken dinner. Yes, they need a chicken dinner. I said it. They need to get a chicken dinner. Not just a chicken dinner. If they fail to get a chicken dinner, they need some good eliminations. And they need to survive up until the top 3. For Fear Esports, not looking amazing because they have a trio. And the trio not doing a lot. Because I believe people have not seen much of the Fear Esports coming to this final game.
Ooh. Well, this is one for the books. We're down to 7 teams here. Y Esports have been eliminated with 5 points, 21 points on the board, and I think that is going to be a wrap for them as well, and that will be the end of the road. Finally, Afro Esports will be put to rest at the hands of the Saints. They will be delivered, and that will be the end of the road. But what a performance they have had at this stage. Neon Outlaws continue their ascent to the top draw, and now there's more pressure mounting on the other side as well. Playing over to the northwestern side, O3 are still holding that position in the lonesome. But take a look at that. O2, Oxygen, they still have it. There's still a chance for Oxygen to turn this around. They might be able to snatch something away. O3 as well. Slow and steady. Slow and steady. It is all mattering now. Roman gets called out by Kodudok, immediately knocked through the tiniest of spaces. And this is the opening that O3 have been looking for. But now, Saint getting called out. Kodudok with another fantastic grenade. Does a little bit of damage here. Infantile almost getting pulled out their smokes in tandem to make sure that there is no space to run and hide here. Kodudok gets the angle right. Surely has to press forward. Barumzi and his teammate Lunatic are trying to secure positions inside of the zone, but Rumsey is going to apply a little bit of pressure on this press forward. And here comes the guys from Saint. Can they make their dash around? Fantano also making a dash for it over to the right hand side, but can he press forward now? Kodudok trying to get an angle here. Roman is all back full HP. He has to deal with Ikorodu Doc. He has to. And that's a fantastic grenade launched. And he does deal the damage. But they're going to put a trade-off. Ikorodu Doc goes down. All three cannot afford to lose here. And they lose another one. And this is a dangerous play from Rumsey. Immediately getting flushed off on his right-hand side. And a big spray follows through. Rumsey has to turn around. He has to escape. He has to tap. And he knows that this is too risky. But Rantano's going to train him off. And Saints will not let this one back down. Saints might be the thorn in the side of 03 brothers. They might be the ones to push them out of the PMNC finals. This is a dangerous game that 03 have played, and it looks like he's not going to come out the way they were expecting. But Chief Lala peeks out. He's also going to get knocked away. And 02 also cannot afford to make any mistakes. Oxygen, it is a high risk for them. Osama and Rage playing in behind, playing too slow for comfort, but they do have a little bit of the zone to work with. Saint exploded, and that will be the end of the road. 03 eliminated, and they might not have made it into the into the PMNC finals. This is absolutely jaw-dropping action here in the final game for some of these teams. Oxygen have still not secured any meaningful point. Only placement. Finally, sprays come through. Pressing forward immediately. Sprays through with the S12K. They need all the points they can get here. Pressing forward into the angle, but here comes Neon Outlaws. And Neon about to cause more problems. Grenades following through. Skinny's about to launch one over to the left-hand side. Rage! DP28 reloading for 300 days. This is the worst time to have a DP28, but finally gets a drop on it. And now Oxygen have to hold on to make sure something happens, but today will not be the day. Fear will be there to stop them.
Oh my word, fear, no, with the fear, but O2 can feel the suffocation. Carbon monoxide breathe into their lungs and they are out of the race. But have they made it to the top 16? We are yet to see that, but these are the final teams that are remaining. Neon Esports with a full man, not with a trio. We have Saint not believing anymore, but they are going for that full send. They are going for that revive, and it's not looking good as Fear Esports. They might be heading to that final chicken dinner. This is the last game, and this is the final stretch. They need to give us something new. They need to give us something amazing. Don't breathe. Hold your breath, because this is it. The zone might be shrinking in just a few seconds, and this is where all hell will be breaking loose. All hell will be unleashed as Saint Esports are sent down and out. Now we are down to a 3v3 situation, and Neon Outlaws going to take a fourth chicken dinner, which will be a third consecutive chicken dinner that they will have gotten today. And it is night. As time is ticking, TikTok, they are waiting. Fear Just King is still fear. They are still roaming, hoping and believing they want a chance to come back into these. Fear Esports are not looking good, but they still have the motivation. They have the angle. They have the position. They have everything that is needed. And switches to the M416. That is for the Fear White Candy. For the Neon Beekeeper has been chasing the MVP position, but at the moment, I can comfortably say that the MVP is out of the race. Starlight seeing a couple of stars, went for the push, but the Neon Outlaws, Starlight almost eliminated quite some backup counter-strike, and he is still back in the game, and they are getting knocked. Fear might get a chicken dinner, quite a beautiful spray, and it is down to a 2v1 situation. Fear Just King and no Fear adjusting the position. And this nade might be the seal, and this nade might be what is needed to give Fear that chicken dinner. Skinny, he got the MVP position, but Neon Esports, Outlaws, gotta be careful. Nades coming towards their position. A 1v1 situation, but the Fear Esports, they still have it all. They have to go for that push. Just King waiting, but these might be the worst mistake of his lifetime. He waited too much. He waited not enough. Just King, a 1v2 situation for him. Fear have been taking the chicken, but at the moment, chicken in out. Just King getting pushed. Every single angle taken into account of headshots. And that is how you do it. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Oh my word. Teenage kicks, teenage flicks, the ultimate teenage kill. The bar with the world at his feet. They came for that chicken and they get it. And we are watching, wondering how did the Neon Outlaws get 3 back-to-back chicken dinners in the last day of the PMNC Nigeria.
Back to back to back. Neon Outlaws showing everyone that they got their meat they got that meat. They will drop that meat on you. And they drop their meat on the lobby again, showing everyone that when it comes to winning these games, we know exactly what the meta is. We know exactly what the formula is. We know exactly what is involved. We know what to do when it comes to winning games. Erangel, you name it. Miramar back to back, we will do it. We will dunk on you. We will dunk on everyone. And they show exactly what they are made of. They show why they are the best of the best. And what a performance Neon Outlaws have put out yet again. And once again, fear will capitulate under the pressure. Fear will lose out because of fear. They lost that because of fear. They did not advance. They did not take the game to the guys from Neon Outlaws. They had so many different opportunities, so many different chances to take the game away, but unfortunately, Neon Outlaws just were able to keep them at arm's length. But talk about that press again. Even the guys from O3 Brothers falling under the anointing of the pressure at that stage. It was too unfortunate. But again, Neon Outlaws, 9 eliminations and a chicken dinner to boot. PTK, it doesn't get any more dominating than this.
Yo, that is solo domination by one team. Out of the 6 games that this team has played, 4 chicken dinners. They are not just winning, they are dominating. Look at Skinny, 5 eliminations. Beekeeper, 2 eliminations. Neon Baby with 1. Then the final player, Starlight, with 1 elimination. So this team is not just winning games, it's winning fights. This team is not just dominating, it is ensuring that you feel them. And in every fight that these guys have been taking, all these teams have just been instilled a lot of fear. I was waiting for a final showdown between AE and Neon Outlaws, but AE got eliminated quite early. But for AE, even after getting eliminated early, see you, yes, we see you in the most elimination in that game, 8 eliminations, bro. This guy has been a wonder. Today has been performing 7 eliminations, 8 eliminations, 8 eliminations out of 3 games. This guy has gotten, just as a solo, he has gotten more points than some of the teams in this table. I'm going to show you. That is 16 plus 7. That makes it to 16 plus 7. I'm trying to do the math. That is 23. 23 points in the final day for CU. We have some teams here that have not even seen the 20th mark. So CU should just create a team of his own and play as a solo, because that is the only thing we can stop this guy. Even as a solo, he's making sure that he's a lot of trouble. He will make sure that you feel that he is there. He will play it calm, patiently wait for you, and at the moment of striking, you will remember his name all throughout the PMNC. But I believe, Priest,
man, I mean,
they are the better team.
I mean,
no, we can't doubt it.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, the meat does not get any bigger than this. They dunk it on everybody else in the lobby. What a performance from Neon Outlaws. And again, it shows the level at which these guys are operating at. The synergy, they might just be the team with the best synergy in this part of the region. They just might be that best team. I don't think there's any team that touches that. But again, MVP conversations, CU is always going to be front and center. Back to back MVP performance from this one player. What a guy this is. What a player he has been. I can't wait to see how he performs in the final. I just cannot wait. It's absolutely insane how he has performed, for Afro Esports. He's turned this all the way through. It has caused so much chaos in this last game, especially PTK, because these guys were going absolutely insane.
But that was insane, honestly speaking. For Skinny, that last stretch might be everything. But for AECU, bro, like that player with the kind of composure, you are a solo, but you still are able to take on teams, win fights, that has been insane. We have to look at CU as a solo versus Neon Skinny, who was most of the times in either trio or in a squad. 8 eliminations as a solo, 5 for Skinny. I believe CU was the better person in terms of damage. 1700 damage, close to triple what Skinny had. In terms of knocks, 11 total knocks. I think this was during that party that they were making against Y. They got a couple of knocks, but they never were able to convert those knocks into eliminations. But that was amazing. And the damage graph looking quite amazing. AE close to 3,000 damage. Yes, that was a solo team domination. If those guys could have continued with that same form, I believe Neon Outlaws could have danced to the tune of the AE. But two of the best teams in the same lobby, only one gets to dominate, and AE dominates in terms of damage and in terms of those eliminations. But for Neon Outlaws, they dominate in terms of that chicken dinner, which is we needed the points, and yes, sir, they got the points. For Saint, they need to start believing in something else, because whatever they're doing is not working. And in terms of damage, yes, it is working, but damage without elimination, that does not count it all, unless you are going for the MVP position, which I don't believe as a whole team you might be going for that. They need to do something rather amazing when it comes to... They don't have any other game. Yes, Saint, it's over. We just have to wait and see how the overall will look like. But before we get to the overall, for the match standings, this is not something new, but we have to look at this team. Afro Esports. Yes, Afro Esports.
Yes.
Afro Esports played it nicely. They have 18 total points. But out of the 18 total points, they got 17 from the eliminations. So that, bro, just imagine this, please. Afro Esports got to the final stage of the game. With the current form that they were in, they were eliminated at position number 8. What if they got to the top 3?
That's a very interesting way to look at it, though. But but it's just unfortunate that you have the likes of Oxygen, O3, Y Sports not putting in just enough work. It's just unfortunate that they don't see through. Angels of Death as well, SRX. Again, Supernova. This is the best some of these teams have actually performed, because they all got 1 point. Because at some point, from like 11th or 10th place, everybody else is going to have 0, right? It's only Team Prime and War that don't get anything out of the game. But going into these games now, the pressure is going to be on for some of those teams who have still not made it in. And I think it's still left to some of them at some point to turn this around. But we're going to see what that looks like, to see exactly what is at stake for some of them who are now hanging around that bubble of top 15, top 16. That bubble is where the action is really going to lie.
Yeah, but when it comes to that games, we've had two teams being the better teams. One in terms of eliminations and one in terms of placement. Afro Esports are matched. I don't think there's a team that can beat Afro Esports with the kind of damage that they have been inflicting. Yes, Neon Outlaws can do that where Afro Esports is not in the same lobby. But Afro Esports, they did some magical things, and they were able to get 17 total eliminations for Neon, 9. But for Neon Outlaws, they are quite good when it comes to surviving and picking that chicken dinner. And, nothing surprising there. But for CU, 31 eliminations. Mind you, CU has gotten 23 eliminations today. 23 today. That means that yesterday, he didn't have quite some good game. But for today, 31 eliminations, 35 knocks already registered. This is a man on rampage. One man that whenever you see him, just run for your life. Not just run for your life. Take your friends and run together with them. Neon Beekeeper was not able to have good games today with only, I believe he's gotten like 2 eliminations only, because by the start of today, I thought he was like close to 20. At the moment, he has 22. He's not been able to match up to that MVP, but for Skinny, quite some good game. He got some good valid eliminations, 16 eliminations to be specific. Neon Outlaws have been amazing. Abubakar has been one player that has been providing the best cover for his team. Anytime he is knocked, he provides cover, and anytime the teammate is knocked, he's able to provide cover. And for the overall standings, Neon Outlaws haven't played all their games. They just broke the barrier. They just have done it. 108 points. Not surprising, because they got chicken dinners. Out of 6 games, 4 chicken dinners, and this is a team that knows what it's doing. For Afro Esports, I believe these guys have made one of the biggest remontadas in the game. With only 1 chicken dinner, these guys have been packing a lot when it comes to firepower. 65 eliminations, and judging that these guys have been, they played very, very well in like today, more than they played yesterday. This has been amazing. For the Chaos Syndicate, we've not been able to fill them so much, but they still have that 1 game buffer that they can be able to like at least match up. They have a chance to at least step up, get higher the graph, and at least get to have a very, very good and solid finish. But you know, Priest, we have Fear Esports. They almost got the chicken dinner, but unfortunately, the courage to make a push was not there.
Yeah, but you know, it's not something they really needed. But again, it's all about mentality, mindset, right? Arab T, a game in hand, 35 points. I think the job is already done for the majority of these teams, because from 13th all the way down to 16th have played all of their matches. So right now, it's clear to see that potentially, right, Team Pride, Mad Lads have already qualified. But then an opportunity now lies here. Andromeda, Crazy Weirdos, Vanguard. It's all or nothing for them. It is absolutely all or nothing for them. These 3 teams, there is a chance that they overthrow 3 other teams currently sitting in the top 16 right now. This is where it gets very, very spicy, very dicey. You know, unfortunately, Sync Esports, the Kings, nothing but trouble. ABU, I don't think they can do anything at this stage. I think the game is done and dusted for them. I think they've run it. I think it's run its course, and I think they just have to see it through for the remainder of the game. Sync, I was expecting a lot from them. Same thing from Nothing But Trouble, because they showed a lot of underlying numbers, but they just couldn't get it over the line. And on the other side, I mean, this is their first opportunity at playing on the competitive level, you know, so you have to give them the grace of learning and understanding that this one might just be a little bit above their level right now. But because majority of these teams that we've seen, right, this is just a regular Thursday evening for them, right? But for some of these teams, this is the highest level of competition they have ever played, and we've loved every single minute of it. Congratulations to the team that have put in everything so far. We've got one more match ready for you, and this is where it's going to get spicier, because it is still not done. So stay tuned. We'll be right back for our last game.
dream of competing on the global stage never died. Now your chance to rise has returned. New beginning, new season. PMNC qualifiers, Nigeria. 4 paths, 1 road, 1 goal. This is 2026 PMGO Africa Season 2.
Guess who? We are back. We are back, and this is where the action becomes more intense. I hope you guys that are watching the stream have liked and locked into the action, because with only one game, this is what is going to determine who is really going to get to that LAN tournament in the PMNC Nigeria. But before that, all these players that are playing the game, all of them want one thing: smooth gameplay, not just the gameplay. They want a device that has no heat up. And this one is built for gamers who don't just want to play the game, but want to compete. At this stage, you guys have seen the kind of action that is back in here. We have seen the Neon Outlaws bringing us one of the craziest chicken dinner domination. You've seen the AE dominating so much. But you know what? We're talking about the Infinix GT50 Pro, powered for serious performance and with a native 144 FPS gaming. You can start playing like Priest, because he's been like that, playing a 144 FPS in PUBG Mobile and a 144 Hz AMOLED display and the Dimensity 8400 Ultimate chipset. And when the battle starts to heat up, the GT50 Pro is built to stay cool. With its Hydro 4 liquid cooling system, this helps deliver sustainable performance through those long, intense gaming sessions, because we have players that play the game for more than 6 hours, 8 hours training for just these ultimate stage. Then you got the GT triggers. For those guys that don't love touching the screen so much, yes, they got you, giving you faster, more precise control when every reaction counts. We have those points where you have to react so fast and your fingers are sweaty. Now this is where the Infinix GT triggers, they come in handy, plus the N1 network chip to help you keep your connection stable when you are in the middle of action. So no network fluctuations, no unstable networks. These will make your network very, very stable. So whether you're chasing the next rank, preparing for your next tournament, or dreaming of going pro, the Infinix GT50 Pro gives you the tools to level up. Oh, it's crazy. They need to give me that Infinix GT50 Pro. They need to do this. Infinix GT50 Pro, man. Stay cool and start playing pro like Priest. Priest, I'm not going to forget that you told me you are playing with 144 FPS. I'm not going to forget. Even the PUBG headquarters, they don't have 144 FPS. How on earth did you get to play 144 FPS with these updates? You need to explain.
144 FPS is Extreme Pro Plus. After you see Extreme, you see Extreme, then you see Extreme Pro Plus Max Ultra. That's 144 FPS.
Ultra, Pro Ultra.
Pro Ultra.
I hope they name it that. I hope they name it that. That looks so real. That looks so big. Like, imagine you're a pro player and telling me, yo bro, I don't play on 144 FPS. Play on Extreme Pro Ultra Plus. Does it have the Ultra? Or I just added my own thing?
Well, we're about to find out. But I mean, this last game, man, it is going to be one for the books. This last match is going to be one for the books. The pressure is about to be through the roof for 3 specific teams. 3 teams that still have a chance to get into the PMNC Finals come next month in Lagos City. This is their last chance, the road to PMGO, the chance for them to even secure at least a little bit of money from that prize pool, a little bit of a chance to get something out of this game. This is going to be their opportunity, our last game of the day. It is going to be Erangel, and I'm excited to see who's going to turn up in this game, because right now some teams, they have said their goodbyes, they have done the best they could do, they've gotten the points they could get. All that's left now is what's on the table and what they can take home. So it all boils down to them. The pressure is on them. 3 teams.
Mhm.
Eyes are going to be on 3 specific teams to snatch a chance or snatch a place to remove some teams that already have 1 foot in the final right now. And those teams that have 1 foot in the final, they are going to be sweating watching this last match, because I know they're going to be watching. This will be the ultimate hate watch, the biggest hate watch of the century in this one, because you know that you're praying for the downfall of some specific teams. And that is what everyone is going to keep on their eyes right now, because, ladies and gentlemen, the last match of PMNC Nigeria at the group stage, this is where it all comes down. This is where it all boils down to. Every single decision has led every single team up until this point. We saw the guys from O3 battle capitulation in the previous game. We saw O2 as well, Oxygen, also fall short. But now it is left to Andromeda, I believe, and a couple of other teams to step up to the plate.
Yeah, they have to start stepping up from the word go. From the moment they leave that plane, they need to get like 10 eliminations. So right now we are expecting they should have like 10 eliminations, but sadly they don't. But that is a good flight path, moving in from the areas just close to Nova Paya in towards the Milta and all the way to Zaki. So most of these teams, their landing spots are just towards this area. We have one team going to Lipovka, and that is the Pride team. Has not had the good games, has not had the pride, but you know what, maybe this final game might be the game that they seal it all. Not forgetting we have the ABU. We've not seen them in quite some good encounters, and in most encounters we've been able to spot them. They've been eliminated so fast, and a team that is trying to find its rhythm, trying to sync up with the lobby, is the Sync team. Yeah, Sync Esports, as they are having a very, very hard time trying to stay alive and trying to keep their numbers up. Other team we are seeing in the roster, we have the CS having gotten a win in the Erangel game, first game, not forgetting about them. Maybe they might be doing something. They might be giving us something amazing in towards the areas of Jojo, Pool, and Hospital, trying to get the best loot and trying to avoid these early fights. For some teams, I believe they need to go for those early fights. It is now or never. They don't have any other game to prove their worth. They have to start proving their worth this very minute. And to the people that are hate watching, to the teams that are currently holding their belts, are wondering whether these other teams are going to get eliminated, just write in the comment section which team you think is going to be eliminated first. It's crazy. Yeah, they need to lock in. You know, Priest, even though they're hate watching, they know the number of points that these teams need to get. They need to write in the comment section which team do you think will be eliminated first. Because let's have the banter, let's have the war, let's have them showing out. We need to know them haters and we need to know them lovers. Let's get to find that out in just a few seconds. Lock in the comment section and make sure that for this last game, you are active enough. Don't shut your eyes, because if you shut your eyes, maybe 4 eliminations or a team might just get eliminated, or maybe another might do a remontada. It's just a matter of time as the seconds keep on moving. We are just waiting for them to start striking. But when are they going to strike? You know, Priest, this final game, yes, teams like Andromeda, teams like, what other team? We have Andromeda, teams like Pride. What do you think is going inside their heads?
I mean, the stakes could never be higher for them. I mean, Team Pride, I don't think they have to worry. I think Team Pride should be fine, right? I think they should be fine. The teams that need to worry, right, are Crazy Weirdos, Andromeda, and Vanguard. Those are the teams that we have to keep our eyes on right now. Those are the teams that we have to make sure that they don't allow the game get away from them. Because right now, Crazy Weirdos is not a good look for them, you know. But they're currently sitting on 26 points, and they've currently lost one of their players. That is not what they want. If I'm Crazy Weirdos right now, I'm heading straight to Pachinki, because I know that, you know, the guys from O3 are not in the lobby with me. So I would move straight into, you know, the lobby. I would move straight into Pachinki, and that's exactly what I'm expecting to see here. But So many different teams, so many different strategies. Because Tribe Warriors are still in the lobby. They could still be a problem for some of these teams that want to get a little bit too greedy. So we'll keep eyes on and see. Play zone has shifted over to the central position on that eastern side. Yasanaya has a clear sight line. Again, there's a possibility for teams to play on from that area. We're going to see if Sync have what it takes to hold that area, because they are in a very fantastic position. But eyes will be on them for the remainder of this game. Again, it does put them under an amount of pressure once that play zone starts to squeeze out and force them to make some hard decisions. Likes of ABU as well. That's from Team Pride, also making a quick dash over to that eastern side. There's a chance that they will decide to take the fight to them. But we will see how possible that would be. Arab T, Chaos Syndicate, and on the other side, they're all coming together to close the gaps that have been left behind inside of Pachinki and those areas in the western corner of the circle.
Yeah, it's kind of funny that no one even went to Pochinki. For Vanguard, they are holding the areas just close to Gatka, just northern the quarry. But they have a very, very good spot. If the zone tries to make a shift, they'll not be encountering a lot of teams, because we have 0 teams in towards the southern end, so they're quite safe. They are quite safe. The only issue might be if all these teams that are holding Jojopool Hospital trying to make a rotation, moving in that repair direction. That means that Vanguard will be caught off guard once more. But if most of these teams will try to approach the zone using the Yasnaya area, they'll have a very, very good and easy time. For the teams that are happy with these kind of plays, only have teams like Sync that are holding a very, very good position. But I feel as if Vanguard might be starting to make a lot of mistakes. So they might be approaching Pochinki using a very, very bad approach, because you have like 4 teams in that area, 4 teams. For Vanguard, at the moment, it's either they avoid fights, or if they are going for the fights, they need to go all in. Most of these teams, at the moment, not that feisty. They are waiting for their opportunity. They are waiting for their opportune moment, with only one player getting eliminated. For the crazy weirdos, and it's anyone's game here right now, and everyone here is game. As the clock is ticking, the players are just looking at that play zone. Where is the next shift coming? And once the shift comes, they make a very, very big ascension. But I don't normally love the kind of zones that come to these Mount Everest area. Most of the times I will try to avoid, because we'll have teams trying to hold that Mount Everest, but at least the play zone is shrinking. It's rather central, because engulfing most of areas are Milta, Shelter, Mansion, Prison. Yeah, so this is a good one. For Vanguard Priest, as you can see the map, I feel as if Vanguard is putting itself at a very tricky situation, because they were holding the southern area very, very safely. But at the moment, they are in between a team, and we might be having a clash in just a few minutes. For most of these teams that are trying to look for the points, I feel as if the approach really, really matters. For the Tribe Warriors, they need those eliminations, and they need to lock in very, very much, but not also give up an elimination. Yes, they have the numbers. Yes, they have a very, very good position, but losing such kind of players at this kind of stage for the Tribe Warriors is not looking that amazing. Now they have to go for the full send. Yes, they have the advantage. They're trying to get the bus with Topik. Abdul being the final player, and NBT nothing but trouble out of the race in a very, very heated confrontation. Yes, I did think that they had an advantage, but nothing but trouble. I think they're just nothing but trouble itself.
Chaos breathing down the necks of the oppositions, man. I mean, it is absolutely insane the way it is looking right now, because again, you see that little bubble between Vanguard, Andromeda, and Crazy Weirdos. That is where the real action is, unless we get something absolutely astronomical from Sync or or Omega. But those three teams, those are the ones that we are going to be keeping eyes on. It looks like Arab T and Team Pride. There is a chance that those two might run into each other, and and the guys from on the other side, Andromeda, also sitting quite nicely in that central position. You can see the rotations potentially could be coming through here. Andromeda sided as well from the other side by, I believe, the guys from Supreme Esports. Again, a whole lot of moving parts here. Tribe trying to play in from the northern side. There is still so many bodies in this area, and Team Pride trying to hold out the entirety of that shelter space close to the edge of the circle there. XYZ immediately with a spray. That's a beautiful spray from XYZ, but he doesn't stop the action. He does not he doesn't draw it out, but they continue to take more and more hits, and Team Pride will press forward on this, and they blow them away.
Ooh!
And end of the road there for ABU. Looks like they are the ones that are going to be in trouble here. They will take more and more hits. Team Pride can capitalize on that one. Nasty business for them. 3 eliminations, potential for 4. But Team Pride, they've started to rev up the engines.
Yeah, at least they are waking up, and the engines are looking very, very good. Moving like players possessed. Mechanical things being seen, a lot of players getting shown down, taken down using those vehicles, and at times I kind of fear those vehicles, because most of the times you find a player with an AUG. M416 is amazing, but I fear the AUG so much. One good shot, one good spray by the AUG, mostly almost a full team might be out. Yeah, for seeing Esports, they are still trying to get to the play zone, but they have to be careful because Mojo Jojo and teammates are holding that specific position, and we know how dangerous Mojo Jojo is. And for Max Payne's gotta be careful because they are making an ascension in towards the area, but Mojo Jojo with a push, he was that elimination. I tried to make that molly count, but the molly a little bit too off-sided. They are going for that push, a one-man army, but unfortunately it's always a numbers game. And for the Sync Esports not syncing up to the beat, they are singing to a rhythm that they don't understand, dancing around, but able to survive, feeling how on earth are you still surviving? Sprays everywhere, but the vehicle with a lot of shots for Villain able to escape. But I think a chase might be coming. There is no way they are going to let go of Villain. They know that he is very low. They know that his vehicle is not going to take him so far. But Sync Esports, they are still in the race for the top 16.
Now, top 16 race is one for the books, because everyone knows here that this is what really matters. Making it to that PMNC final, getting a piece of that prize money, staying very compact and showing your ability, showing your level. That is what the PMNC is all about. And now the pressure is on. Take a look at that. The Mad Lads and Andromeda and Tribe Warriors are locking in. Angela goes down, and that will be the end of the road. Andromeda get eliminated. 27 points. I don't know if that's enough for Andromeda, because that was very, very close. And they do get dropped away. This is not how they were hoping to play this game out. Andromeda first to go down. Crazy Weirdos have lost to Vanguard with 22 points on the board. It is all left to them now. Can they turn this around going into the final phase of this game?
Yeah, we are going to the final stages. And for Andromeda, I don't know if that is absolutely enough. They got 27 total points out of that game, out of all the games that they have been able to play. But, you know, they were in that thin stretch, and maybe they might have done it, or maybe they might have fumbled it. But you just wait for the overall ranking to see the teams that have already made it to the top 16 now. We have 13 teams remaining, 42 players in total. And it's anyone's game, and every team is trying to find a very, very good angle to be able to have a chance of making it to that top 16. The teams dominating Tribe Warriors already at 66 points. We have CS having gotten a chicken dinner, sitting as second place. Out of the games that are out of the teams that are playing here, Vanguard are being caught off guard. You know, we talked about the position. They had a very, very great position coming to that land in early stages. But unfortunately, they mixed themselves up. They went higher and higher, and they are losing players. Now, Vanguard are still getting rocked Pichu still trying to find a very, very good spot, and the Kings are here, and the Kings are coming for their thrones, and the Kings are timeless, with Timeless rocking that ASM Abakam. They are trying to get those knocks. They are not letting this fight go. God Pichu still at 0. They are looking for more eliminations. They know what is on the line. If they get to eliminate TK, they might be getting those necessary points for them to make it the top 16. And the time is nigh, and the time is right. Timeless, indeed. King God, they are trying to make that Ascension Vanguard lose yet another player, and it is a 3v4 situation, but the Kings, they have that extra player. So basically, these are 4v3. But one of the players from the guard light is down, and only 2 players surviving, Pichu and God Onyi, and the might be out of the race. That grenade inflicting a lot of damage, but almost taking them out. They have to go for the push, and the Kings have to go for the drone. And go Talazan, the Kings, they are rocking into the S12K. Now 1 player remaining, and this might be over for the guard team as they are getting pushed off guard, and off they go back to the lobby. Vanguard might have just gotten eliminated.
My goodness. Talk about pressure. While all that is happening, Chaos Syndicate now pull up to the mix and steal them away. They drop another one, and the Kings could be in a world of hurt here. 12 points is all they've been able to gather so far, but this one just a little bit too much for them. Couple more sprays. They try to take 2, immediately drops through. Tolazan gets a jump on Skoda, but unfortunately, again, he's overwhelmed on so many different sides. Chaos Syndicate will show them the door, show them the exit, and push them out of the lobby. And now, it is all left to Crazy Weirdos, I believe. They're lurking somewhere in the southwestern side of the zone. They have to hang on. They have to make sure they survive this, going into the last phase of the zone right now, phase 4, as the zone is trying to close out and shut down. Chaos Syndicate will be the team making that advance from the southwestern side. There is a chance they run into the guy from Crazy Weirdos. There's a big chance that happens. And if it does, it is going to cause problems right now. Skoda's going to be dropped off and swept back into the lobby. Not the way he was expecting this game to go, but it is where he finds himself. And right now, on the other side, Team Pride now continue their own onslaught, setting their sights onto Omega. Tribrid goes down, getting swept away as well. And again, the pressure continues to mount here, PTK.
Yo, the pressure is definitely mounting, but for Alvin, you gotta be careful, because in the open, they are just opening up to the outfield, and they get a very, very good and well-deserved knock. Now, Drisam being the final player surviving at that particular point, and the Crazy Weirdos acting very, very weird. And you can't blame them, because that is the only strategy that they got. But one good nade, and these might just be a Drisam, the final player. Drisam waiting, Drisam smoking, but Drisam is out. And that is something that you need to be watching out for. But for Drisam, Crazy Weirdos, GG's for them. But that is not enough for them to be able to survive. But you know, there are 26 points. There are 26 points. We never know if they have made it to the 26, but we just have to wait for that final table, as all these teams are still looking for the best position. This is the RFT Esports, a very, very good and worthy team for the top 16. They still have to keep pushing. With the zone closing in, we have the Cold team taking the rather central approach of that play zone. Yes, they have the entirety of the play zone to themselves. Sync Esports, one of the players holding, not just holding in tight. And it's everyone's game, as all the teams are trying to get a leeway. They are trying to get a good position. They are trying to survive it all. But it's not looking very, very good for the teams that are looking for 5 points, that are looking for 1 point, that are looking to get the top 16 out of that thin threshold. Position number 16 is Crazy Priest. And we were expecting to see these kinds of fights erupting at this particular moment. But 26 players and 10 teams total.
The numbers have started to dwindle. The pressure has started to force teams to make some silly mistakes. You can already feel it. Quilla spraying and praying that the shots continue to drain off over to the other side. Then that will be another one. But Omega will be heading back into the lobby as well. And all of the teams that have done everything that they could on this stage, it looks like this might be the end of the road for them. Atarudo from RFT is going to be the one that causes concern and causes problems for Chaos Syndicate as they drop them. Let's go, and that will be the end of the road for Nova. As Chaos Syndicate will be swept back into the lobby. We're down to our final 8 teams. The placement points have started to rally up and sink down to just 1. ABU as well, down to 1 as well. Trying to hold it in. Mad Lads in the northern side, uncontested. Tribe Warriors also in the western corner of the zone, not having to move around too much, but it's still a chance for them to make something happen here. Team Pride now trying to do a little bit of a trade-off. XYZ was looking for the opener and he found it. Big spray following through. Arab T Reckless gets caught in that exchange, and the bait and switch might look like it has paid off here. Angles now looking very, very tough. Atardo will have to press forward on XYZ's position. His cap is compromised. He tries to go for the pickup, but there's where it gets nasty. Ninja falls immediately, getting knocked away. Team Pride dismantling the guys from Arab T. Creed is going to be the next victim, trying to take the 1v1 against Quilla, and he's going to trade off into the right hand side. Here comes Yen now, sprays over to the left, tries to pop through, immediately tries to hold up. As we saw Wickman get eliminated earlier on, Quilla unfortunately loses out. Yen goes down to Atarodo, and Atarodo is the one, the only, but I spoke too soon, and he's gonna get blown away by Yen. And Arab T might just have something to hold off against the guys from Team Pride, because now they're just down to a solo player, and surely that might be the end of the road. It is the end of the road. XYZ with a final grenade to seal the coffin of Arab T to get Team Pride just that much closer to that chicken dinner.
Woo, 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 woo. Did you see that spray? That was amazing. And if you ever see a player rocking an AKM with a 4x scope, just the whole idea, if that is not a litmus test of how dangerous that player is, I think someone from the Cold team has just realized that with his helmet almost taken down. Yes, he has a very, very beautiful cover, but the cover is not coming into use right now. Pride team, very, very mad. They are getting elimination. They were getting elimination, and they were able to get that domination. Currently sitting at second place in this lobby with 41 total points. Tribe Warriors, they have been turned into warriors because they are worrying so much. Currently 4 eliminations already registered with only 2 players remaining. This duo does not need a do-over, but they need to get them points rocking. They need to get those placements, and they need to start acting now. But they can't do that. The only thing that they can do is try to play impatiently, because they're lacking numbers and they are lacking motivation. But from all the other ends, behind them, in front of them, fights brewing, fights happening. Tribe Warriors, they caught themselves in quite a fumble. And Cole, they do get 1 elimination. Kilua out of the race, and Supreme Esports, they are out of the race, and the nades are still coming in. Tribe Warriors, they are looking for a leeway, they are looking for an opening. And they gotta be careful, because the Cole team is acting so cold from the back. Shiro almost eliminated, very, very low, and the Tribe Warriors need to take advantage of these, but they don't have the angle. Tribe Warriors also receiving quite a mad spray, and Mad X takes 1. Cold Esports, they get the leeway, they get the opportunity to at least revive themselves, at least get some help in, and the Tribe Warriors, they are a good night. GG's Tribe Warriors, they played it nicely, but unfortunately that is the end of the road for the Tribe Warriors in this final game. But you know, that is not the overall table, because the overall table will be determined by how these players play this game. But for the Mad team, they have been mad synergy. They are coming in, all 5 teams remaining. Cold, Pride, Mad, Sync, and finally we have the ABU, and it's about time. It is that time of the night. They are rocking, they are cruising, with nades falling, a barrage of nades getting sent over to the Mad X, and they are making the rotation. And these might have provided them with extra time to at least get enough ammunition and enough gunpowder to at least make a strike. But Walker will be walking away, down on his knees, not praying, begging for mercy. But who is mercy? When mercy is not here, guess who is there? Cole Shiro is there. Madex very, very low. They have the advantage now. Already seen. Nades falling, nades flying, Rabbit leading the onslaught, and they are going for the elimination. They have the advantage. Unfortunately, seen. Eliminated 2 teams all at once. Elimination. Now we have 5 and 6. 2 teams that we were not expecting to get to this point. It is a 1v1. Who will take this home? Pride. Are they going to get the pride and take the chicken dinner? Yes, I smile it. You can feel the rhythm sink is here. And they are just waiting. XYZ, 10 eliminations. This is the most elimination that we have seen in PMNC Nigeria. Now he is down to a 1v1. Priest is not looking good, but he's looking great for these two teams, Pride and Sync Esports.
Pride will not go before a fall today, and Sync, arguably their best performance coming in the final game of the final day of the group stage. Imagine what the stakes must be like right now. Villain is trying to pop through here, but I don't think he wins XYZ in a 1v1 though. And take a look at how wide the zone is right now containing these two players. That gives you a little bit of context to understand what is on deck right now. But Team Pride, we have been asking for a decent performance from them, and now they have XYZ has dropped a bomber. XYZ has dropped 10 on the head tops of everyone. I don't think any player has gotten 10 eliminations in
None.
the PMNC.
I've not seen any player.
That today. Yeah, we've seen that today, and from who other than Team Pride? XYZ. I mean, surely with this performance, MVP conversations, I think he slides his way into the top 5 for sure. With this performance, I think there's a chance he slides into the top 5, but we're going to see if that's going to be the case right now. But sights on to the guys from Sync, the last player in this 1v1. It is still very much anyone's game here. Could turn around at any stage in this 1v1 scenario. But 43% going towards XYZ. Potential for him to get 11 eliminations, or Sync will get their first chicken dinner. But like I said, you know, this is medicine after death for Sync. I expected them to play like this. I expected this performance from them from day one, and only for them to perform like this on the last day of the game. It's just unfortunate that, you know, this does not mean anything for them. Even if they win the game, it doesn't mean anything for them. No impact to their overall result on the group stage.
Oh, yeah, that is true, man. But I feel as if these two teams, these two players can go at these for like two more stages, because all the other teams were eliminated at stage 7. Right now, we are approaching stage 8. The zone gets to stage 9. So they still have a chance. They still have an opportunity to just play it cool, wait for the zone to close in, because it's a 1v1. In 1v1s, you never expect where the other player is, but you just have the idea. You never know how they're going to strike or when they're going to strike, but what you know is it's either you or it's either them. And at the moment, with the heart palpitating, with the heart beating, it's anyone's game. Pride XYZ is looking for a double number 1. That is 11 eliminations. Pride XYZ, 11 eliminations and a chicken dinner would mean the world for the Pride Esports. And that would be the pride for the Pride XYZ, leniently waiting for his opportunity, and Sync Villain at a very, very good position. Off angle, XYZ is not even expecting Villain to be there. And for Villain, he has an idea that Pride XYZ might be here. For Pride XYZ has to be careful. Otherwise, one wrong move and he will be meeting his doom. One wrong move and the Angel of Death, who is not in the Angel of Death esports, but rather he is the Angel of Death, the Villain, will be sending him back packing. But for XYZ, just patiently waiting, looking at all the angles. It's just a matter of time. With the zone closing in, stage number 9 might just be it, because I believe that circle will be making these players clash unless the stage number 9, all these players get the same zone. All of them will be in the zone. That will be one of the craziest things. But for stage 9, you know, we don't have that final zone. They all have to start clashing. They all have to start raining. And it's just a matter of time as we are waiting. This is the last game for the PMNC Nigeria. This is the group stage. This is not the finals. Just imagine how intense the finals are going to be.
Super intense. Super intense. And you can understand why, because the pressure is on. 24,000 USD. It is anyone's game still here in this 1v1 scenario between XYZ. I'm not sure he has spotted Villain yet, but if he uses the high ground position, there's a possibility he spots him. If he just angles this right, he will be able to spot him. But it's all about the play zone now. It's going to be closing out any moment. And this is where it gets very, very intense. Ooh!
What? Wait. What just happened? Wait, what just happened?
I don't even know what to say, man. I don't even know what to say.
Oh, wait!
How? What?
No!
What?
No!
How?
We can't be doing
Why
that
did
here.
Why did he choose to go out to the blue? Why was that the choice? I mean, it would have been good to get the chicken dinner. It would have been good to get that chicken dinner at the very least, but it looks like Team Pride do not get the chicken dinner, unfortunately.
Oh,
Sync do
what?
get that chicken dinner instead.
No
But unfortunately,
way.
doesn't look like it does anything for them at this stage. But even at that, I mean, hey, kind of Chad, take a look at PTK's face. He did not. This was my
No.
face, but I fixed my face already. But PTK is still in shock. But
No,
yeah,
I was
mean,
waiting.
that's the game. That's the
I
game.
was
I was waiting for one
waiting.
epic 1v1 to finish all of this action, but XYZ had other plans. I thought he would have just done this, gotten the last elimination just to secure that 11 elimination and the MVP performance as well. But I don't think he cared about that one enough to do anything about it. I think that's fair play. But even at that,
No.
pressure is still gonna be on. And what a ride it has been so far. Chicken dinner to the guys from Sync. I think they got like one elimination. Again, I think this is the only team that got a chicken dinner with one elimination. I don't think we have seen anything like that in this PMNC so far. I think this is the only team that did that.
Wait, they have one elimination, bro. No way. I can't wait to see the winner chicken dinner, bro. These guys got one elimination and a chicken dinner, bro. This has to be in the record books. One elimination.
One elimination.
Bro, I'm still in shock.
One elimination, man.
But
One
this
elimination
is-
from
this is
Villain.
not it. We were waiting for a very majestic finish, and then they give us that. You know what? Let's take it. Yes, winner, chicken dinner team. Villain being the one man with the one elimination and has helped his team secure by surviving. A winner, chicken dinner. First ever chicken dinner for the Sync Esports when it comes to the PMNC Nigeria group stages, and that is well deserved. He waited his way. But we have a player that was quite good, broke the record because I've not seen any other player getting 10 eliminations in this PMNC stage. This is amazing. 10 for the Pride XYZ. And now I can comfortably say the last game, the last letters that we've gotten to see are X, Y, Z. And XYZ also getting the highest damage, 1,000 damage. We have from the Cold team, Rain with the 3 grenade eliminations. I believe this is the most eliminations from a single player that we've been able to see today. The Pride XYZ also with the longest elimination. And finally, from the CS Nova, being the top traveler with a close to 12,300 of distance covered on foot and also maybe on vehicle. So that was amazing. But for that game, it has been quite intense, quite amazing. We almost had 56 eliminations, but you know what? The Pride XYZ said, no, I am the end, and decided not to give us that one elimination. So thank you so much. We have 55 perfect fives, 48 knocks being registered for the longest elimination coming from the XYZ 288 meters. At least we've had an up of the headshots because we had a couple of headshots being registered previous game. We had 5 headshots, but at the moment 7 headshots. And for that game, it has been crazy. But one man has been exceptional. Although he did not get the chicken dinner, he did not chicken out from fights. And that is none other than the Pride XYZ. GG's. I think he deserved it. But I don't think he deserved that finish I don't think he deserved that finish, please. No, he should have given us one of the best finishes ever.
Yeah, I expected that. I expected a much better performance out of this, either way. But XYZ showed us a little bit of something special. Villain also showed us his own level, and that's just the game. That's just the game. That's just the pressure, right? And again, it tells you all you have to. It gives you a clear path. All you have to understand. Again, XYZ showing up just at the right time to save his team and take Team Pride to the next level.
And damage was felt, but more damage was dealt by the Pride Esports. One player able to half up all the damage that the Pride Esports got, and that is none other than XYZ, putting the Pride team on first place when it comes to the number of damage inflicted, 2,232. That team has been lethal. No, that player has been exceptional, dangerous. You never joke with a player that can get 10 eliminations. That guy is dangerous in all ways. But we've had also some other teams that have been able to inflict also some rather a bit good damage. We have Cold getting 1,530, which was amazing. We have the Arab T with 1,000 damage. That is as close to what XYZ got. So he is the pace setter when it comes to the damage graph. That single player. That game was amazing. That game was insane. But for the team that performed exceptionally good, that is none other than the Team Pride getting 20 total points, 14 eliminations registered, and then 6 placement for that number 2 position. If they got the number 1, that would have been 24. But you know what? The plan was not just it. Cold team taking that number 2 with 9 eliminations, 5 for the placement and 14. But it's kind of funny. The team that got the chicken dinner is Sync Esports at that place with 11 total points. 1 for the elimination and 1 for the chicken dinner. Someone is saying that Pride Esports, they had so much pride. That is why they got eliminated by the play zone. I'm not 100% sure if Pride had so much pride that they got eliminated by the blue zone, or were they too confident that the Pride got in their heads that they decided, okay, we've had it all, we have it all, let me give Sync something to rhyme to, something to sing to, something to sing to. It's crazy. And GG's. Pride Esports, they deserved it. They deserved the whole win. But for Sync, I think sometimes we just have to say that was God's plan.
At this point, we might as well just call it that. But even at that, ladies and gentlemen, we've just witnessed greatness. The PUBG Mobile National Championship. We have come to the end of the games, but we still don't know how it finished. Some points were gotten in this game. Some people did get some points. Some teams got some points, but did they get enough to finish inside of the top 16? Because it's all about finishing in the top 16. And ladies and gentlemen, drum roll please, let us see how these teams fared after 2 days of competition, 12 matches played. Who finished where they needed to? Who is going to Lagos come September? Who is going to play for that 3,000 USD prize money? Which teams are going to, or rather, who is going to be called number 1 in Nigeria? Well, War Esports, unfortunately, they couldn't crack the code, but the Kings finally had a decent performance, putting themselves up to 14 points in 25th place. But unfortunately for them, this first time, I hope they don't give up. I hope they continue staying within the confines of PUBG Mobile competitive esports. Congratulations to them. For me, they did an amazing job. For me, they are the best team in this bubble. In this bubble right here, the Kings are the best team. And I hope they don't fall off. I really hope they stick together, train, get better, and stay better in the game. But ladies and gentlemen, this is where it really matters. Who is on this side of the board from 24th to 17th? These are the teams that did not make it. Supernova, Crazy Weirdos. Oh my God, Andromeda is not here. Andromeda is not here. That means they got the points Crazy Weirdos and Supernova get twisted out. 27 on the board. Crazy Weirdos with 26, Vanguard with 22, and Y Esports with 21. This means Andromeda finished in 16th. Oh my god! Oh my god, ladies and gentlemen, Andromeda, that elimination that they got in the last game against the guy from Tribe is what put them over the line. They're tied for sure. They're tied, but the placement points, I think it's the placement points. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look. Let's take a look at the next phase. Congratulations to the top 16, but who is in 16th place? That's what we all want to see. That is what we all want to see. Ladies and gentlemen, 16th place is Andromeda 27. They're tied. They were tied. Oh my god. Oh my days. Andromeda with the last kick of the game. They tie. They get the tiebreaker. The placement points. They do the job. Take a look at that. The only green arrow. They are the only team that got the green arrow. 27 on the board. And they see it all the way through. Madara, I'll see you in Lagos.
That is a team that plays. That is a team that plays. But you know what? It's also balling up at the top. It has been crazy. Andromeda, GG's. But who has made it when it comes to that top 5 finish? Think Esports, where are they? Maybe they made a comeback, but none other than the Neon Outlaws taking the number 1, undisputed. Afro Esports taking that number 2, but that has been crazy. For the team Pride, they take pride. They take it all at position number 8. Getting that green arrow and getting to the top 8 has been crazy. The Saints, they believe right now. They know that they have just made it. K9 Esports, GD's goal. Not feeling the chills anymore. Chaos Syndicate, a winner chicken dinner. Yesterday, today, they have been on top form, and those are the teams that have made it to the top 16 when it comes to the PMNC Nigeria Finals. Here we come, Nigeria. Here we come, Lagos. Our time is here, and this might be the moment where we might be getting the creme de la creme, the team that have dominated. But you know what? Drum rolls, please, because this is the man that has dominated. This is the man that has set the pace setter, the man that has made this possible. And this is the MVP, the player of the series. And it is in 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the player of the series. What? You know what, Priest? I see you. Hey, I see you. I think that is what he intended by that name. I see you. And that is from the AE Esports. Yes, we do see you. 31 total eliminations, close to 6,000 damage. These player, dangerous in all ways, lethal in all aspects, very, very high IQ. Survival time, close to 2 hours. This man has been playing it safe, not just safe, he has been bringing the roof down. And that is what you want from the player of the series. GG's, GG's, GG's. I don't think there is anyone that can compete with this guy. More than 10 eliminations buffer between him and the number 2, and that is how you do it, uncontested, and no one can be able to take him out. If the AE could have survived a little bit longer, he would have had the chance and opportunity to up the gap. But for the overall top players, you know, this is the player of the series. But we've had a couple of players that have been able to do something exceptional. But before we get it, Priest, breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out. I think the pressure is at a very good level. But for the teams, for the players that have been able to shake up the lobby, none other than see you on the top spot, but the Neon Beekeeper. I felt as if Beekeeper today was not on good form. He was not on his highest form. Yesterday he was amazing. Yesterday he was exceptional, but today he has just been a little bit slow. But hopefully in the finals he will be doing something amazing for the Cold Rain taking that number 3, Neon Skinny, exceptional today. And for the CS, Peter, CF4K. These players have a lot of very, very hard names, but see you being on the limelight, being on that green light, and he just set the pace. Afro Esports on top form, not just on the table, but also in the MVP position. Please, it has been a crazy day, a crazy final day. And I feel the emotions. Teams like Andromeda having made it to the top 16 in a very unusual way, even after being eliminated. That is one wonder that I still can't unravel.
Yes, sir. What a ride it has been, ladies and gentlemen. What a ride it has been. Oh my goodness. The PUBG Mobile National Championship. Now it is all roads to Lagos. All roads lead to the finals. Who wants it more? 3,000 USD and a shot at greatness, a shot to get them into PMGO Africa. Who's going to finish in the top 3? Those are the conversations that need to be had. But we will be there. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be there. Thank you all for tuning in. It has been a ride. A beautiful ride, a show, a special show. Down to the last game, there was drama, and that's the beauty of the PUBG Mobile National Championship. That is the beauty of competition, the beauty of everything that we have watched and felt in all of these games. But it still does not end here. We still keep going on and on and on. And big shout out to every single one of you that tuned into the stream, that liked, shared, subscribed. We appreciate every single one of you. W Production, big shout out to production, the animations, and big shout out to the sponsors as well. Again, back to production, amazing production. The design and the theme for the NG, I have to give it to them. This was incredible. During the sequence, before the game kicks off, the character. Yeah, so follow us on social media as well to stay up to date with all things PUBG Mobile action. But so make sure you follow us on PUBG Mobile_Af on Instagram, PUBG.mobile.africa on TikTok, and PUBG Mobile Africa on YouTube, Facebook, PUBG Mobile Africa, and X, PUBG Mobile_AF. So thank you all for tuning in. Like I said, big shout out to everyone that made this possible. GT Pro, Infinix, Oraimo, thank you for the headphones. We're locked in. Thank you guys so much for putting this together. PMNC Finals is up and ready. Lagos. Girls in my city, Lagos. Show.
I don't understand what he's saying, but all I want is to taste fufu. Yes. I've always had of fufu, and that is one thing that I really want to taste. But today has been amazing. And please, thank you so much. It has been amazing podcasting with you. And guys, my name. My name is Epirike Youngblood, but don't be fooled by the name. I am not the young, but I am the man himself, the man Youngblood. For all the Nigerians watching, for all the Africans that are watching, this has been the PMNC Nigeria group stage, and now we only have one stage for the PMNC, and that is PMNC Nigeria Finals. Lock in and lock in tight, and we shall meet in the next
all right guys
PMNC stage. Bye byes and good night.
The dream of competing on the global stage never died. Now your chance to rise has returned. New beginning, new season. PMNC qualifiers, Nigeria. 4 paths, 1 road, 1 goal. This is 2026 PMGO Africa Season 2.